1 Kings, chapters 9 through 15 of the Berean Standard Bible. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Now when Solomon had finished building the house of the Lord and the royal palace, and had achieved all that he had desired to do, the Lord appeared to him a second time, as he had appeared to him at Gibeon. And the Lord said to him, I have heard your prayer and petition before me. I have consecrated this temple which you have built, by putting my name there forever. My eyes and my heart will be there for all time. And as for you, if you walk before me as your father David walked, with a heart of integrity and uprightness, doing all I have commanded you, and if you keep my statutes and ordinances, then I will establish your royal throne over Israel forever, as I promised your father David when I said, You will never fail to have a man on the throne of Israel. But if indeed you or your sons turn away from following me, and do not keep the commandments and statutes I have set before you, and if you go off to serve and worship other gods, then I will cut off Israel from the land that I have given them, and I will banish from my presence this temple I have sanctified for my name. Then Israel will become an object of scorn and ridicule among all peoples. And when this temple has become a heap of rubble, all who pass by it will be appalled, and will hiss and say, Why has the Lord done such a thing to this land and to this temple? And others will answer, Because they have forsaken the Lord their God, who brought their fathers out of the land of Egypt, and have embraced other gods, worshipping and serving them. Because of this, the Lord has brought all this disaster upon them. Now, at the end of the 20 years during which Solomon built these two houses, the house of the Lord and the royal palace, King Solomon gave 20 towns in the land of Galilee to Hiram, king of Tyre, who had supplied him with cedar and cypress logs and gold for his every desire. So Hiram went out from Tyre to inspect the towns that Solomon had given him, but he was not pleased with them. What are these towns you have given me, my brother? Asked Hiram. And he called them the land of Kabul, as they are called to this day. And Hiram had sent the king 120 talents of gold. This is the account of the forced labor that King Solomon imposed to build the house of the Lord, his own palace, the supporting terraces, and the wall of Jerusalem, as well as Hazor, Megiddo, and Gezer. Pharaoh, king of Egypt, had attacked and captured Gezer. He had set it on fire, killed the Canaanites who lived in the city, and given it as a dowry to his daughter, Solomon's wife. So Solomon rebuilt Gezer, Lower Beth-horon, Baalath, and Tamar in the wilderness of Judah, as well as all the store cities that Solomon had for his chariots and horses, whatever he desired to build in Jerusalem, Lebanon, and throughout the land of his dominion. As for all the people who remained of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, the people who were not Israelites, Their descendants who remained in the land, those whom the Israelites were unable to devote to destruction, Solomon conscripted these people to be forced laborers, as they are to this day. But Solomon did not consign any of the Israelites to slavery, because they were his men of war, his servants, his officers, his captains, and the commanders of his chariots and cavalry. They were also the chief officers over Solomon's projects, 550 supervisors over the people who did the work. As soon as Pharaoh's daughter had come up from the city of David to the palace that Solomon had built for her, he built the supporting terraces. 3 times a year Solomon offered burnt offerings and peace offerings on the altar he had built for the Lord, burning incense with them before the Lord. So he completed the temple. King Solomon also assembled a fleet of ships at Ezion-Geber, which is near Eloth in Edom, on the shore of the Red Sea. And Hiram sent his servants, sailors who knew the sea, to serve in the fleet with Solomon's servants. They sailed to Ophir and imported gold from there, 420 talents, and delivered it to Solomon. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. Now when the queen of Sheba heard about the fame of Solomon concerning the name of the Lord, she came to test him with difficult questions. She arrived in Jerusalem with a very large caravan, with camels bearing spices, gold in great abundance, and precious stones. And she came to Solomon and spoke to him all that was on her mind. And Solomon answered all her questions. Nothing was too difficult for the king to explain. When the queen of Sheba saw all the wisdom of Solomon, the palace he had built, the food at his table, the seating of his servants, the service and attire of his attendants, his cupbearers, and the burnt offerings he presented at the house of the Lord, it took her breath away. She said to the king, "The report I heard in my own country about your words and wisdom is true, but I did not believe these things until I came and saw with my own eyes. Indeed, not even half was told to me. Your wisdom and prosperity have far exceeded the report I heard. How blessed are your men! How blessed are these servants of yours, who stand continually before you and hear your wisdom. Blessed be the Lord your God, who has delighted in you to set you on the throne of Israel. Because of the Lord's eternal love for Israel, he has made you king to carry out justice and righteousness." Then she gave the king 120 talents of gold, a great quantity of spices and precious stones. Never again were spices in such abundance brought in as those the queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon. The fleet of Hiram that brought gold from Ophir also brought from Ophir a great cargo of almug wood and precious stones. The king made the almug wood into steps for the house of the Lord and for the king's palace, and into lyres and harps for the singers. Never before had such almug wood been brought in, nor has such been seen again to this day. King Solomon gave the Queen of Sheba all she desired, whatever she asked, besides what he had given her out of his royal bounty. Then she left and returned to her own country along with her servants. The weight of gold that came to Solomon each year was 666 talents, not including the revenue from the merchants, traders, and all the Arabian kings and governors of the land. King Solomon made 200 large shields of hammered gold. 600 shekels of gold went into each shield. He also made 300 small shields of hammered gold. 3 minas of gold went into each shield, and the king put them in the house of the forest of Lebanon. Additionally, the king made a great throne of ivory and overlaid it with pure gold. The throne had 6 steps, and its back had a rounded top. There were armrests on both sides of the seat, with a lion standing beside each armrest. 12 lions stood on the 6 steps, one at either end of each step. Nothing like this had ever been made for any kingdom. All King Solomon's drinking cups were gold, and all the utensils of the house of the forest of Lebanon were pure gold. There was no silver, because it was accounted as nothing in the days of Solomon. For the king had the ships of Tarshish at sea with Hiram's fleet, and once every 3 years the ships of Tarshish would arrive, bearing gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacocks. So King Solomon surpassed all the kings of the earth in riches and wisdom. The whole world sought an audience with Solomon to hear the wisdom that God had put in his heart. Year after year, each visitor would bring his tribute, articles of silver and gold, clothing, weapons, spices, horses, and mules. Solomon accumulated 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horses, which he stationed in the chariot cities and also with him in Jerusalem. The king made silver as common in Jerusalem as stones, and cedar as abundant as sycamore in the foothills. Solomon's horses were imported from Egypt and Kui. The royal merchants purchased them from Kui. A chariot could be imported from Egypt for 600 shekels of silver, and a horse for 150. Likewise, they exported them to all the kings of the Hittites and to the kings of Aram. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. King Solomon, however, loved many foreign women, along with the daughter of Pharaoh, women of Moab, Ammon, Edom, and Sidon, as well as Hittite women. These women were from the nations about which the Lord had told the Israelites, "You must not intermarry with them, for surely they will turn your hearts after their gods." Yet Solomon clung to these women in love. He had 700 wives of royal birth, and 300 concubines, and his wives turned his heart away. For when Solomon grew old, his wives turned his heart after other gods, and he was not wholeheartedly devoted to the Lord his God, as his father David had been. Solomon followed Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonians, and Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. So Solomon did evil in the sight of the Lord. Unlike his father David, he did not follow the Lord completely. At that time, on a hill east of Jerusalem, Solomon built a high place for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, and for Molech, the abomination of the Ammonites. He did the same for all his foreign wives, who burned incense and sacrificed to their gods. Now the Lord grew angry with Solomon because his heart had turned away from the Lord, the God of Israel, who had appeared to him twice. Although he had warned Solomon explicitly not to follow other gods, Solomon did not keep the Lord's command. Then the Lord said to Solomon, "Because you have done this, and have not kept my covenant and my statutes, which I have commanded you, I will tear the kingdom away from you, and give it to your servant. Nevertheless, for the sake of your father David, I will not do it during your lifetime. I will tear it out of the hand of your son. Yet I will not tear the whole kingdom away from him. I will give one tribe to your son for the sake of my servant David, and for the sake of Jerusalem, which I have chosen." Then the Lord raised up against Solomon an adversary, Hadad the Edomite, from the royal line of Edom. Earlier, when David was in Edom, Joab, the commander of the army, had gone to bury the dead and had struck down every male in Edom. Joab and all Israel had stayed there 6 months, until he had killed every male in Edom. But Hadad, still just a young boy, had fled to Egypt, along with some Edomites who were servants of his father. Hadad and his men set out from Midian and went to Paran. They took men from Paran with them and went to Egypt, to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, who gave Hadad a house and land and provided him with food. There Hadad found such great favor in the sight of Pharaoh that he gave to him in marriage the sister of Queen Tahpenes, his own wife. And the sister of Tahpenes bore Hadad a son named Genubath. Tahpenes herself weaned him in Pharaoh's palace, and Genubath lived there among the sons of Pharaoh. When Hadad heard in Egypt that David had rested with his fathers, and that Joab, the commander of the army, was dead, he said to Pharaoh, "Let me go, that I may return to my own country." But Pharaoh asked him, "What have you lacked here with me, that you suddenly want to go back to your own country?" "Nothing," Hadad replied, "but please let me go." And God raised up against Solomon another adversary, Rezon, the son of Eliada, who had fled from his master, Hadadezer, king of Zobah, and had gathered men to himself. When David killed the Zobiites, Rezon captained a band of raiders and went to Damascus, where they settled and gained control. Rezon was Israel's enemy throughout the days of Solomon, adding to the trouble caused by Hadad. So Rezon ruled over Aram with hostility toward Israel. Now Jeroboam son of Nebat was an Ephraimite from Zerida, whose mother was a widow named Zeruiah. Jeroboam was a servant of Solomon, but he rebelled against the king, and this is the account of his rebellion against the king. Solomon had built the supporting terraces and repaired the gap in the wall of the city of his father David. Now Jeroboam was a mighty man of valor, so when Solomon noticed that the young man was industrious, he put him in charge of the whole labor force of the house of Joseph. During that time, the prophet Ahijah the Shilonite met Jeroboam on the road as he was going out of Jerusalem. Now Ahijah had wrapped himself in a new cloak, and the two of them were alone in the open field. And Ahijah took hold of the new cloak he was wearing, tore it into 12 pieces, and said to Jeroboam, "Take 10 pieces for yourself, for this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Behold, I will tear the kingdom out of the hand of Solomon, and I will give you 10 tribes. But 1 tribe will remain for the sake of my servant David, and for the sake of Jerusalem, the city I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel. For they have forsaken me to worship Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonians, Chemosh, the god of the Moabites, and Milcom, the god of the Ammonites. They have not walked in my ways, nor done what is right in my eyes, nor kept my statutes and judgments, as Solomon's father David did. Nevertheless, I will not take the whole kingdom out of Solomon's hand, because I have made him ruler all the days of his life for the sake of David my servant, whom I chose because he kept my commandments and statutes. But I will take 10 tribes of the kingdom from the hand of his son, and give them to you. I will give 1 tribe to his son, so that my servant David will always have a lamp before me in Jerusalem, the city where I chose to put my name. But as for you, I will take you, and you shall reign over all that your heart desires, and you will be king over Israel. If you listen to all that I command you, walk in my ways, and do what is right in my sight, in order to keep my statutes and commandments as my servant David did, then I will be with you. I will build you a lasting dynasty, just as I built for David, and I will give Israel to you. Because of this, I will humble David's descendants, but not forever." Solomon therefore sought to kill Jeroboam, but Jeroboam arose and fled to Egypt, to Shishak, king of Egypt, where he remained until the death of Solomon. As for the rest of the acts of Solomon, all that he did as well as his wisdom, are they not written in the book of the acts of Solomon? Thus the time that Solomon reigned in Jerusalem over all Israel was 40 years. And Solomon rested with his fathers, and was buried in the city of his father David, and his son Rehoboam reigned in his place. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Then Rehoboam went to Shechem, for all Israel had gone there to make him king. When Jeroboam son of Nebat heard about this, he was still in Egypt, where he had fled from King Solomon, and had been living ever since. So they sent for Jeroboam, and he and the whole assembly of Israel came to Rehoboam and said, "Your father put a heavy yoke on us, but now you must lighten the burden of your father's service, and the heavy yoke he put on us, and we will serve you." Rehoboam answered, "Go away for 3 days, and then return to me." So the people departed. Then King Rehoboam consulted with the elders who had served his father Solomon during his lifetime. "How do you advise me to respond to these people?" he asked. They replied, "If you will be a servant to these people and serve them this day, and if you will respond by speaking kind words to them, They will be your servants forever." But Rehoboam rejected the advice of the elders. Instead, he consulted the young men who had grown up with him and served him. He asked them, "What message do you advise that we send back to these people who have spoken to me, saying, 'Lighten the yoke your father put on us'?" The young men who had grown up with him replied, "This is how you should answer these people who said to you, 'Your father made our yoke heavy, but you must make it lighter.' This is what you should tell them. 'My little finger is thicker than my father's waist. Whereas my father burdened you with a heavy yoke, I will add to your yoke. Whereas my father scourged you with whips, I will scourge you with scorpions." After 3 days, Jeroboam and all the people returned to Rehoboam, since the king had said, "Come back to me on the 3rd day." And the king answered the people harshly. He rejected the advice of the elders, and spoke to them as the young men had advised, saying, "Whereas my father made your yoke heavy, I will add to your yoke. Whereas my father scourged you with whips, I will scourge you with scorpions." So the king did not listen to the people, and indeed this turn of events was from the Lord, to fulfill the word he had spoken to Jeroboam, son of Nebat, through Ahijah the Shilonite. When all Israel saw that the king had refused to listen to them, they answered the king, "What portion do we have in David, and what inheritance in the son of Jesse? To your tents, O Israel! Look now to your own house, O David." So the Israelites went home, but Rehoboam still reigned over the Israelites living in the cities of Judah. Then King Rehoboam sent out Adoram, who was in charge of the forced labor, but all Israel stoned him to death. And King Rehoboam mounted his chariot in haste, and escaped to Jerusalem. So to this day Israel has been in rebellion against the house of David. When all Israel heard that Jeroboam had returned, they summoned him to the assembly, and made him king over all Israel. Only the tribe of Judah followed the house of David. And when Rehoboam arrived in Jerusalem, he mobilized the whole house of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin, 180,000 chosen warriors, to fight against the house of Israel and restore the kingdom to Rehoboam, son of Solomon. But the word of God came to Shemaiah, the man of God. "Tell Rehoboam, son of Solomon, king of Judah, all the house of Judah and Benjamin, and the rest of the people, that this is what the Lord says: You are not to go up and fight against your brothers, the Israelites. Each of you must return home, for this is my doing." So they listened to the word of the Lord, and turned back according to the word of the Lord. Then Jeroboam built Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim, and lived there. And from there he went out and built Peniel. Jeroboam said in his heart, "Now the kingdom might revert to the house of David. If these people go up to offer sacrifices in the house of the Lord at Jerusalem, their hearts will return to their lord Rehoboam, king of Judah. Then they will kill me and return to Rehoboam, king of Judah." After seeking advice, the king made 2 golden calves, and said to the people, "Going up to Jerusalem is too much for you. Here, O Israel, are your gods, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt." 1 calf he set up in Bethel, and the other in Dan. And this thing became a sin. The people walked as far as Dan to worship before one of the calves. Jeroboam also built shrines on the high places and appointed from every class of people priests who were not Levites. And Jeroboam ordained a feast on the 15th day of the 8th month, like the feast that was in Judah, and he offered sacrifices on the altar. He made this offering in Bethel to sacrifice to the calves he had set up, and he installed priests in Bethel for the high places he had set up. On the 15th day of the 8th month, a month of his own choosing, Jeroboam offered sacrifices on the altar he had set up in Bethel. So he ordained a feast for the Israelites, offered sacrifices on the altar, and burned incense. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. Suddenly, as Jeroboam was standing beside the altar to burn incense, there came a man of God from Judah to Bethel by the word of the Lord. And he cried out against the altar by the word of the Lord. O altar, this is what the Lord says. A son named Josiah will be born to the house of David, and upon you he will sacrifice the priests of the high places who burn incense upon you, and human bones will be burned upon you. That day the man of God gave a sign, saying, The Lord has spoken this sign. Surely the altar will be split apart, and the ashes upon it will be poured out. Now, when King Jeroboam, who was at the altar in Bethel, heard the word that the man of God had cried out against it, he stretched out his hand and said, Seize him! But the hand he stretched out toward him withered, so that he could not pull it back. And the altar was split apart, and the ashes poured out, according to the sign that the man of God had given by the word of the Lord. Then the king responded to the man of God, Intercede with the Lord your God, and pray for me, that my hand may be restored. So the man of God interceded with the Lord, and the king's hand was restored to him as it was before. Then the king said to the man of God, Come home with me and refresh yourself, and I will give you a reward. But the man of God replied, If you were to give me half your possessions, I still would not go with you, nor would I eat bread or drink water in this place. For this is what I was commanded by the word of the Lord. You must not eat bread or drink water, or return by the way you came. So the man of God went another way, and did not return by the way he had come to Bethel. Now a certain old prophet was living in Bethel, and his sons came and told him all the deeds that the man of God had done that day in Bethel. They also told their father the words that the man had spoken to the king. Which way did he go? Their father asked. And his sons showed him the way taken by the man of God, who had come from Judah. So the prophet said to his sons, Saddle the donkey for me. Then they saddled the donkey for him, and he mounted it, and went after the man of God. He found him sitting under an oak tree, and asked, Are you the man of God who came from Judah? I am, he replied. So the prophet said to the man of God, Come home with me and eat some bread. But the man replied, I cannot go home with you, and I will not eat bread or drink water with you in this place. For I have been told by the word of the Lord, You must not eat bread or drink water there, or return by the way you came." Then the prophet replied, "I too am a prophet like you, and an angel spoke to me by the word of the Lord, saying, 'Bring him back with you to your house, so that he may eat bread and drink water.'" The old prophet was lying to him, but the man of God went back with him, ate bread in his house, and drank water. While they were sitting at the table, the word of the Lord came to the prophet who had brought him back, and the prophet cried out to the man of God who had come from Judah, "This is what the Lord says. Because you have defied the word of the Lord, and have not kept the commandment that the Lord your God gave you, but you went back and ate bread and drank water in the place where he told you not to do so, your body shall never reach the tomb of your fathers." And after the man of God had finished eating and drinking, the old prophet who had brought him back saddled the donkey for him. As he went on his way, a lion met him on the road and killed him, and his body was left lying in the road with the donkey and the lion standing beside it. And there were men passing by who saw the body lying in the road with the lion standing beside it, and they went and reported this in the city where the old prophet lived. When the prophet who had brought him back from his journey heard this, he said, "It is the man of God who disobeyed the command of the Lord. Therefore the Lord has delivered him to the lion, and it has mauled him and killed him, according to the word that the Lord had spoken to him." Then the old prophet instructed his sons, "Saddle the donkey for me." So they saddled it, and he went and found the body lying in the road, with the donkey and the lion standing beside it. The lion had not eaten the body or mauled the donkey. So the old prophet lifted up the body of the man of God, laid it on the donkey, and brought it back to his own city to mourn for him and bury him. Then he laid the body in his own tomb, and they lamented over him, "O my brother!" After he had buried him, the prophet said to his sons, "When I die, you must bury me in the tomb where the man of God is buried. Lay my bones beside his bones. For the message that he cried out by the word of the Lord against the altar in Bethel, and against all the shrines on the high places in the cities of Samaria, will surely come to pass." Even after these events, Jeroboam did not repent of his evil ways, but again he appointed priests for the high places from every class of people. He ordained anyone who desired to be a priest of the high places. And this was the sin of the house of Jeroboam that led to its extermination and destruction from the face of the earth. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. At that time Abijah, son of Jeroboam, became ill, and Jeroboam said to his wife, "Now get up, disguise yourself, so they will not recognize you as my wife, and go to Shiloh. For Ahijah the prophet is there. It was he who spoke about my kingship over this people. Take with you 10 loaves of bread, some cakes, and a jar of honey, and go to him. He will tell you what will become of the boy." Jeroboam's wife did as instructed. She arose and went to Shiloh, and arrived at Ahijah's house. Now Ahijah could not see, for his eyes were dim because of his age. But the Lord had said to Ahijah, "Behold, the wife of Jeroboam is coming to ask you about her son, for he is ill, you are to say such and such to her, because when she arrives, she will be disguised." So when Ahijah heard the sound of her feet entering the door, he said, "Come in, wife of Jeroboam. Why are you disguised? For I have been sent to you with bad news. Go, tell Jeroboam that this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I raised you up from among the people and appointed you ruler over my people Israel. I tore the kingdom away from the house of David and gave it to you. But you have not been like my servant David, who kept my commandments and followed me with all his heart, doing only what was right in my eyes. You have done more evil than all who came before you. You have proceeded to make for yourself other gods and molten images to provoke me, and you have flung me behind your back. Because of all this, behold, I am bringing disaster on the house of Jeroboam. I will cut off from Jeroboam every male, both slave and free, in Israel. I will burn up the house of Jeroboam as one burns up dung until it is gone. Anyone belonging to Jeroboam who dies in the city will be eaten by dogs, and anyone who dies in the field will be eaten by the birds of the air. For the Lord has spoken. As for you, get up and go home. When your feet enter the city, the child will die. All Israel will mourn for him and bury him, for this is the only one belonging to Jeroboam who will receive a proper burial, because only in him has the Lord, the God of Israel, found any good in the house of Jeroboam. Moreover, the Lord will raise up for himself a king over Israel, who will cut off the house of Jeroboam. This is the day, yes, even today. For the Lord will strike Israel as a reed is shaken in the water. He will uproot Israel from this good land that he gave their fathers, and he will scatter them beyond the Euphrates, because they have made their Asherah poles, provoking the Lord to anger. So he will give Israel over on account of the sins Jeroboam has committed, and has caused Israel to commit. Then Jeroboam's wife got up and departed for Tirzah, and as soon as she stepped over the threshold of the house, the boy died. And they buried him, and all Israel mourned for him, according to the word that the Lord had spoken through his servant Ahijah the prophet. As for the rest of the acts of Jeroboam, how he waged war and how he reigned, they are indeed written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. And the length of Jeroboam's reign was 22 years, and he rested with his fathers, and his son Nadab reigned in his place. Meanwhile, Rehoboam, son of Solomon, reigned in Judah. He was 41 years old when he became king, and he reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city the Lord had chosen from all the tribes of Israel in which to put his name. His mother's name was Naamah the Ammonite. And Judah did evil in the sight of the Lord, and by the sins they committed they provoked him to jealous anger more than all their fathers had done. They also built for themselves high places, sacred pillars, and Asherah poles on every high hill and under every green tree. There were even male shrine prostitutes in the land. They imitated all the abominations of the nations the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. In the 5th year of Rehoboam's reign, Shishak, king of Egypt, attacked Jerusalem. He seized the treasures of the house of the Lord and of the royal palace. He took everything, including all the gold shields that Solomon had made. Then King Rehoboam made bronze shields in their place, and committed them to the care of the captains of the guard on duty at the entrance to the royal palace. And whenever the king entered the house of the Lord, the guards would bear the shields, and later they would return them to the guard room. As for the rest of the acts of Rehoboam, along with all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? There was war between Rehoboam and Jeroboam throughout their days. And Rehoboam rested with his fathers, and was buried with them in the city of David. His mother's name was Naamah the Ammonite, and his son Abijam reigned in his place. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. In the 18th year of the reign of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, Abijam became king of Judah, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 years. His mother's name was Maacah, daughter of Abishalom. And Abijam walked in all the sins that his father before him had committed, and his heart was not as fully devoted to the Lord his God as the heart of David his forefather had been. Nevertheless, for the sake of David, the Lord his God gave him a lamp in Jerusalem by raising up a son to succeed him and to make Jerusalem strong. For David had done what was right in the eyes of the Lord, and had not turned aside from anything the Lord commanded all the days of his life, except in the matter of Uriah the Hittite. And there was war between the houses of Rehoboam and Jeroboam all the days of Abijam's life. As for the rest of the acts of Abijam, along with all his accomplishments, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And there was war between Abijam and Jeroboam. And Abijam rested with his fathers, and was buried in the city of David, and his son Asa reigned in his place. In the 20th year of Jeroboam's reign over Israel, Asa became king of Judah, and he reigned in Jerusalem 41 years. His grandmother's name was Maacah, daughter of Abishalom. And Asa did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, as his father David had done. He banished the male shrine prostitutes from the land, and removed all the idols that his fathers had made. He also removed his grandmother Maacah from her position as queen mother, because she had made a detestable Asherah pole. Asa chopped down the pole and burned it in the Kidron Valley. The high places were not removed, but Asa's heart was fully devoted to the Lord all his days. And he brought into the house of the Lord the silver and gold and the articles that he and his father had dedicated. Now there was war between Asa and Baasha, king of Israel, throughout their days. Baasha, king of Israel, went to war against Judah and fortified Ramah to prevent anyone from leaving or entering the territory of Asa, king of Judah. So Asa withdrew all the silver and gold that remained in the treasuries of the house of the Lord and the royal palace. He entrusted it to his servants and sent them with this message to Ben-Hadad, son of Tabrimon, the son of Hezion, the king of Aram, who was ruling in Damascus. Let there be a treaty between me and you, as there was between my father and your father. See, I have sent you a gift of silver and gold. Now go and break your treaty with Baasha, king of Israel, so that he will withdraw from me. And Ben-Hadad listened to King Asa, and sent the commanders of his armies against the cities of Israel, conquering Ijon, Dan, Abel-Beth-maachah, and the whole land of Naphtali, including the region of Kinnereth. When Baasha learned of this, he stopped fortifying Ramah, and withdrew to Tirzah. Then King Asa summoned all the men of Judah, with no exceptions, and they carried away the stones of Ramah and the timbers Baasha had used for building. And with these materials King Asa built up Geba of Benjamin, as well as Mizpah. Now the rest of the acts of Asa, along with all his might, all his accomplishments, and the cities he built, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? In his old age, however, he became diseased in his feet. And Asa rested with his fathers, and was buried with them in the city of his father David, and his son Jehoshaphat reigned in his place. In the 2nd year of Asa's reign over Judah, Nadab, son of Jeroboam, became king of Israel, and he reigned 2 years. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the way of his father, and in his sin, which he had caused Israel to commit. Then Baasha, son of Ahijah of the house of Issachar, conspired against Nadab, and Baasha struck him down at Gibbethon of the Philistines, while Nadab and all Israel were besieging the city. In the 3rd year of Asa's reign over Judah, Baasha killed Nadab, and reigned in his place. As soon as Baasha became king, he struck down the entire household of Jeroboam. He did not leave to Jeroboam anyone who breathed, but destroyed them all, according to the word that the Lord had spoken through his servant Ahijah the Shilonite, because of the sins Jeroboam had committed, and had caused Israel to commit, and because he had provoked the Lord, the God of Israel, to anger. As for the rest of the acts of Nadab, along with all his accomplishments, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And there was war between Asa and Baasha, king of Israel, throughout their days. In the 3rd year of Asa's reign over Judah, Baasha, son of Ahijah, became king of all Israel, and he reigned in Tirzah 24 years. And Baasha did evil in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the way of Jeroboam, and in his sin, which he had caused Israel to commit. End of chapter 15. First Kings, chapters 16 through 22 of the Berean Standard Bible. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Then the word of the Lord came to Jehu, son of Hanani, against Baasha, saying, Even though I lifted you out of the dust and made you ruler over my people Israel, you have walked in the way of Jeroboam, and have caused my people Israel to sin, and to provoke me to anger by their sins. So now I will consume Baasha and his house, and I will make your house like that of Jeroboam son of Nebat. Anyone belonging to Baasha who dies in the city will be eaten by dogs, and anyone who dies in the field will be eaten by the birds of the air. As for the rest of the acts of Baasha, along with his accomplishments and might, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And Baasha rested with his fathers, and was buried in Tirzah, and his son Elah reigned in his place. Moreover, the word of the Lord came through the prophet Jehu, son of Hanani, against Baasha and his house, because of all the evil he had done in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger with the work of his hands, and becoming like the house of Jeroboam, and also because Baasha had struck down the house of Jeroboam. In the 26th year of Asa's reign over Judah, Elah, son of Baasha, became king of Israel, and he reigned in Tirzah 2 years. However, while Elah was in Tirzah, getting drunk in the house of Arzah, the steward of his household there, Elah's servant Zimri, the commander of half his chariots, conspired against him. So in the 27th year of Asa's reign over Judah, Zimri went in, struck Elah down, and killed him, and Zimri reigned in his place. As soon as Zimri began to reign and was seated on the throne, he struck down the entire household of Baasha. He did not leave a single male, whether a kinsman or friend. So Zimri destroyed the entire household of Baasha, according to the word that the Lord had spoken against Baasha through Jehu the prophet. This happened because of all the sins Baasha and his son Elah had committed, and had caused Israel to commit, provoking the Lord, the God of Israel, to anger with their worthless idols. As for the rest of the acts of Elah, along with all his accomplishments, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? In the 27th year of Asa's reign over Judah, Zimri reigned in Tirzah for 7 days. Now the troops were encamped against Gibbethon of the Philistines, and the people in the camp heard that Zimri had conspired against the king, and struck him down. So there in the camp that very day, all Israel proclaimed Omri, the commander of the army, king over Israel. Then Omri and all the Israelites marched up from Gibbethon and besieged Tirzah. When Zimri saw that the city was captured, he entered the citadel of the royal palace and burned it down upon himself. So he died because of the sins he had committed, doing evil in the sight of the Lord, and following the example of Jeroboam and the sin he had committed, and had caused Israel to commit. As for the rest of the acts of Zimri, and the treason he committed, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? At that time the people of Israel were divided. Half of the people supported Tibni, son of Ginath, as king, and half supported Omri. But the followers of Omri proved stronger than those of Tibni, son of Ginath. So Tibni died, and Omri became king. In the 31st year of Asa's reign over Judah, Omri became king of Israel, and he reigned 12 years, 6 of them in Tirzah. He bought the hill of Samaria from Shemer for 2 talents of silver, and built a city there, calling it Samaria, after the name of Shemer, who had owned the hill. But Omri did evil in the sight of the Lord, and acted more wickedly than all who were before him. For he walked in all the ways of Jeroboam son of Nebat, and in his sins, which he caused Israel to commit, provoking the Lord, the God of Israel, to anger with their worthless idols. As for the rest of the acts of Omri, along with his accomplishments and the might he exercised, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And Omri rested with his fathers, and was buried in Samaria, and his son Ahab reigned in his place. In the 38th year of Asa's reign over Judah, Ahab, son of Omri, became king of Israel, and he reigned in Samaria 22 years. However, Ahab, son of Omri, did evil in the sight of the Lord more than all who were before him. And as if it were not enough for him to walk in the sins of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, he even married Jezebel, the daughter of Ethbaal, king of the Sidonians, and he then proceeded to serve and worship Baal. First, Ahab set up an altar for Baal in the temple of Baal that he had built in Samaria. Then he set up an Asherah pole. Thus Ahab did more to provoke the Lord, the God of Israel, to anger than all the kings of Israel before him. In Ahab's days, Hiel the Bethelite rebuilt Jericho. At the cost of Abiram his firstborn he laid its foundation, and at the cost of Segub his youngest he set up its gates, according to the word that the Lord had spoken through Joshua son of Nun. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. Now Elijah the Tishbite, who was among the settlers of Gilead, said to Ahab, As surely as the Lord the God of Israel lives, before whom I stand, there will be neither dew nor rain in these years, except at my word. Then a revelation from the Lord came to Elijah. Leave here, turn eastward, and hide yourself by the brook of Cherith, east of the Jordan, and you are to drink from the brook, and I have commanded the ravens to feed you there. So Elijah did what the Lord had told him, and he went and lived by the brook of Cherith, east of the Jordan. The ravens would bring him bread and meat in the morning and evening, and he would drink from the brook. Some time later, however, the brook dried up, because there had been no rain in the land. Then the word of the Lord came to Elijah. Get up and go to Zarephath of Sidon, and stay there. Behold, I have commanded a widow there to provide for you. So Elijah got up and went to Zarephath. When he arrived at the city gate, there was a widow gathering sticks. Elijah called to her and said, Please bring me a little water in a cup, so that I may drink. And as she was going to get it, he called to her and said, Please bring me a piece of bread. But she replied, As surely as the Lord your God lives, I have no bread, only a handful of flour in a jar and a little oil in a jug. Look, I am gathering a couple of sticks to take home and to prepare a meal for myself and my son, so that we may eat it and die. Do not be afraid, Elijah said to her. Go and do as you have said. But first make me a small cake of bread from what you have, and bring it out to me, Afterward make some for yourself and your son. For this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says: The jar of flour will not be exhausted, and the jug of oil will not run dry, until the day the Lord sends rain upon the face of the earth. So she went and did according to the word of Elijah. And there was food every day for Elijah and the woman and her household. The jar of flour was not exhausted, and the jug of oil did not run dry, according to the word that the Lord had spoken through Elijah. Later, the son of the woman who owned the house became ill, and his sickness grew worse and worse, until no breath remained in him. "O man of God," said the woman to Elijah, "what have you done to me? Have you come to remind me of my iniquity, and cause the death of my son?" But Elijah said to her, "Give me your son." So he took him from her arms, carried him to the upper room where he was staying, and laid him on his own bed. Then he cried out to the Lord, "O Lord my God, have you also brought tragedy on this widow who has opened her home to me by causing her son to die?" Then he stretched himself out over the child 3 times and cried out to the Lord, "O Lord my God, please let this boy's life return to him." And the Lord listened to the voice of Elijah, and the child's life returned to him, and he lived. Then Elijah took the child, brought him down from the upper room into the house, and gave him to his mother. "Look, your son is alive," Elijah declared. Then the woman said to Elijah, "Now I know that you are a man of God, and that the word of the Lord from your mouth is truth." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. After a long time, in the 3rd year of the drought, the word of the Lord came to Elijah, "Go and present yourself to Ahab, and I will send rain upon the face of the earth." So Elijah went to present himself to Ahab. The famine was severe in Samaria, and Ahab summoned Obadiah, who was in charge of the palace. Now Obadiah greatly feared the Lord, for when Jezebel had slaughtered the prophets of the Lord, Obadiah had taken 100 prophets and hidden them, 50 men per cave, providing them with food and water. Then Ahab said to Obadiah, "Go throughout the land to every spring and every valley. Perhaps we will find grass to keep the horses and mules alive, so that we will not have to destroy any livestock." So they divided the land to explore. Ahab went one way by himself, and Obadiah went the other way by himself. Now as Obadiah went on his way, Elijah suddenly met him. When Obadiah recognized him, he fell face down and said, "Is it you, my lord Elijah?" "It is I," he answered. "Go tell your master, Elijah is here." But Obadiah replied, "How have I sinned that you are handing your servant over to Ahab to put me to death? As surely as the Lord your God lives, there is no nation or kingdom where my Lord has not sent someone to search for you. When they said, 'He is not here,' he made that kingdom or nation swear that they had not found you. And now you say, 'Go tell your master that Elijah is here.' I do not know where the Spirit of the Lord may carry you off when I leave you. Then when I go and tell Ahab, and he does not find you, he will kill me. But I, your servant, have feared the Lord from my youth. Was it not reported to my Lord what I did when Jezebel slaughtered the prophets of the Lord? I hid 100 prophets of the Lord, 50 men per cave, and I provided them with food and water. And now you say, Go tell your Lord that Elijah is here. He will kill me." Then Elijah said, "As surely as the Lord of hosts lives, before whom I stand, I will present myself to Ahab today." So Obadiah went to inform Ahab, who went to meet Elijah. When Ahab saw Elijah, he said to him, "Is that you, O troubler of Israel?" "I have not troubled Israel," Elijah replied, "but you and your father's house have, for you have forsaken the commandments of the Lord and have followed the Baals. Now summon all Israel to meet me on Mount Carmel, along with the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Asherah, who eat at Jezebel's table." So Ahab summoned all the Israelites and assembled the prophets on Mount Carmel. Then Elijah approached all the people and said, "How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him." But the people did not answer a word. Then Elijah said to the people, "I am the only remaining prophet of the Lord, but Baal has 450 prophets. Get 2 bulls for us. Let the prophets of Baal choose 1 bull for themselves, cut it into pieces, and place it on the wood, but not light the fire. And I will prepare the other bull, and place it on the wood, but not light the fire. Then you may call on the name of your God, and I will call on the name of the Lord. The God who answers by fire, he is God." And all the people answered, "What you say is good." Then Elijah said to the prophets of Baal, "Since you are so numerous, choose for yourselves 1 bull and prepare it first. Then call on the name of your God, but do not light the fire." And they took the bull that was given them, prepared it, and called on the name of Baal from morning until noon, shouting, "O Baal, answer us!" But there was no sound, and no one answered, as they leaped around the altar they had made. At noon Elijah began to taunt them, saying, "Shout louder, for he is a god. Perhaps he is deep in thought, or occupied, or on a journey. Perhaps he is sleeping, and must be awakened." So they shouted louder and cut themselves with knives and lances, as was their custom, until the blood gushed over them. Midday passed, and they kept on raving until the time of the evening sacrifice. But there was no response. No one answered. No one paid attention. Then Elijah said to all the people, "Come near to me." So all the people approached him, and he repaired the altar of the Lord that had been torn down. And Elijah took 12 stones, 1 for each tribe of the sons of Jacob, to whom the word of the Lord had come, and said, "Israel shall be your name." And with the stones Elijah built an altar in the name of the Lord. Then he dug a trench around the altar, large enough to hold 2 seahs of seed. Next he arranged the wood, cut up the bull, placed it on the wood, and said, "Fill 4 water pots, and pour the water on the offering and on the wood." "Do it a second time," he said. And they did it a second time. "Do it a third time," he said. And they did it a third time. So the water ran down around the altar and even filled the trench. At the time of the evening sacrifice, Elijah the prophet approached the altar and said, "O Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, let it be known this day that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant, and have done all these things at your command. Answer me, O Lord, answer me, so that this people will know that you, the Lord, are God, and that you have turned their hearts back again." Then the fire of the Lord fell and consumed the sacrifice, the wood, the stones, and the dust, and it licked up the water in the trench. When all the people saw this, they fell face down and said, "The Lord, he is God. The Lord, he is God." Then Elijah ordered them, "Seize the prophets of Baal. Do not let a single one escape." So they seized them, and Elijah brought them down to the Kishon Valley and slaughtered them there. And Elijah said to Ahab, "Go up, eat and drink, for there is the sound of a heavy rain." So Ahab went up to eat and drink. But Elijah climbed to the summit of Carmel, bent down on the ground, and put his face between his knees. "Go and look toward the sea," he said to his servant. So the servant went and looked, and he said, "There is nothing there." 7 times Elijah said, "Go back." On the 7th time the servant reported, "There is a cloud as small as a man's hand rising from the sea." And Elijah replied, "Go and tell Ahab, prepare your chariot, and go down before the rain stops you." Meanwhile the sky grew dark with clouds and wind, and a heavy rain began to fall. So Ahab rode away and went to Jezreel. And the hand of the Lord came upon Elijah, and he tucked his cloak into his belt, and ran ahead of Ahab all the way to Jezreel. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. Now Ahab told Jezebel everything that Elijah had done, and how he had killed all the prophets with the sword. So Jezebel sent a messenger to Elijah, saying, "May the gods deal with me, and ever so severely, if by this time tomorrow I have not made your life like the lives of those you killed." And Elijah was afraid and ran for his life. When he came to Beersheba in Judah, he left his servant there, while he himself went a day's journey into the wilderness. He sat down under a broom tree and prayed that he might die. "I have had enough, Lord," he said. "Take my life, for I am no better than my fathers." Then he lay down under the broom tree and fell asleep. Suddenly an angel touched him and said, "Get up and eat." And he looked around, and there by his head was a cake of bread baked over hot coals, and a jar of water. So he ate and drank and lay down again. A second time the angel of the Lord returned and touched him, saying, "Get up and eat, or the journey will be too much for you." So he got up and ate and drank, and strengthened by that food, he walked 40 days and 40 nights, until he reached Horeb, the mountain of God. There Elijah entered a cave and spent the night. And the word of the Lord came to him, saying, "What are you doing here, Elijah?" "I have been very zealous for the Lord, the God of hosts," he replied. "But the Israelites have forsaken your covenant, torn down your altars, and killed your prophets with the sword. I am the only one left, and they are seeking my life as well." Then the Lord said, "Go out and stand on the mountain before the Lord. Behold, the Lord is about to pass by." And a great and mighty wind tore into the mountains and shattered the rocks before the Lord, but the Lord was not in the wind. After the wind there was an earthquake, but the Lord was not in the earthquake. After the earthquake there was a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire. And after the fire came a still, small voice. When Elijah heard it, he wrapped his face in his cloak and went out and stood at the mouth of the cave. Suddenly a voice came to him and said, "What are you doing here, Elijah?" "I have been very zealous for the Lord, the God of hosts," he replied. "But the Israelites have forsaken your covenant, torn down your altars, and killed your prophets with the sword. I am the only one left, and they are seeking my life as well." Then the Lord said to him, "Go back by the way you came, and go to the desert of Damascus. When you arrive, you are to anoint Hazael as king over Aram. You are also to anoint Jehu, son of Nimshi, as king over Israel, and Elisha, son of Shaphat from Abel-Meholah, to succeed you as prophet. Then Jehu will put to death whoever escapes the sword of Hazael, and Elisha will put to death whoever escapes the sword of Jehu. Nevertheless, I have reserved 7,000 in Israel, all whose knees have not bowed to Baal, and whose mouths have not kissed him." So Elijah departed, and found Elisha son of Shaphat. He was plowing with 12 teams of oxen, and he was with the 12th team. Elijah passed by him and threw his cloak around him. So Elisha left the oxen, ran after Elijah, and said, "Please let me kiss my father and mother goodbye, and then I will follow you." "Go on back," Elijah replied, "for what have I done to you?" So Elisha turned back from him, took his pair of oxen, and slaughtered them. Using the oxen's equipment for fuel, he cooked the meat and gave it to the people, and they ate. Then he set out to follow and serve Elijah. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. Now Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, assembled his entire army. Accompanied by 32 kings with their horses and chariots, he marched up, besieged Samaria, and waged war against it. Then he sent messengers into the city to Ahab, king of Israel, saying, "This is what Ben-Hadad says, 'Your silver and gold are mine, and your best wives and children are mine.' And the king of Israel replied, 'Just as you say, my lord the king. I am yours, along with all that I have.' The messengers came back and said, 'This is what Ben-Hadad says. I have sent to you to demand your silver, your gold, your wives, and your children. But about this time tomorrow I will send my servants to search your palace and the houses of your servants. They will seize and carry away all that is precious to you.' Then the king of Israel summoned all the elders of the land and said, 'Please take note and see that this man is looking for trouble, for when he demanded my wives, my children, my silver, and my gold, I did not deny him.' And the elders and the people all said, 'Do not listen to him or consent to his terms.' So Ahab answered the messengers of Ben-Hadad, 'Tell my lord the king, all that you demanded of your servant the first time I will do, but this thing I cannot do.' So the messengers departed and relayed the message to Ben-Hadad. Then Ben-Hadad sent another message to Ahab, 'May the gods deal with me, and ever so severely, if enough dust remains of Samaria for each of my men to have a handful.' And the king of Israel replied, 'Tell him, the one putting on his armor should not boast like one taking it off.' Ben-Hadad received this message while he and the kings were drinking in their tents, and he said to his servants, "Take your positions." So they stationed themselves against the city. Meanwhile, a prophet approached Ahab, king of Israel, and declared, "This is what the Lord says. Do you see this entire great army? Behold, I will deliver it into your hand this very day, and you will know that I am the Lord." "By whom?" Ahab asked. And the prophet replied, "This is what the Lord says, by the young officers of the district governors." "Who will start the battle?" asked Ahab. "You will," answered the prophet. So Ahab assembled the young officers of the district governors, and there were 232 men. And after them he assembled the rest of the Israelite troops, 7,000 in all. They marched out at noon, while Ben-Hadad and the 32 kings allied with him were in their tents getting drunk. And the young officers of the district governors marched out first. Now Ben-Hadad had sent out scouts, who reported to him, "Men are marching out of Samaria." "If they have marched out in peace," he said, "take them alive. Even if they have marched out for war, take them alive." Meanwhile, these young officers of the district governors marched out of the city with the army behind them, and each one struck down his opponent. So the Arameans fled, with the Israelites in pursuit. But Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, escaped on horseback with the cavalry. Then the king of Israel marched out and attacked the horses and chariots, inflicting a great slaughter on the Arameans. Afterward the prophet approached the king of Israel and said, "Go and strengthen your position, and take note what you must do, for in the spring the king of Aram will come up against you." Meanwhile the servants of the king of Aram said to him, "Their gods are gods of the hills. That is why they prevailed over us. Instead, we should fight them on the plains. Surely then we will prevail. So do this: dismiss all the kings from their positions, and replace them with other officers. And you must raise an army like the one you have lost, horse for horse and chariot for chariot. So we can fight the Israelites on the plain, where we will surely prevail." And the king approved their plan and acted accordingly. In the spring Ben-Hadad mobilized the Arameans and went up to Aphek to fight against Israel. The Israelites also mobilized, gathered supplies, and marched out to meet them. The Israelites camped before them like 2 small flocks of goats, while the Arameans covered the countryside. Then the man of God approached the king of Israel and said, "This is what the Lord says. Because the Arameans have said that the Lord is a God of the hills and not of the valleys, I will deliver all this great army into your hand. Then you will know that I am the Lord." For 7 days the armies camped opposite each other, and on the 7th day the battle ensued, and the Israelites struck down the Arameans, 100,000 foot soldiers, in 1 day. The rest of them fled into the city of Aphek, where the wall fell on 27,000 of the remaining men. Ben-Hadad also fled to the city, and hid in an inner room. Then the servants of Ben-Hadad said to him, "Look now, we have heard that the kings of the house of Israel are merciful. Let us go out to the king of Israel with sackcloth around our waists and ropes around our heads. Perhaps he will spare your life." So, with sackcloth around their waists and ropes around their heads, they went to the king of Israel and said, Your servant Ben-Hadad says, Please spare my life. And the king answered, Is he still alive? He is my brother. Now the men were looking for a sign of hope, and they quickly grasped at this word and replied, Yes, your brother Ben-Hadad. Go and get him, said the king. Then Ben-Hadad came out, and Ahab had him come up into his chariot. Ben-Hadad said to him, I will restore the cities my father took from your father. You may set up your own marketplaces in Damascus, as my father did in Samaria. By this treaty I release you, Ahab replied. So he made a treaty with him and sent him away. Meanwhile, by the word of the Lord, one of the sons of the prophets said to his companion, Strike me, please. But the man refused to strike him. Then the prophet said to him, Because you have not obeyed the voice of the Lord, as soon as you depart from me, a lion will kill you. And when he left, a lion found him and killed him. Then the prophet found another man and said, Strike me, please. So the man struck him and wounded him. And the prophet went and waited on the road for the king, disguising himself with a bandage over his eyes. As the king passed by, he cried out to the king, Your servant had marched out into the middle of the battle, when suddenly a man came over with a captive, and told me, Guard this man. If he goes missing for any reason, your life will be exchanged for his life, or you will weigh out a talent of silver. But while your servant was busy here and there, the man disappeared. And the king of Israel said to him, So shall your judgment be. You have pronounced it on yourself. Then the prophet quickly removed the bandage from his eyes, and the king of Israel recognized him as one of the prophets. And the prophet said to the king, This is what the Lord says. Because you have let slip from your hand the man I had devoted to destruction, your life will be exchanged for his life, and your people for his people. Sullen and angry, the king of Israel went home to Samaria. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. Some time after these events, Naboth the Jezreelite owned a vineyard in Jezreel next to the palace of Ahab, king of Samaria. So Ahab said to Naboth, Give me your vineyard to use as a vegetable garden, since it is next to my palace. I will give you a better vineyard in its place, or if you prefer, I will give you its value in silver. But Naboth replied, The Lord forbid that I should give you the inheritance of my fathers. So Ahab went to his palace, sullen and angry, because Naboth the Jezreelite had told him, I will not give you the inheritance of my fathers. He lay down on his bed, turned his face away, and refused to eat. Soon his wife Jezebel came in and asked, Why are you so sullen that you refuse to eat? Ahab answered, Because I spoke to Naboth the Jezreelite and told him, Give me your vineyard for silver, or if you wish, I will give you another vineyard in its place. And he replied, I will not give you my vineyard. But his wife Jezebel said to him, Do you not reign over Israel? Get up, eat some food, and be cheerful, for I will get you the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite. Then Jezebel wrote letters in Ahab's name, sealed them with his seal, and sent them to the elders and nobles who lived with Naboth in his city. In the letters she wrote, Proclaim a fast, and give Naboth a seat of honor among the people, but seat 2 scoundrels opposite him, and have them testify, You have cursed both God and the king. Then take him out and stone him to death. So the elders and nobles who lived in Naboth's city did as Jezebel had instructed in the letters she had written to them. They proclaimed a fast and gave Naboth a seat of honor among the people. And the two scoundrels came in and sat opposite Naboth, and these men testified against him before the people, saying, Naboth has cursed both God and the king. So they took him outside the city and stoned him to death. Then they sent word to Jezebel, Naboth has been stoned to death. When Jezebel heard that Naboth had been stoned to death, she said to Ahab, Get up and take possession of the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite, who refused to give it to you for silver, for Naboth is no longer alive but dead. And when Ahab heard that Naboth was dead, he got up and went down to take possession of the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite. Then the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, Get up and go down to meet Ahab, king of Israel, who is in Samaria. See, he is in the vineyard of Naboth, where he has gone to take possession of it. Tell him that this is what the Lord says. Have you not murdered a man and seized his land? Then tell him that this is also what the Lord says. In the place where the dogs licked up the blood of Naboth, there also the dogs will lick up your blood, yes, yours. When Elijah arrived, Ahab said to him, So you have found me out, my enemy. He replied, I have found you out because you have sold yourself to do evil in the sight of the Lord. This is what the Lord says. I will bring calamity on you and consume your descendants. I will cut off from Ahab every male in Israel, both slave and free. I will make your house like that of Jeroboam son of Nebat, and like that of Baasha son of Ahijah, because you have provoked my anger and caused Israel to sin. And the Lord also speaks concerning Jezebel. The dogs will devour Jezebel by the wall of Jezreel. Anyone belonging to Ahab who dies in the city will be eaten by dogs, and anyone who dies in the field will be eaten by the birds of the air. Surely there was never one like Ahab who sold himself to do evil in the sight of the Lord, incited by his wife Jezebel. He committed the most detestable acts by going after idols, just like the Amorites, whom the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. When Ahab heard these words, he tore his clothes, put on sackcloth, and fasted. He lay down in sackcloth and walked around meekly. Then the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying, Have you seen how Ahab has humbled himself before me? Because he has humbled himself before me, I will not bring the calamity during his days, but I will bring it upon his house in the days of his son. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. Then 3 years passed without war between Aram and Israel. However, in the 3rd year, Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, went down to visit the king of Israel, who said to his servants, Do you not know that Ramoth-Gilead is ours, but we have failed to take it from the hand of the king of Aram? So he asked Jehoshaphat, Will you go with me to fight against Ramoth-Gilead? Jehoshaphat answered the king of Israel, I am as you are, my people are your people, and my horses are your horses. But Jehoshaphat also said to the king of Israel, Please inquire first for the word of the Lord. So the king of Israel assembled the prophets, about 400 men, and asked them, Should I go to war against Ramoth-Gilead, or should I refrain? "Go up," they replied, "and the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." But Jehoshaphat asked, "Is there not still a prophet of the Lord here, of whom we can inquire?" The king of Israel answered, "There is still one man through whom we can inquire of the Lord, but I hate him because he never prophesies anything good for me, but only bad. He is Micaiah, son of Imlah." "The king should not say that," Jehoshaphat replied. So the king of Israel called one of his officials and said, "Bring Micaiah, son of Imlah, at once." Dressed in royal attire, the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, were sitting on their thrones at the threshing floor by the entrance of the gate of Samaria, with all the prophets prophesying before them. Now Zedekiah, son of Kenaniah, had made for himself iron horns, and declared, "This is what the Lord says, with these you shall gore the Arameans until they are finished off." And all the prophets were prophesying the same, saying, "Go up to Ramoth-Gilead and triumph, for the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." Then the messenger, who had gone to call Micaiah, instructed him, "Behold now, with one accord, the words of the prophets are favorable to the king. So please let your words be like theirs, and speak favorably." But Micaiah said, "As surely as the Lord lives, I will speak whatever the Lord tells me." When Micaiah arrived, the king asked him, "Micaiah, should we go to war against Ramoth-Gilead, or should we refrain?" "Go up and triumph," Micaiah replied, "for the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." But the king said to him, "How many times must I make you swear not to tell me anything but the truth in the name of the Lord?" So Micaiah declared, "I saw all Israel scattered on the hills like sheep without a shepherd. And the Lord said, 'These people have no master. Let each one return home in peace.'" Then the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, "Did I not tell you that he never prophesies good for me, but only bad?" Micaiah continued, "Therefore hear the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven standing by him on his right and on his left. And the Lord said, 'Who will entice Ahab to march up and fall at Ramoth-Gilead?' And one suggested this, and another that. Then a spirit came forward, stood before the Lord, and said, 'I will entice him.' 'By what means?' asked the Lord. And he replied, 'I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouths of all his prophets.' 'You will surely entice him and prevail,' said the Lord. 'Go and do it.' So you see, the Lord has put a lying spirit in the mouths of all these prophets of yours, and the Lord has pronounced disaster against you." Then Zedekiah, son of Kenaniah, went up, struck Micaiah in the face, and demanded, "Which way did the Spirit of the Lord go when he departed from me to speak with you?" Micaiah replied, "You will soon see on that day when you go and hide in an inner room." And the king of Israel declared, "Take Micaiah and return him to Amon, the governor of the city, and to Joash, the king's son, and tell them that this is what the king says. Put this man in prison and feed him only bread and water until I return safely." But Micaiah replied, "If you ever return safely, the Lord has not spoken through me." Then he added, "Take heed, all you people." So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, went up to Ramoth-Gilead. And the king of Israel said to Jehoshaphat, I will disguise myself and go into battle, but you wear your royal robes." So the king of Israel disguised himself and went into battle. Now the king of Aram had ordered his 32 chariot commanders, "Do not fight with anyone, small or great, except the king of Israel." When the chariot commanders saw Jehoshaphat, they said, "Surely this is the king of Israel." So they turned to fight against him. But Jehoshaphat cried out, and when the chariot commanders saw that he was not the king of Israel, they turned back from pursuing him. However, a certain man drew his bow without taking special aim, and he struck the king of Israel between the joints of his armor. So the king said to his charioteer, "Turn around and take me out of the battle, for I am badly wounded." The battle raged throughout that day, and the king was propped up in his chariot, facing the Arameans. And the blood from his wound ran out onto the floor of the chariot, and that evening he died. As the sun was setting, the cry rang out in the army, "Every man to his own city, and every man to his own land." So the king died, and was brought to Samaria, where they buried him. And the chariot was washed at the pool of Samaria, where the prostitutes bathed, and the dogs licked up Ahab's blood, according to the word that the Lord had spoken. As for the rest of the acts of Ahab, along with all his accomplishments, and the ivory palace, and all the cities he built, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And Ahab rested with his fathers, and his son Ahaziah reigned in his place. In the 4th year of Ahab's reign over Israel, Jehoshaphat, son of Asa, became king of Judah. Jehoshaphat was 35 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 25 years. His mother's name was Azubah, daughter of Shilhi. And Jehoshaphat walked in all the ways of his father Asa. He did not turn away from them, but did what was right in the eyes of the Lord. The high places, however, were not removed. The people still sacrificed and burned incense on the high places. Jehoshaphat also made peace with the king of Israel. As for the rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat, along with the might he exercised and how he waged war, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? He banished from the land the male shrine prostitutes who remained from the days of his father Asa, and there was no king in Edom. A deputy served as king. Jehoshaphat built ships of Tarshish to go to Ophir for gold, but they never set sail, because they were wrecked at Ezion-Geber. At that time Ahaziah, son of Ahab, said to Jehoshaphat, "Let my servants sail with your servants." But Jehoshaphat refused. And Jehoshaphat rested with his fathers, and was buried with them in the city of his father David, and his son Jehoram reigned in his place. In the 17th year of Jehoshaphat's reign over Judah, Ahaziah, son of Ahab, became king of Israel, and he reigned in Samaria 2 years. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the ways of his father and mother, and of Jeroboam son of Nebat, who had caused Israel to sin. Ahaziah served and worshipped Baal, provoking the Lord, the God of Israel, to anger, just as his father had done. End of chapter 22. Second Kings, chapters 1 through 9 of the Berean Standard Bible. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. After the death of Ahab, Moab rebelled against Israel. Now Ahaziah had fallen through the lattice of his upper room in Samaria and injured himself. So he sent messengers and instructed them, "Go inquire of Beelzebub, the god of Ekron, whether I will recover from this injury." But the angel of the Lord said to Elijah the Tishbite, "Go up to meet the messengers of the king of Samaria and ask them, 'Is it because there is no God in Israel that you are on your way to inquire of Beelzebub, the god of Ekron? Therefore this is what the Lord says, you will not get up from the bed on which you are lying. You will surely die.'" So Elijah departed. When the messengers returned to the king, he asked them, "Why have you returned?" They replied, "A man came up to meet us and said, 'Go back to the king who sent you and tell him that this is what the Lord says. Is it because there is no God in Israel that you are sending these men to inquire of Beelzebub, the god of Ekron? Therefore you will not get up from the bed on which you are lying. You will surely die.'" The king asked them, "What sort of man came up to meet you and spoke these words to you?" "He was a hairy man," they answered, "with a leather belt around his waist." "It was Elijah the Tishbite," said the king. Then King Ahaziah sent to Elijah a captain with his company of 50 men. So the captain went up to Elijah, who was sitting on top of a hill, and said to him, "Man of God, the king declares, 'Come down.'" Elijah answered the captain, "If I am a man of God, may fire come down from heaven and consume you and your 50 men." And fire came down from heaven and consumed the captain and his 50 men. So the king sent to Elijah another captain with his 50 men. And the captain said to Elijah, "Man of God, the king declares, 'Come down at once.'" Again Elijah replied, "If I am a man of God, may fire come down from heaven and consume you and your 50 men." And the fire of God came down from heaven and consumed the captain and his 50 men. So the king sent a third captain with his 50 men. And the third captain went up, fell on his knees before Elijah, and begged him, "Man of God, may my life and the lives of these 50 servants of yours please be precious in your sight. Behold, fire has come down from heaven and consumed the first 2 captains of 50 with all their men. But now may my life be precious in your sight." Then the angel of the Lord said to Elijah, "Go down with him, do not be afraid of him." So Elijah got up and went down with him to the king. And Elijah said to King Ahaziah, "This is what the Lord says. Is there really no God in Israel for you to inquire of his word? Is that why you have sent messengers to inquire of Beelzebub, the god of Ekron? Therefore you will not get up from the bed on which you are lying. You will surely die." So Ahaziah died, according to the word of the Lord that Elijah had spoken. And since he had no son, Joram succeeded him in the 2nd year of the reign of Jehoram, son of Jehoshaphat, over Judah. As for the rest of the acts of Ahaziah, along with his accomplishments, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. Shortly before the Lord took Elijah up to heaven in a whirlwind, Elijah and Elisha were on their way from Gilgal. And Elijah said to Elisha, "Please stay here, for the Lord has sent me on to Bethel." But Elisha replied, "As surely as the Lord lives, and as you yourself live, I will not leave you." So they went down to Bethel. Then the sons of the prophets at Bethel came out to Elisha and said, "Do you know that the Lord will take your master away from you today?" "Yes, I know," he replied. "Do not speak of it." And Elijah said to Elisha, "Please stay here, for the Lord has sent me on to Jericho." But Elisha replied, "As surely as the Lord lives, and as you yourself live, I will not leave you." So they went to Jericho. Then the sons of the prophets at Jericho came up to Elisha and said, "Do you know that the Lord will take your master away from you today?" "Yes, I know," he replied. "Do not speak of it." And Elijah said to Elisha, "Please stay here, for the Lord has sent me on to the Jordan." But Elisha replied, "As surely as the Lord lives, and as you yourself live, I will not leave you." So the two of them went on. Then a company of 50 of the sons of the prophets went and stood at a distance, facing Elijah and Elisha, as the two of them stood by the Jordan. And Elijah took his cloak, rolled it up, and struck the waters, which parted to the right and to the left, so that the two of them crossed over on dry ground. After they had crossed over, Elijah said to Elisha, "Tell me, what can I do for you before I am taken away from you?" "Please let me inherit a double portion of your spirit," Elisha replied. "You have requested a difficult thing," said Elijah. "Nevertheless, if you see me as I am taken from you, it will be yours. But if not, then it will not be so." As they were walking along and talking together, suddenly a chariot of fire with horses of fire appeared and separated the two of them, and Elijah went up into heaven in a whirlwind. As Elisha watched, he cried out, my father, the chariots and horsemen of Israel!" And he saw Elijah no more. So taking hold of his own clothes, he tore them in two. Elisha also picked up the cloak that had fallen from Elijah, and he went back and stood on the bank of the Jordan. Then he took the cloak of Elijah that had fallen from him, and struck the waters. "Where now is the Lord, the God of Elijah?" he asked. And when he had struck the waters, they parted to the right and to the left, and Elisha crossed over. When the sons of the prophets who were watching him from Jericho saw what had happened, they said, "The spirit of Elijah rests on Elisha." And they went to meet him and bowed down to the ground before him. "Look now," they said to Elisha, "we, your servants, have 50 valiant men. Please let them go and search for your master. Perhaps the Spirit of the Lord has taken him up and put him on one of the mountains or in one of the valleys." "Do not send them," Elisha replied. But when they pressed him to the point of embarrassment, he said, "Send them." And they sent 50 men who searched for 3 days, but did not find Elijah. When they returned to Elisha, who was staying in Jericho, he said to them, "Didn't I tell you not to go?" Then the men of the city said to Elisha, "Please note, our lord, that the city's location is good, as you can see, but the water is bad, and the land is unfruitful." "Bring me a new bowl," he replied, "and put some salt in it." So they brought it to him, and Elisha went out to the spring, cast the salt into it, and said, This is what the Lord says, I have healed this water. No longer will it cause death or unfruitfulness. And the waters there have been healthy to this day, according to the word spoken by Elisha. From there Elisha went up to Bethel, and as he was walking up the road, a group of boys came out of the city and jeered at him, chanting, "Go up, you bald head! Go up, you bald head!" Then he turned around, looked at them, and called down a curse on them in the name of the Lord. Suddenly 2 female bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys. And Elisha went on to Mount Carmel, and from there he returned to Samaria. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. In the 18th year of Jehoshaphat's reign over Judah, Jehoram, son of Ahab, became king of Israel, and he reigned in Samaria 12 years. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, but not as his father and mother had done. He removed the sacred pillar of Baal that his father had made. Nevertheless, he clung to the sins that Jeroboam, son of Nebat, had caused Israel to commit. He did not turn away from them. Now Mesha, king of Moab, was a sheep breeder, and he would render to the king of Israel 100,000 lambs and the wool of 100,000 rams. But after the death of Ahab, the king of Moab rebelled against the king of Israel. So at that time King Jehoram set out from Samaria and mobilized all Israel. And he sent a message to Jehoshaphat, king of Judah. "The king of Moab has rebelled against me. Will you go with me to fight against Moab?" "I will go," replied Jehoshaphat. "I am as you are. My people are your people, and my horses are your horses." Then he asked, "Which way shall we go up?" "By way of the desert of Edom," replied Joram. So the king of Israel, the king of Judah, and the king of Edom set out, and after they had traveled a roundabout route for 7 days, they had no water for their army or for their animals. "Alas," said the king of Israel, "for the Lord has summoned these 3 kings to deliver them into the hand of Moab." But Jehoshaphat asked, "Is there no prophet of the Lord here? Let us inquire of the Lord through him." And one of the servants of the king of Israel answered, "Elisha, son of Shaphat, is here. He used to pour water on the hands of Elijah." Jehoshaphat affirmed, "The word of the Lord is with him." So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat and the king of Edom went down to him. Elisha, however, said to the king of Israel, "What have we to do with each other? Go to the prophets of your father and of your mother." "No," replied the king of Israel, "for it is the Lord who has summoned these 3 kings to deliver them into the hand of Moab." Then Elisha said, "As surely as the Lord of hosts lives, before whom I stand, were it not for my regard for the presence of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, I would not look at you or acknowledge you. But now bring me a harpist." And while the harpist played, the hand of the Lord came upon Elisha, and he said, "This is what the Lord says, dig this valley full of ditches. For the Lord says, you will not see wind or rain, but the valley will be filled with water, and you will drink, you and your cattle and your animals. This is a simple matter in the sight of the Lord, and he will also deliver the Moabites into your hand, and you shall attack every fortified city and every city of importance. You shall cut down every good tree, stop up every spring, and ruin every good field with stones. The next morning, at the time of the morning sacrifice, water suddenly flowed from the direction of Edom and filled the land. Now all the Moabites had heard that the kings had come up to fight against them. So all who could bear arms, young and old, were summoned and stationed at the border. When they got up early in the morning, the sun was shining on the water, and it looked as red as blood to the Moabites across the way. "This is blood," they exclaimed. "The kings have clashed swords and slaughtered one another. Now to the plunder, Moab!" But when the Moabites came to the camp of Israel, the Israelites rose up and attacked them, and they fled before them. So the Israelites invaded their land and struck down the Moabites. They destroyed the cities, and each man threw stones on every good field until it was covered. They stopped up every spring and cut down every good tree. Only Kir-Hareseth was left with stones in place, but men with slings surrounded it and attacked it as well. When the king of Moab saw that the battle was too fierce for him, he took with him 700 swordsmen to break through to the king of Edom, but they could not prevail. So he took his firstborn son, who was to succeed him, and offered him as a burnt offering on the city wall. And there was great fury against the Israelites, so they withdrew and returned to their own land. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. Now the wife of one of the sons of the prophets cried out to Elisha, "Your servant my husband is dead, and you know that your servant feared the Lord, and now his creditor is coming to take my 2 children as his slaves." "How can I help you?" asked Elisha. "Tell me, what do you have in the house?" She answered, "Your servant has nothing in the house but a jar of oil." "Go," said Elisha, "borrow empty jars from all your neighbors. Do not gather just a few. Then go inside, shut the door behind you and your sons, and pour oil into all these jars, setting the full ones aside." So she left him, and after she had shut the door behind her and her sons, they kept bringing jars to her, and she kept pouring. When all the jars were full, she said to her son, "Bring me another." But he replied, "There are no more jars." Then the oil stopped flowing. She went and told the man of God, and he said, "Go sell the oil and pay your debt. Then you and your sons can live on the remainder." One day Elisha went to Shunem, and a prominent woman who lived there persuaded him to have a meal. So whenever he would pass by, he would stop there to eat. Then the woman said to her husband, "Behold, now I know that the one who often comes our way is a holy man of God. Please let us make a small room upstairs, and put in it a bed, a table, a chair, and a lamp for him. Then, when he comes to us, he can stay there." One day Elisha came to visit, and went to his upper room to lie down. And he said to Gehazi, his servant, "Call the Shunammite woman." And when he had called her, she stood before him. And Elisha said to Gehazi, "Now tell her, 'Look, you have gone to all this trouble for us. What can we do for you? Can we speak on your behalf to the king or the commander of the army?" "I have a home among my own people," she replied. So he asked, "Then what should be done for her?" "Well, she has no son," Gehazi replied, "and her husband is old." "Call her," said Elisha. So Gehazi called her, and she stood in the doorway. And Elisha declared, "At this time next year you will hold a son in your arms." "No, my lord," she said, "do not lie to your maidservant, O man of God." But the woman did conceive, and at that time the next year she gave birth to a son, just as Elisha had told her. And the child grew, and one day he went out to his father, who was with the harvesters. My head, he complained to his father. So his father told a servant, "Carry him to his mother." After the servant had picked him up and carried him to his mother, the boy sat on her lap until noon, and then he died. And she went up and laid him on the bed of the man of God. Then she shut the door and went out. And the woman called her husband and said, "Please send me one of the servants and one of the donkeys, that I may go quickly to the man of God and return." "Why would you go to him today?" he replied. "It is not a new moon or a Sabbath." "Everything is all right," she said. Then she saddled the donkey and told her servant, "Drive onward, do not slow the pace for me unless I tell you." So she set out and went to the man of God at Mount Carmel. When the man of God saw her at a distance, he said to his servant Gehazi, "Look, there is the Shunammite woman. Please run out now to meet her and ask, 'Are you all right? Is your husband all right? Is your child all right?'" And she answered, "Everything is all right." When she reached the man of God at the mountain, she clung to his feet. Gehazi came over to push her away, but the man of God said, "Leave her alone, for her soul is in deep distress, and the Lord has hidden it from me and has not told me." Then she said, "Did I ask you for a son, my lord? Didn't I say, 'Do not deceive me'?" So Elisha said to Gehazi, "Tie up your garment, take my staff in your hand, and go. If you meet anyone, do not greet him, and if anyone greets you, do not answer him. Then lay my staff on the boy's face." And the mother of the boy said, "As surely as the Lord lives, and as you yourself live, I will not leave you." So he got up and followed her. Gehazi went on ahead of them and laid the staff on the boy's face, but there was no sound or response. So he went back to meet Elisha and told him, "The boy has not awakened." When Elisha reached the house, there was the boy lying dead on his bed. So he went in, closed the door behind the two of them, and prayed to the Lord. Then Elisha got on the bed and lay on the boy, mouth to mouth, eye to eye, and hand to hand. As he stretched himself out over him, the boy's body became warm. Elisha turned away and paced back and forth across the room. Then he got on the bed and stretched himself out over the boy again, and the boy sneezed 7 times and opened his eyes. Elisha summoned Gehazi and said, "Call the Shunammite woman." So he called her, and she came. Then Elisha said, "Pick up your son." She came in, fell at his feet, and bowed to the ground. Then she picked up her son and went out. When Elisha returned to Gilgal, there was a famine in the land. As the sons of the prophets were sitting at his feet, he said to his attendant, "Put on the large pot and boil some stew for the sons of the prophets." One of them went out to the field to gather herbs, and he found a wild vine, from which he gathered as many wild gourds as his garment could hold. Then he came back and cut them up into the pot of stew, though no one knew what they were. And they poured it out for the men to eat. But when they tasted the stew, they cried out, "There is death in the pot, O man of God," and they could not eat it. Then Elisha said, "Get some flour." He threw it into the pot and said, "Pour it out for the people to eat." And there was nothing harmful in the pot. Now a man from Baal-Shalisha came to the man of God with a sack of 20 loaves of barley bread from the first ripe grain. "Give it to the people to eat," said Elisha. But his servant asked, "How am I to set 20 loaves before 100 men?" "Give it to the people to eat," said Elisha, "for this is what the Lord says, they will eat and have some left over." So he set it before them, and they ate and had some left over, according to the word of the Lord. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Now Naaman, the commander of the army of the king of Aram, was a great man in his master's sight, and highly regarded, for through him the Lord had given victory to Aram, and he was a mighty man of valor. But he was a leper. At this time the Arameans had gone out in bands, and had taken a young girl from the land of Israel, and she was serving Naaman's wife. She said to her mistress, "If only my master would go to the prophet who is in Samaria, he would cure him of his leprosy." And Naaman went and told his master what the girl from the land of Israel had said. "Go now," said the king of Aram, "and I will send you with a letter to the king of Israel." So Naaman departed, taking with him 10 talents of silver, 6,000 shekels of gold, and 10 sets of clothing. And the letter that he took to the king of Israel stated, "With this letter I am sending my servant Naaman, so that you may cure him of his leprosy." When the king of Israel read the letter, he tore his clothes and asked, "Am I God, killing and giving life, that this man expects me to cure a leper? Surely you can see that he is seeking a quarrel with me." Now when Elisha, the man of God, heard that the king of Israel had torn his clothes, he sent a message to the king, "Why have you torn your clothes? Please let the man come to me, and he will know that there is a prophet in Israel." So Naaman came with his horses and chariots, and stood at the door of Elisha's house. Then Elisha sent him a messenger, who said, "Go and wash yourself 7 times in the Jordan, and your flesh will be restored, and you will be clean." But Naaman went away angry, saying, "I thought that he would surely come out, stand and call on the name of the Lord his God, and wave his hand over the spot to cure my leprosy. Are not the Abana and Pharpar, the rivers of Damascus, better than all the waters of Israel? Could I not have washed in them and been cleansed?" So he turned and went away in a rage. Naaman's servants, however, approached him and said, "My father, if the prophet had told you to do some great thing, would you not have done it? How much more then when he tells you, 'Wash and be cleansed'?" So Naaman went down and dipped himself in the Jordan 7 times, according to the word of the man of God, and his flesh was restored, and became like that of a little child, and he was clean. Then Naaman and all his attendants went back to the man of God, stood before him, and declared, "Now I know for sure that there is no God in all the earth except in Israel. So please accept a gift from your servant." But Elisha replied, "As surely as the Lord lives, before whom I stand, I will not accept it." And although Naaman urged him to accept it, he refused. "If you will not," said Naaman, "please let me, your servant, be given as much soil as a pair of mules can carry. For your servant will never again make a burnt offering or a sacrifice to any other god but the Lord. Yet may the Lord forgive your servant this one thing. When my master goes into the temple of Rimmon to worship there, and he leans on my arm, and I bow down in the temple of Rimmon, may the Lord forgive your servant in this matter." "Go in peace," said Elisha. But after Naaman had traveled a short distance, Gehazi, the servant of Elisha, the man of God, said, "Look, my master has spared this Aramean, Naaman, by not accepting what he brought. As surely as the Lord lives, I will run after him and get something from him." So Gehazi pursued Naaman. And when Naaman saw him running toward him, he got down from the chariot to meet him and asked, "Is everything all right?" "Everything is all right," Gehazi replied. "My master has sent me to say, 'Look, 2 young men from the sons of the prophets have just now come to me from the hill country of Ephraim. Please give them a talent of silver and 2 sets of clothing.'" But Naaman insisted, "Please take 2 talents." And he urged Gehazi to accept them. Then he tied up 2 talents of silver in 2 bags, along with 2 sets of clothing, and gave them to 2 of his servants, who carried them ahead of Gehazi. When Gehazi came to the hill, he took the gifts from the servants and stored them in the house. Then he dismissed the men, and they departed. When Gehazi went in and stood before his master, Elisha asked him, "Gehazi, where have you been?" "Your servant did not go anywhere," he replied. But Elisha questioned him, "Did not my spirit go with you when the man got down from his chariot to meet you? Is this the time to accept money and clothing, olive groves and vineyards, sheep and oxen, men servants and maid servants? Therefore the leprosy of Naaman will cling to you and your descendants forever." And as Gehazi left his presence, he was leprous, as white as snow. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Now the sons of the prophets said to Elisha, "Please take note that the place where we meet with you is too small for us. Please let us go to the Jordan, where each of us can get a log so we can build ourselves a place to live there." "Go," said Elisha. Then one of them said, "Please come with your servants." "I will come," he replied. So Elisha went with them, and when they came to the Jordan, they began to cut down some trees. As one of them was cutting down a tree, the iron axe head fell into the water. "Oh, my master," he cried out, "it was borrowed." "Where did it fall?" asked the man of God. And when he showed him the place, the man of God cut a stick, threw it there, and made the iron float. "Lift it out," he said, and the man reached out his hand and took it. Now the king of Aram was at war against Israel. After consulting with his servants, he said, "My camp will be in such and such a place." Then the man of God sent word to the king of Israel, "Be careful not to pass by this place, for the Arameans are going down there." So the king of Israel sent word to the place the man of God had pointed out. Time and again Elisha warned the king, so that he was on his guard in such places. For this reason the king of Aram became enraged, and called his servants to demand of them, "Tell me which one of us is on the side of the king of Israel." But one of his servants replied, "No one, my lord the king, for Elisha the prophet in Israel tells the king of Israel the very words you speak in your bedroom." So the king said, "Go and see where he is, that I may send men to capture him." On receiving the report, "Elisha is in Dothan," the king of Aram sent horses, chariots, and a great army. They went there by night and surrounded the city. When the servant of the man of God got up and went out early in the morning, behold, an army with horses and chariots had surrounded the city. So he asked Elisha, "O my master, what are we to do?" "Do not be afraid," Elisha answered, "for those who are with us are more than those who are with them." Then Elisha prayed, "O Lord, please open his eyes, that he may see." And the Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw that the hills were full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. As the Arameans came down against him, Elisha prayed to the Lord, "Please strike these people with blindness." So he struck them with blindness according to the word of Elisha. And Elisha told them, "This is not the way, and this is not the city. Follow me, and I will take you to the man you are seeking." And he led them to Samaria. When they had entered Samaria, Elisha said, "O Lord, open the eyes of these men, that they may see." Then the Lord opened their eyes, and they looked around and discovered that they were in Samaria. And when the king of Israel saw them, he asked Elisha, "My father, shall I kill them? Shall I kill them?" "Do not kill them," he replied. "Would you kill those you have captured with your own sword or bow? Set food and water before them, that they may eat and drink, and then return to their master." So the king prepared a great feast for them, and after they had finished eating and drinking, he sent them away, and they returned to their master. And the Aramean raiders did not come into the land of Israel again. Some time later, Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, assembled his entire army and marched up to besiege Samaria. So there was a great famine in Samaria. Indeed, they besieged the city so long that a donkey's head sold for 80 shekels of silver, and a quarter cab of dove's dung sold for 5 shekels of silver. As the king of Israel was passing by on the wall, a woman cried out to him, "Help me, my lord the king." He answered, "If the Lord does not help you, where can I find help for you? From the threshing floor or the winepress?" Then the king asked her, "What is the matter?" And she answered, "This woman said to me, 'Give up your son, that we may eat him, and tomorrow we will eat my son.' So we boiled my son and ate him. And the next day I said to her, 'Give up your son, that we may eat him.' But she had hidden her son." When the king heard the words of the woman, he tore his clothes, and as he passed by on the wall, the people saw the sackcloth under his clothes next to his skin. He announced, "May God punish me, and ever so severely, if the head of Elisha son of Shaphat remains on his shoulders through this day." Now Elisha was sitting in his house, and the elders were sitting with him. The king sent a messenger ahead, but before he arrived, Elisha said to the elders, "Do you see how this murderer has sent someone to cut off my head? Look, when the messenger comes, shut the door to keep him out. Is not the sound of his master's footsteps behind him? While Elisha was still speaking with them, the messenger came down to him. And the king said, This calamity is from the Lord. Why should I wait for the Lord any longer? End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Then Elisha said, Hear the word of the Lord. This is what the Lord says. About this time tomorrow, at the gate of Samaria, a seah of fine flour will sell for a shekel, and 2 seahs of barley will sell for a shekel. But the officer on whose arm the king leaned answered the man of God, Look, even if the Lord were to make windows in heaven, could this really happen? You will see it with your own eyes, replied Elisha, but you will not eat any of it. Now there were 4 men with leprosy at the entrance of the city gate, and they said to one another, Why just sit here until we die? If we say, Let us go into the city, we will die there from the famine in the city. But if we sit here, we will also die. So come now, let us go over to the camp of the Arameans. If they let us live, we will live. If they kill us, we will die. So they arose at twilight and went to the camp of the Arameans. But when they came to the outskirts of the camp, there was not a man to be found, for the Lord had caused the Arameans to hear the sound of chariots, horses, and a great army, so that they said to one another, Look, the king of Israel must have hired the kings of the Hittites and Egyptians to attack us. Thus the Arameans had arisen and fled at twilight, abandoning their tents and horses and donkeys. The camp was intact, and they had run for their lives. When the lepers reached the edge of the camp, they went into a tent to eat and drink. Then they carried off the silver, gold, and clothing, and went and hid them. On returning, they entered another tent, carried off some items from there, and hid them. Finally, they said to one another, We are not doing what is right. Today is a day of good news. If we are silent and wait until morning light, our sin will overtake us. Now, therefore, let us go and tell the king's household. So they went and called out to the gatekeepers of the city, saying, We went to the Aramean camp, and no one was there, not a trace, only tethered horses and donkeys, and the tents were intact. The gatekeepers shouted the news, and it was reported to the king's household. So the king got up in the night and said to his servants, Let me tell you what the Arameans have done to us. They know we are starving, so they have left the camp to hide in the field, thinking, When they come out of this city, we will take them alive and enter the city. But one of his servants replied, Please have scouts take 5 of the horses that remain in the city. Their plight will be no worse than all the Israelites who are left here. You can see that all the Israelites here are doomed, so let us send them and find out. Then the scouts took 2 chariots with horses, and the king sent them after the Aramean army, saying, Go and see. And they tracked them as far as the Jordan, and indeed the whole way was littered with the clothing and equipment the Arameans had thrown off in haste. So the scouts returned and told the king. Then the people went out and plundered the camp of the Arameans. It was then that a seah of fine flour sold for a shekel, and 2 seahs of barley sold for a shekel, according to the word of the Lord. Now the king had appointed the officer on whose arm he leaned to be in charge of the gate, but the people trampled him in the gateway, and he died, just as the man of God had foretold when the king had come to him. It happened just as the man of God had told the king. About this time tomorrow, at the gate of Samaria, 2 seahs of barley will sell for a shekel, and a seah of fine flour will sell for a shekel. And the officer had answered the man of God, Look, even if the Lord were to make windows in heaven, could this really happen? So Elisha had replied, You will see it with your own eyes, but you will not eat any of it. And that is just what happened to him. The people trampled him in the gateway, and he died. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. Now Elisha had said to the woman whose son he had restored to life, Arise, you and your household, go and live as a foreigner wherever you can, for the Lord has decreed that a 7-year famine will come to the land. So the woman had proceeded to do as the man of God had instructed, and she and her household lived as foreigners for 7 years in the land of the Philistines. At the end of 7 years, when the woman returned from the land of the Philistines, she went to the king to appeal for her house and her land. Now the king had been speaking to Gehazi, the servant of the man of God, saying, Please relate to me all the great things Elisha has done. And Gehazi was telling the king how Elisha had brought the dead back to life. Just then the woman whose son Elisha had revived came to appeal to the king for her house and her land. So Gehazi said, My lord the king, this is the woman, and this is the son Elisha restored to life. When the king asked the woman, she confirmed it. So the king appointed for her an officer, saying, Restore all that was hers, along with all the proceeds of the field, from the day that she left the country until now. Then Elisha came to Damascus, while Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, was sick, and the king was told, The man of God has come here. So the king said to Hazael, Take a gift in your hand, go to meet the man of God, and inquire of the Lord through him, Will I recover from this illness? So Hazael went to meet Elisha, taking with him a gift of 40 camel loads of every good thing from Damascus. And he went in and stood before him, and said, Your son Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, has sent me to ask, Will I recover from this illness? Elisha answered, Go and tell him, You will surely recover, but the Lord has shown me that in fact he will die. Elisha fixed his gaze steadily on him until Hazael became uncomfortable. Then the man of God began to weep. Why is my Lord weeping? Asked Hazael. Because I know the evil you will do to the Israelites, Elisha replied. You will set fire to their fortresses, kill their young men with the sword, dash their little ones to pieces, and rip open their pregnant women. But how could your servant, a mere dog, do such a monstrous thing? Said Hazael. And Elisha answered, The Lord has shown me that you will be king over Aram. So Hazael left Elisha and went to his master, who asked him, What did Elisha say to you? And he replied, "He told me that you would surely recover." But the next day Hazael took a thick cloth, dipped it in water, and spread it over the king's face. So Ben-Hadad died, and Hazael reigned in his place. In the 5th year of the reign of Joram, son of Ahab, over Israel, Jehoram, son of Jehoshaphat, succeeded his father as king of Judah. Jehoram was 32 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 8 years. And Jehoram walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, just as the house of Ahab had done. For he married a daughter of Ahab, and did evil in the sight of the Lord. Yet for the sake of his servant David, the Lord was unwilling to destroy Judah, since he had promised to maintain a lamp for David and his descendants forever. In the days of Jehoram, Edom rebelled against the hand of Judah and appointed their own king. So Jehoram crossed over to Zair with all his chariots. When the Edomites surrounded him and his chariot commanders, he rose up and attacked by night. His troops, however, fled to their homes. So to this day, Edom has been in rebellion against the hand of Judah. Likewise, Libnah rebelled at the same time. As for the rest of the acts of Jehoram, along with all his accomplishments, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And Jehoram rested with his fathers, and was buried with them in the city of David. And his son Ahaziah reigned in his place. In the 12th year of the reign of Joram, son of Ahab, over Israel, Ahaziah, son of Jehoram, became king of Judah. Ahaziah was 22 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 1 year. His mother's name was Athaliah, the granddaughter of Omri, king of Israel. And Ahaziah walked in the ways of the house of Ahab, and did evil in the sight of the Lord, like the house of Ahab, for he was a son-in-law of the house of Ahab. Then Ahaziah went with Joram, son of Ahab, to fight against Hazael, king of Aram, at Ramoth-Gilead, and the Arameans wounded Joram. So King Joram returned to Jezreel to recover from the wounds that the Arameans had inflicted on him at Ramah when he fought against Hazael, king of Aram. Then Ahaziah, son of Jehoram, king of Judah, went down to Jezreel to visit Joram, son of Ahab, because Joram had been wounded. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. Now Elisha the prophet summoned one of the sons of the prophets, and said to him, "Tuck your cloak under your belt, take this flask of oil, and go to Ramoth-Gilead. When you arrive, look for Jehu, son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi. Go in, get him away from his companions, and take him to an inner room. Then take the flask of oil, pour it on his head, and declare, 'This is what the Lord says. I anoint you king over Israel.' Then open the door and run. Do not delay." So the young prophet went to Ramoth-Gilead, and when he arrived, the army commanders were sitting there. "I have a message for you, commander," he said. "For which of us?" asked Jehu. "For you, commander," he replied. So Jehu got up and went into the house, where the young prophet poured the oil on his head and declared, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I anoint you king over the Lord's people Israel, and you are to strike down the house of your master Ahab, so that I may avenge the blood of my servants the prophets, and the blood of all the servants of the Lord shed by the hand of Jezebel. The whole house of Ahab will perish, and I will cut off from Ahab every male, both slave and free, in Israel. I will make the house of Ahab like the houses of Jeroboam son of Nebat and Baasha son of Ahijah. And on the plot of ground at Jezreel the dogs will devour Jezebel, and there will be no one to bury her." Then the young prophet opened the door and ran. When Jehu went out to the servants of his master, they asked, "Is everything all right? Why did this madman come to you?" "You know his kind and their babble," he replied. "That is a lie," they said. "Tell us now." So Jehu answered, "He talked to me about this and that, saying, 'This is what the Lord says. I anoint you king over Israel.'" Quickly each man took his garment and put it under Jehu on the bare steps. Then they blew the ram's horn and proclaimed, "Jehu is king." Thus Jehu, son of Jehoshaphat, the son of Nimshi, conspired against Joram. Now Joram and all Israel had been defending Ramoth-Gilead against Hazael, king of Aram. But King Joram had returned to Jezreel to recover from the wounds he had suffered at the hands of the Arameans in the battle against Hazael their king. So Jehu said, "If you commanders wish to make me king, then do not let anyone escape from the city to go and tell it in Jezreel." Then Jehu got into his chariot and went to Jezreel, because Joram was laid up there. And Ahaziah, king of Judah, had gone down to see him. Now the watchman, standing on the tower in Jezreel, saw Jehu's troops approaching, and he called out, "I see a company of troops." "Choose a rider," Joram commanded. "Send him out to meet them, and ask, 'Have you come in peace?'" So a horseman rode off to meet Jehu and said, "This is what the king asks. Have you come in peace?" "What do you know about peace?" Jehu replied. "Fall in behind me." And the watchman reported, "The messenger reached them, but he is not coming back." So the king sent out a second horseman, who went to them and said, "This is what the king asks. Have you come in peace?" "What do you know about peace?" Jehu replied. "Fall in behind me." Again the watchman reported, "He reached them, but he is not coming back. And the charioteer is driving like Jehu, son of Nimshi. He is driving like a madman." "Harness!" Joram shouted, and they harnessed his chariot. Then Joram, king of Israel, and Ahaziah, king of Judah, set out, each in his own chariot, and met Jehu on the property of Naboth the Jezreelite. When Joram saw Jehu, he asked, "Have you come in peace, Jehu?" "How can there be peace," he replied, "as long as the idolatry and witchcraft of your mother Jezebel abound?" Joram turned around and fled, calling out to Ahaziah, "Treachery, Ahaziah!" Then Jehu drew his bow and shot Joram between the shoulders. The arrow pierced his heart, and he slumped down in his chariot. And Jehu said to Bidkar, his officer, "Pick him up and throw him into the field of Naboth the Jezreelite. For remember that when you and I were riding together behind his father Ahab, the Lord lifted up this burden against him. As surely as I saw the blood of Naboth and the blood of his sons yesterday, declares the Lord, so will I repay you on this plot of ground, declares the Lord. Now then, according to the word of the Lord, pick him up and throw him on the plot of ground. When King Ahaziah of Judah saw this, he fled up the road toward Beth-Hagen, and Jehu pursued him, shouting, "Shoot him too!" So they shot Ahaziah in his chariot, on the ascent of Gur, near Ibleam, and he fled to Megiddo and died there. Then his servants carried him by chariot to Jerusalem, and buried him with his fathers in his tomb in the city of David. In the 11th year of Joram, son of Ahab, Ahaziah had become king over Judah. Now when Jehu arrived in Jezreel, Jezebel heard of it. So she painted her eyes, adorned her head, and looked down from a window. And as Jehu entered the gate, she asked, "Have you come in peace, O Zimri, murderer of your master?" He looked up at the window and called out, "Who is on my side? Who?" And 2 or 3 eunuchs looked down at him. "Throw her down," yelled Jehu. So they threw her down, and her blood splattered on the wall and on the horses as they trampled her underfoot. Then Jehu went in and ate and drank. "Take care of this cursed woman," he said, "and bury her, for she was the daughter of a king." But when they went out to bury her, they found nothing but her skull, her feet, and the palms of her hands. So they went back and told Jehu, who replied, "This is the word of the Lord, which he spoke through his servant Elijah the Tishbite. On the plot of ground at Jezreel, the dogs will devour the flesh of Jezebel, and Jezebel's body will lie like dung in the field on the plot of ground at Jezreel, so that no one can say, 'This is Jezebel.'" End of chapter 9. Second Kings, chapters 10 through 17 of the Berean Standard Bible. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Now Ahab had 70 sons in Samaria. So Jehu wrote letters and sent them to Samaria to the officials of Jezreel, to the elders, and to the guardians of the sons of Ahab, saying, "When this letter arrives, since your master's sons are with you, and you have chariots and horses, a fortified city, and weaponry, select the best and most worthy son of your master, set him on his father's throne, and fight for your master's house." But they were terrified and reasoned, "If 2 kings could not stand against him, how can we?" So the palace administrator, the overseer of the city, the elders, and the guardians sent a message to Jehu. "We are your servants, and we will do whatever you say. We will not make anyone king. Do whatever is good in your sight." Then Jehu wrote them a second letter and said, "If you are on my side, and if you will obey me, then bring the heads of your master's sons to me at Jezreel by this time tomorrow." Now the sons of the king, 70 in all, were being brought up by the leading men of the city. And when the letter arrived, they took the sons of the king and slaughtered all 70 of them. They put their heads in baskets and sent them to Jehu at Jezreel. When the messenger arrived, he told Jehu, They have brought the heads of the sons of the king. And Jehu ordered, Pile them in 2 heaps at the entrance of the gate until morning. The next morning Jehu went out and stood before all the people and said, You are innocent. It was I who conspired against my master and killed him. But who killed all these? Know then that not a word the Lord has spoken against the house of Ahab will fail, for the Lord has done what he promised through his servant Elijah. So Jehu killed everyone in Jezreel who remained of the house of Ahab, as well as all his great men and close friends and priests, leaving him without a single survivor. Then Jehu set out towards Samaria. At Beth-eked of the shepherds, Jehu met some relatives of Ahaziah, king of Judah, and asked, Who are you? We are relatives of Ahaziah, they answered, and we have come down to greet the sons of the king and of the queen mother. Then Jehu ordered, Take them alive. So his men took them alive, then slaughtered them at the well of Beth-eked, 42 men. He spared none of them. When he left there, he found Jehonadab, son of Rechab, who was coming to meet him. Jehu greeted him and asked, Is your heart as true to mine as my heart is to yours? It is, Jehonadab replied. If it is, said Jehu, give me your hand. So he gave him his hand, and Jehu helped him into his chariot, saying, Come with me, and see my zeal for the Lord. So he had him ride in his chariot. When Jehu came to Samaria, he struck down everyone belonging to Ahab who remained there, until he had destroyed them, according to the word that the Lord had spoken to Elijah. Then Jehu brought all the people together and said, Ahab served Baal a little, but Jehu will serve him a lot. Now therefore summon to me all the prophets of Baal, all his servants and all his priests. See that no one is missing, for I have a great sacrifice for Baal. Whoever is missing will not live. But Jehu was acting deceptively in order to destroy the servants of Baal. And Jehu commanded, Proclaim a solemn assembly for Baal. So they announced it. Then Jehu sent word throughout Israel, and all the servants of Baal came. There was not a man who failed to show. They entered the temple of Baal, and it was filled from end to end. And Jehu said to the keeper of the wardrobe, Bring out garments for all the servants of Baal. So he brought out garments for them. Next, Jehu and Jehonadab, son of Rechab, entered the temple of Baal. And Jehu said to the servants of Baal, Look around to see that there are no servants of the Lord here among you, only servants of Baal. And they went in to offer sacrifices and burnt offerings. Now Jehu had stationed 80 men outside and warned them, If anyone allows one of the men I am delivering into your hands to escape, he will forfeit his life for theirs. When he had finished making the burnt offering, Jehu said to the guards and officers, Go in and kill them, do not let anyone out. So the guards and officers put them to the sword, threw the bodies out, and went into the inner room of the temple of Baal. They brought out the sacred pillar of the temple of Baal and burned it. They also demolished the sacred pillar of Baal. Then they tore down the temple of Baal and made it into a latrine, which it is to this day. Thus Jehu eradicated Baal from Israel, but he did not turn away from the sins that Jeroboam son of Nebat had caused Israel to commit, the worship of the golden calves at Bethel and Dan. Nevertheless, the Lord said to Jehu, "Because you have done well in carrying out what is right in my sight, and have done to the house of Ahab all that was in my heart, 4 generations of your sons will sit on the throne of Israel." Yet Jehu was not careful to follow the instruction of the Lord, the God of Israel, with all his heart. He did not turn away from the sins that Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit. In those days, the Lord began to reduce the size of Israel. Hazael defeated the Israelites throughout their territory, from the Jordan eastward through all the land of Gilead, the region of Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, and from Aroer by the Arnon Valley through Gilead to Bashan. As for the rest of the acts of Jehu, along with all his accomplishments and all his might, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And Jehu rested with his fathers, and was buried in Samaria, and his son Jehoahaz reigned in his place. So the duration of Jehu's reign over Israel in Samaria was 28 years. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. When Athaliah, the mother of Ahaziah, saw that her son was dead, she proceeded to annihilate all the royal heirs. But Jehosheba, daughter of King Joram, the sister of Ahaziah, took Joash, son of Ahaziah, and stole him away from among the sons of the king who were being murdered. She put him and his nurse in a bedroom to hide him from Athaliah, and he was not killed. And Joash remained hidden with his nurse in the house of the Lord for 6 years, while Athaliah ruled the land. Then, in the 7th year, Jehoiada sent for the commanders of hundreds, the Kerites, and the guards, and had them brought into the house of the Lord. There he made a covenant with them, and put them under oath. He showed them the king's son, and commanded them, "This is what you are to do. 1/3 of you who come on duty on this Sabbath shall guard the royal palace. 1/3 shall be at the gate of Sur, and 1/3 at the gate behind the guards. You are to take turns guarding the temple. The 2 divisions that would go off duty on the Sabbath are to guard the house of the Lord for the king. You must surround the king with weapons in hand, and anyone who approaches the ranks must be put to death. You must stay close to the king wherever he goes." So the commanders of hundreds did everything that Jehoiada the priest had ordered. Each of them took his men, those coming on duty on the Sabbath and those going off duty, and came to Jehoiada the priest. Then the priest gave to the commanders of hundreds the spears and shields of King David from the house of the Lord. And the guards stood with weapons in hand, surrounding the king by the altar and the temple, from the south side to the north side of the temple. Then Jehoiada brought out the king's son, put the crown on him, presented him with the testimony, and proclaimed him king. They anointed him, and the people clapped their hands and declared, "Long live the king." When Athaliah heard the noise from the guards and the people, she went out to the people in the house of the Lord. And she looked out and saw the king standing by the pillar according to the custom. The officers and trumpeters were beside the king, and all the people of the land were rejoicing and blowing trumpets. Then Athaliah tore her clothes and screamed, "Treason! Treason!" And Jehoiada the priest ordered the commanders of hundreds in charge of the army, "Bring her out between the ranks, and put to the sword anyone who follows her." For the priest had said, "She must not be put to death in the house of the Lord." So they seized Athaliah as she reached the horses' entrance to the palace grounds, and there she was put to death. Then Jehoiada made a covenant between the Lord and the king and the people, that they would be the Lord's people. He also made a covenant between the king and the people. So all the people of the land went to the temple of Baal and tore it down. They smashed the altars and idols to pieces, and they killed Mattan, the priest of Baal, in front of the altars. And Jehoiada the priest posted guards for the house of the Lord. He took with him the commanders of hundreds, the Kerites, the guards, and all the people of the land, and they brought the king down from the house of the Lord, and entered the royal palace by way of the gate of the guards. Then Joash took his seat on the royal throne, and all the people of the land rejoiced. And the city was quiet, because Athaliah had been put to the sword at the royal palace. Joash was 7 years old when he became king. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. In the 7th year of Jehu, Joash became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 40 years. His mother's name was Zibiah. She was from Beersheba. And Joash did what was right in the eyes of the Lord all the days he was instructed by Jehoiada the priest. Nevertheless, the high places were not removed. The people continued sacrificing and burning incense there. Then Joash said to the priests, "Collect all the money brought as sacred gifts into the house of the Lord, the census money, the money from vows, and the money brought voluntarily into the house of the Lord. Let every priest receive it from his constituency, and let it be used to repair any damage found in the temple." By the 23rd year of the reign of Joash, however, the priests had not yet repaired the damage to the temple. So King Joash called Jehoiada and the other priests and said, "Why have you not repaired the damage to the temple? Now, therefore, take no more money from your constituency, but hand it over for the repair of the temple." So the priests agreed that they would not receive money from the people, and that they would not repair the temple themselves. Then Jehoiada the priest took a chest, bored a hole in its lid, and set it beside the altar on the right side as one enters the house of the Lord. There the priests who guarded the threshold put all the money brought into the house of the Lord. Whenever they saw that there was a large amount of money in the chest, the royal scribe and the high priest would go up, count the money brought into the house of the Lord, and tie it up in bags. Then they would put the counted money into the hands of those who supervised the work on the house of the Lord, who in turn would pay those doing the work, the carpenters, builders, masons, and stone cutters. They also purchased timber and dressed stone to repair the damage to the house of the Lord, and they paid the other expenses of the temple repairs. However, the money brought into the house of the Lord was not used for making silver basins, wick trimmers, sprinkling bowls, trumpets, or any articles of gold or silver for the house of the Lord. Instead, it was paid to those doing the work, and with it they repaired the house of the Lord. No accounting was required from the men who received the money to pay the workmen, because they acted with integrity. The money from the guilt offerings and sin offerings was not brought into the house of the Lord. It belonged to the priests. At that time Hazael, king of Aram, marched up and fought against Gath and captured it. Then he decided to attack Jerusalem. So King Joash of Judah took all the sacred objects dedicated by his fathers, Jehoshaphat, Jehoram, and Ahaziah, the kings of Judah, along with his own consecrated items, and all the gold found in the treasuries of the house of the Lord and the royal palace, and he sent them to Hazael, king of Aram. So Hazael withdrew from Jerusalem. As for the rest of the acts of Joash, along with all his accomplishments, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And the servants of Joash rose up and formed a conspiracy, and killed him at Beth-Millo, on the road down to Selah. His servants, Jozabad, son of Shemeath, and Jehozabad, son of Shomer, struck him down, and he died. And they buried him with his fathers in the city of David. And his son Amaziah reigned in his place. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. In the 23rd year of the reign of Joash, son of Ahaziah over Judah, Jehoahaz, son of Jehu, became king of Israel, and he reigned in Samaria 17 years. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, and followed the sins that Jeroboam son of Nebat had caused Israel to commit. He did not turn away from them. So the anger of the Lord burned against Israel, and he delivered them continually into the hands of Hazael, king of Aram, and his son Ben-Hadad. Then Jehoahaz sought the favor of the Lord, and the Lord listened to him, because he saw the oppression that the king of Aram had inflicted on Israel. So the Lord gave Israel a deliverer, and they escaped the power of the Arameans. Then the people of Israel lived in their own homes as they had before. Nevertheless, they did not turn away from the sins that the house of Jeroboam had caused Israel to commit, but they continued to walk in them. The Asherah pole even remained standing in Samaria. Jehoahaz had no army left, except 50 horsemen, 10 chariots, and 10,000 foot soldiers, because the king of Aram had destroyed them and made them like the dust at threshing. As for the rest of the acts of Jehoahaz, along with all his accomplishments and his might, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And Jehoahaz rested with his fathers, and was buried in Samaria, and his son Jehoash reigned in his place. In the 37th year of the reign of Joash over Judah, Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, became king of Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 16 years. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, and did not turn away from all the sins that Jeroboam son of Nebat had caused Israel to commit, but he walked in them. As for the rest of the acts of Jehoash, along with all his accomplishments and his might, including his war against Amaziah, king of Judah, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And Jehoash rested with his fathers, and Jeroboam succeeded him on the throne. Jehoash was buried in Samaria with the kings of Israel. When Elisha had fallen sick with the illness from which he would die, Jehoash, king of Israel, came down to him and wept over him, saying, my father, the chariots and horsemen of Israel. Elisha told him, take a bow and some arrows. So Jehoash took a bow and some arrows. Then Elisha said to the king of Israel, put your hand on the bow. So the king put his hand on the bow, and Elisha put his hands on the king's hands. Open the east window, said Elisha. So he opened it, and Elisha said, shoot. So he shot. And Elisha declared, this is the Lord's arrow of victory, the arrow of victory over Aram. For you shall strike the Arameans in Aphek until you have put an end to them. Then Elisha said, take the arrows. So he took them. And Elisha said to the king of Israel, strike the ground. So he struck the ground 3 times and stopped. But the man of God was angry with him and said, you should have struck the ground 5 or 6 times. Then you would have struck down Aram until you had put an end to it. But now you will strike down Aram only 3 times. And Elisha died and was buried. Now the Moabite raiders used to come into the land every spring. Once, as the Israelites were burying a man, suddenly they saw a band of raiders. So they threw the man's body into Elisha's tomb. And as soon as his body touched the bones of Elisha, the man was revived and stood up on his feet. And Hazael, king of Aram, oppressed Israel throughout the reign of Jehoahaz. But the Lord was gracious to Israel, and had compassion on them, and he turned toward them because of his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And to this day the Lord has been unwilling to destroy them or cast them from his presence. When Hazael, king of Aram, died, his son Ben-Hadad reigned in his place. Then Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, took back from Ben-Hadad, son of Hazael, the cities that Hazael had taken in battle from his father Jehoahaz. Jehoash defeated Ben-Hadad 3 times, and so recovered the cities of Israel. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. In the 2nd year of the reign of Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, over Israel, Amaziah, son of Joash, became king of Judah. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 29 years. His mother's name was Jehoadan. She was from Jerusalem. And he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, but not as his father David had done. He did everything as his father Joash had done. Nevertheless, the high places were not taken away, and the people continued sacrificing and burning incense on the high places. As soon as the kingdom was firmly in his grasp, Amaziah executed the servants who had murdered his father the king. Yet he did not put the sons of the murderers to death, but acted according to what is written in the book of the law of Moses, where the Lord commanded, "Fathers must not be put to death for their children, and children must not be put to death for their fathers. Each is to die for his own sin." Amaziah struck down 10,000 Edomites in the valley of Salt. He took Selah in battle and called it Joktheel, which is its name to this very day. Then Amaziah sent messengers to the king of Israel, Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, the son of Jehu. "Come, let us meet face to face," he said. But Jehoash, king of Israel, replied to Amaziah, king of Judah, "A thistle in Lebanon sent a message to a cedar in Lebanon, saying, 'Give your daughter to my son in marriage.' Then a wild beast in Lebanon came along and trampled the thistle. You have indeed defeated Edom, and your heart has become proud. Glory in that, and stay at home. Why should you stir up trouble so that you fall, you and Judah with you?" But Amaziah would not listen, so Jehoash, king of Israel, advanced. He and King Amaziah of Judah faced each other at Beth-shemesh in Judah. And Judah was routed before Israel, and every man fled to his home. There at Beth-shemesh, Jehoash, king of Israel, captured Amaziah, king of Judah, the son of Joash, the son of Ahaziah. Then Jehoash went to Jerusalem and broke down the wall of Jerusalem from the Ephraim gate to the corner gate, a section of 400 cubits. He took all the gold and silver and all the articles found in the house of the Lord and in the treasuries of the royal palace, as well as some hostages. Then he returned to Samaria. As for the rest of the acts of Jehoash, along with his accomplishments, his might, and how he waged war against Amaziah, king of Judah, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And Jehoash rested with his fathers, and was buried in Samaria with the kings of Israel. And his son Jeroboam reigned in his place. Amaziah, son of Joash, king of Judah, lived for 15 years after the death of Jehoash, son of Jehoahaz, king of Israel. As for the rest of the acts of Amaziah, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And conspirators plotted against Amaziah in Jerusalem, and he fled to Lachish. But men were sent after him to Lachish, and they killed him there. They carried him back on horses, and buried him in Jerusalem with his fathers in the city of David. Then all the people of Judah took Azariah, who was 16 years old, and made him king in place of his father Amaziah. Azariah was the one who rebuilt Elath and restored it to Judah after King Amaziah rested with his fathers. In the 15th year of the reign of Amaziah, son of Joash, over Judah, Jeroboam, son of Jehoash, became king of Israel, and he reigned in Samaria 41 years. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, and did not turn away from all the sins that Jeroboam, son of Nebat, had caused Israel to commit. This Jeroboam restored the boundary of Israel from Lebo-hamath to the sea of the Arabah, according to the word that the Lord, the God of Israel, had spoken through his servant Jonah, son of Amittai, the prophet from Gath-hepher, For the Lord saw that the affliction of the Israelites, both slave and free, was very bitter. There was no one to help Israel, and since the Lord had said that he would not blot out the name of Israel from under heaven, he saved them by the hand of Jeroboam, son of Jehoash. As for the rest of the acts of Jeroboam, along with all his accomplishments and might, and how he waged war and recovered both Damascus and Hamath for Israel from Judah, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And Jeroboam rested with his fathers, the kings of Israel, and his son Zechariah reigned in his place. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. In the 27th year of Jeroboam's reign over Israel, Azariah, son of Amaziah, became king of Judah. He was 16 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 52 years. His mother's name was Jecholiah. She was from Jerusalem. And he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father Amaziah had done. Nevertheless, the high places were not taken away. The people continued sacrificing and burning incense there. And the Lord afflicted the king with leprosy until the day he died, so that he lived in a separate house, while his son Jotham had charge of the palace and governed the people of the land. As for the rest of the acts of Azariah, along with all his accomplishments, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And Azariah rested with his fathers, and was buried near them in the city of David, and his son Jotham reigned in his place. In the 38th year of Azariah's reign over Judah, Zechariah, son of Jeroboam, became king of Israel, and he reigned in Samaria 6 months. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, as his fathers had done. He did not turn away from the sins that Jeroboam, son of Nebat, had caused Israel to commit. Then Shallum, son of Jabesh, conspired against Zechariah, struck him down and killed him in front of the people, and reigned in his place. As for the rest of the acts of Zechariah, they are indeed written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. So the word of the Lord spoken to Jehu was fulfilled. 4 generations of your sons will sit on the throne of Israel. In the 39th year of Uzziah's reign over Judah, Shallum, son of Jabesh, became king, and he reigned in Samaria 1 full month. Then Menahem, son of Gedi, went up from Tirzah to Samaria, struck down and killed Shallum, son of Jabesh, and reigned in his place. As for the rest of the acts of Shallum, along with the conspiracy he led, they are indeed written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. At that time Menahem, starting from Tirzah, attacked Tiphsah and everyone in its vicinity, because they would not open their gates. So he attacked Tiphsah and ripped open all the pregnant women. In the 39th year of Azariah's reign over Judah, Menahem, son of Gedi, became king of Israel, and he reigned in Samaria 10 years. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, and throughout his reign he did not turn away from the sins that Jeroboam, son of Nebat, had caused Israel to commit. Then Pul, king of Assyria, invaded the land, And Menahem gave Pul 1,000 talents of silver in order to gain his support and strengthen his own grip on the kingdom. Menahem exacted this money from each of the wealthy men of Israel, 50 shekels of silver from each man, to give to the king of Assyria. So the king of Assyria withdrew and did not remain in the land. As for the rest of the acts of Menahem, along with all his accomplishments, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And Menahem rested with his fathers, and his son Pekahiah reigned in his place. In the 50th year of Azariah's reign over Judah, Pekahiah, son of Menahem, became king of Israel, and reigned in Samaria 2 years. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, and did not turn away from the sins that Jeroboam, son of Nebat, had caused Israel to commit. Then his officer, Pekah, son of Remaliah, conspired against him, along with Argob, Arieh, and 50 men of Gilead. And at the citadel of the king's palace in Samaria, Pekah struck down and killed Pekahiah, and reigned in his place. As for the rest of the acts of Pekahiah, along with all his accomplishments, they are indeed written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. In the 52nd year of Azariah's reign over Judah, Pekah, son of Remaliah, became king of Israel, and he reigned in Samaria 20 years. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, and did not turn away from the sins that Jeroboam, son of Nebat, had caused Israel to commit. In the days of Pekah, king of Israel, Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, came and captured Ijon, Abel-Beth-Maachah, Janoah, Kedesh, Hazor, Gilead, and Galilee, including all the land of Naphtali, and he took the people as captives to Assyria. Then Hoshea, son of Elah, led a conspiracy against Pekah, son of Remaliah. In the 20th year of Jotham, son of Uzziah, Hoshea attacked Pekah, killed him, and reigned in his place. As for the rest of the acts of Pekah, along with all his accomplishments, they are indeed written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. In the 2nd year of the reign of Pekah, son of Remaliah, over Israel, Jotham, son of Uzziah, became king of Judah. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. His mother's name was Jerusha, daughter of Zadok. And he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father Uzziah had done. Nevertheless, the high places were not taken away. The people continued sacrificing and burning incense there. Jotham rebuilt the upper gate of the house of the Lord. As for the rest of the acts of Jotham, along with his accomplishments, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? In those days the Lord began to send Rezin, king of Aram, and Pekah, son of Remaliah, against Judah. And Jotham rested with his fathers, and was buried with them in the city of David his father, and his son Ahaz reigned in his place. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. In the 17th year of Pekah, son of Remaliah, Ahaz, son of Jotham, became king of Judah. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. And unlike David his father, he did not do what was right in the eyes of the Lord his God. Instead, he walked in the ways of the kings of Israel, and even sacrificed his son in the fire, according to the abominations of the nations that the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. And he sacrificed and burned incense on the high places, on the hills, and under every green tree. Then Rezin, king of Aram, and Pekah, son of Remaliah, king of Israel, came up to wage war against Jerusalem. They besieged Ahaz, but could not overcome him. At that time Rezin, king of Aram, recovered Elath for Aram, drove out the men of Judah, and sent the Edomites into Elath, where they live to this day. So Ahaz sent messengers to Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, saying, I am your servant and your son. Come up and save me from the hands of the kings of Aram and Israel, who are rising up against me. Ahaz also took the silver and gold found in the house of the Lord and in the treasuries of the king's palace, and he sent it as a gift to the king of Assyria. So the king of Assyria responded to him, marched up to Damascus, and captured it. He took its people to Kir as captives, and put Rezin to death. Then King Ahaz went to Damascus to meet Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria. On seeing the altar in Damascus, King Ahaz sent Uriah the priest a model of the altar and complete plans for its construction. And Uriah the priest built the altar according to all the instructions King Ahaz had sent from Damascus, and he completed it before King Ahaz returned. When the king came back from Damascus and saw the altar, he approached it and presented offerings on it. He offered his burnt offering and his grain offering, poured out his drink offering, and splattered the blood of his peace offerings on the altar. He also took the bronze altar that stood before the Lord from the front of the temple, between the new altar and the house of the Lord, and he put it on the north side of the new altar. Then King Ahaz commanded Uriah the priest, Offer on the great altar the morning burnt offering, the evening grain offering, and the king's burnt offering and grain offering, as well as the burnt offerings, grain offerings, and drink offerings of all the people of the land. Splatter on the altar all the blood of the burnt offerings and sacrifices. But I will use the bronze altar to seek guidance. So Uriah the priest did just as King Ahaz had commanded. King Ahaz also cut off the frames of the movable stands, and removed the bronze basin from each of them. He took down the sea from the bronze oxen that were under it, and put it on a stone base. And on account of the king of Assyria, he removed the Sabbath canopy they had built in the temple, and closed the royal entryway outside the house of the Lord. As for the rest of the acts of Ahaz, along with his accomplishments, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And Ahaz rested with his fathers, and was buried with them in the city of David, and his son Hezekiah reigned in his place. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. In the 12th year of the reign of Ahaz over Judah, Hoshea son of Elah became king of Israel, and he reigned in Samaria 9 years. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, but not like the kings of Israel who preceded him. Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, attacked him, and Hoshea became his vassal and paid him tribute. But the king of Assyria discovered that Hoshea had conspired to send envoys to King Zo of Egypt, and that he had not paid tribute to the king of Assyria as in previous years. Therefore the king of Assyria arrested Hoshea and put him in prison. Then the king of Assyria invaded the whole land, marched up to Samaria, and besieged it for 3 years. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria captured Samaria, and carried away the Israelites to Assyria, where he settled them in Halah, in Gozan by the Habor River, and in the cities of the Medes. All this happened because the people of Israel had sinned against the Lord their God, who had brought them out of the land of Egypt, from under the hand of Pharaoh king of Egypt. They had worshipped other gods, and walked in the customs of the nations that the Lord had driven out before the Israelites, as well as in the practices introduced by the kings of Israel. The Israelites secretly did things against the Lord their God that were not right. From watchtower to fortified cities, they built high places in all their cities. They set up for themselves sacred pillars and Asherah poles on every high hill and under every green tree. They burned incense on all the high places, like the nations that the Lord had driven out before them. They did wicked things, provoking the Lord to anger. They served idols, although the Lord had told them, "You shall not do this thing." Yet through all his prophets and seers, the Lord warned Israel and Judah, saying, "Turn from your wicked ways, and keep my commandments and statutes according to the entire law that I commanded your fathers, and delivered to you through my servants the prophets." But they would not listen, and they stiffened their necks like their fathers, who did not believe the Lord their God. They rejected his statutes and the covenant he had made with their fathers, as well as the decrees he had given them. They pursued worthless idols, and became worthless themselves, going after the surrounding nations that the Lord had commanded them not to imitate. They abandoned all the commandments of the Lord their God, and made for themselves 2 cast idols of calves and an Asherah pole. They bowed down to all the host of heaven and served Baal. They sacrificed their sons and daughters in the fire, and practiced divination and soothsaying. They devoted themselves to doing evil in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger. So the Lord was very angry with Israel, and he removed them from his presence. Only the tribe of Judah remained, and even Judah did not keep the commandments of the Lord their God, but lived according to the customs Israel had introduced. So the Lord rejected all the descendants of Israel. He afflicted them and delivered them into the hands of plunderers, until he had banished them from his presence. When the Lord had torn Israel away from the house of David, they made Jeroboam son of Nebat king. And Jeroboam led Israel away from following the Lord, and caused them to commit a great sin. The Israelites persisted in all the sins that Jeroboam had committed, and did not turn away from them. Finally, the Lord removed Israel from his presence, as he had declared through all his servants the prophets. So Israel was exiled from their homeland into Assyria, where they are to this day. Then the king of Assyria brought people from Babylon, Cuthah, Ava, Hamath, and Sepharvaim, and settled them in the towns of Samaria to replace the Israelites. They took possession of Samaria and lived in its towns. Now when the settlers first lived there, they did not worship the Lord, so he sent lions among them, which killed some of them. So they spoke to the king of Assyria, saying, The peoples that you have removed and placed in the cities of Samaria do not know the requirements of the God of the land. Because of this, he has sent lions among them, which are indeed killing them off. Then the king of Assyria commanded, Send back one of the priests you carried off from Samaria, and have him go back to live there and teach the requirements of the God of the land. Thus one of the priests they had carried away came and lived in Bethel, and he began to teach them how they should worship the Lord. Nevertheless, the people of each nation continued to make their own gods in the cities where they had settled, and they set them up in the shrines that the people of Samaria had made on the high places. The men of Babylon made Succoth-Benoth, the men of Cuth made Nergal, the men of Hamath made Ashima, the Avites made Nibhaz and Tartak, and the Sepharvites burned their children in the fire to Adramelech and Anamelech, the gods of Sepharvaim. So the new residents worshipped the Lord, but they also appointed for themselves priests of all sorts to serve in the shrines of the high places. They worshipped the Lord, but they also served their own gods, according to the customs of the nations from which they had been carried away. To this day they are still practicing their former customs. None of them worshipped the Lord or observed the statutes, ordinances, laws, and commandments that the Lord gave the descendants of Jacob, whom he named Israel. For the Lord had made a covenant with the Israelites, and commanded them, Do not worship other gods or bow down to them. Do not serve them or sacrifice to them. Instead, worship the Lord, who brought you out of the land of Egypt with great power and an outstretched arm. You are to bow down to him and offer sacrifices to him. And you must always be careful to observe the statutes, ordinances, laws, and commandments he wrote for you. Do not worship other gods. Do not forget the covenant I have made with you. Do not worship other gods, but worship the Lord your God, and he will deliver you from the hands of all your enemies. But they would not listen, and they persisted in their former customs. So these nations worshipped the Lord, but also served their idols, and to this day their children and grandchildren continue to do as their fathers did. End of chapter 17. 2 Kings, chapters 18 through 25 of the Berean Standard Bible. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. In the 3rd year of the reign of Hoshea, son of Elah, over Israel, Hezekiah, son of Ahaz, became king of Judah. He was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 29 years. His mother's name was Abi, the daughter of Zechariah, and he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, just as his father David had done. He removed the high places, shattered the sacred pillars, and cut down the Asherah poles. He also demolished the bronze snake, called Nehushtan, that Moses had made, for up to that time the Israelites had burned incense to it. Hezekiah trusted in the Lord, the God of Israel. No king of Judah was like him, either before him or after him. He remained faithful to the Lord and did not turn from following him. He kept the commandments that the Lord had given Moses. And the Lord was with Hezekiah, and he prospered wherever he went. He rebelled against the king of Assyria and refused to serve him. He defeated the Philistines as far as Gaza and its borders, from watchtower to fortified city. In the 4th year of Hezekiah's reign, which was the 7th year of the reign of Hoshea, son of Elah, over Israel, Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, marched against Samaria and besieged it. And at the end of 3 years the Assyrians captured it. So Samaria was captured in the 6th year of Hezekiah, which was the 9th year of Hoshea, king of Israel. The king of Assyria exiled the Israelites to Assyria and settled them in Halah, in Gozan by the Habor River, and in the cities of the Medes. This happened because they did not listen to the voice of the Lord their God, but violated his covenant, all that Moses the servant of the Lord had commanded, and would neither listen nor obey. In the 14th year of Hezekiah's reign, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, attacked and captured all the fortified cities of Judah. So Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent word to the king of Assyria at Lachish, saying, "I have done wrong. Withdraw from me, and I will pay whatever you demand from me." And the king of Assyria exacted from Hezekiah, king of Judah, 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. Hezekiah gave him all the silver that was found in the house of the Lord and in the treasuries of the royal palace. At that time Hezekiah stripped the gold with which he had plated the doors and doorposts of the temple of the Lord, and he gave it to the king of Assyria. Nevertheless, the king of Assyria sent the Tartan, the Rabsaris, and the Rabshakeh, along with a great army, from Lachish to King Hezekiah at Jerusalem. They advanced up to Jerusalem and stationed themselves by the aqueduct of the upper pool, on the road to the launderer's field. Then they called for the king, and Eliakim, son of Hilkiah, the palace administrator, Shebna the scribe, and Joah, son of Asaph the recorder, went out to them. The Rabshakeh said to them, "Tell Hezekiah that this is what the great king, the king of Assyria, says. What is the basis of this confidence of yours? You claim to have a strategy and strength for war, but these are empty words. In whom are you now trusting, that you have rebelled against me? Look now, you are trusting in Egypt, that splintered reed of a staff that will pierce the hand of anyone who leans on it. Such is Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to all who trust in him. But if you say to me, we trust in the Lord our God, is he not the one whose high places and altars Hezekiah has removed, saying to Judah and Jerusalem, you must worship before this altar in Jerusalem? Now, therefore, make a bargain with my master, the king of Assyria. I will give you 2,000 horses, if you can put riders on them. For how can you repel a single officer among the least of my master's servants, when you depend on Egypt for chariots and horsemen? So now, was it apart from the Lord that I have come up against this place to destroy it? The Lord himself said to me, go up against this land and destroy it. Then Eliakim, son of Hilkiah, along with Shebna and Joah, said to the Rabshakeh, please speak to your servants in Aramaic, since we understand it. Do not speak with us in Hebrew in the hearing of the people on the wall. But the Rabshakeh replied, has my master sent me to speak these words only to you and your master, and not to the men sitting on the wall, who are destined with you to eat their own dung and drink their own urine? Then the Rabshakeh stood and called out loudly in Hebrew, hear the word of the great king, the king of Assyria. This is what the king says, do not let Hezekiah deceive you. He cannot deliver you from my hand. Do not let Hezekiah persuade you to trust in the Lord when he says, the Lord will surely deliver us. This city will not be given into the hand of the king of Assyria. Do not listen to Hezekiah, for this is what the king of Assyria says, make peace with me and come out to me. Then every one of you will eat from his own vine and his own fig tree, and drink water from his own cistern, until I come and take you away to a land like your own, a land of grain and new wine, a land of bread and vineyards, a land of olive trees and honey, so that you may live and not die. But do not listen to Hezekiah, for he misleads you when he says, the Lord will deliver us. Has the God of any nation ever delivered his land from the hand of the king of Assyria? Where are the gods of Hamath and Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, Hena, and Ivah? Have they delivered Samaria from my hand? Who among all the gods of these lands has delivered his land from my hand? How then can the Lord deliver Jerusalem from my hand? But the people remained silent and did not answer a word, for Hezekiah had commanded, do not answer him. Then Hilkiah's son, Eliakim, the palace administrator, Shebna, the scribe, and Asaph's son Joah, the recorder, came to Hezekiah with their clothes torn, and they relayed to him the words of the Rabshakeh. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. On hearing this report, King Hezekiah tore his clothes, put on sackcloth, and entered the house of the Lord. And he sent Eliakim, the palace administrator, Shebna the scribe, and the leading priests, all wearing sackcloth, to the prophet Isaiah son of Amoz, to tell him, "This is what Hezekiah says. Today is a day of distress, rebuke, and disgrace. For children have come to the point of birth, but there is no strength to deliver them. Perhaps the Lord your God will hear all the words of the Rabshakeh, whom his master, the king of Assyria, has sent to defy the living God, and he will rebuke him for the words that the Lord your God has heard. Therefore lift up a prayer for the remnant that still survives." So the servants of King Hezekiah went to Isaiah, who replied, "Tell your master that this is what the Lord says. Do not be afraid of the words you have heard, with which the servants of the king of Assyria have blasphemed me. Behold, I will put a spirit in him, so that he will hear a rumor and return to his own land, where I will cause him to fall by the sword." When the Rabshakeh heard that the king of Assyria had left Lachish, he withdrew and found the king fighting against Libnah. Now Sennacherib had been warned about Tirhakah, king of Cush. "Look, he has set out to fight against you." So Sennacherib again sent messengers to Hezekiah, saying, "Give this message to Hezekiah, king of Judah. Do not let your God, in whom you trust, deceive you by saying that Jerusalem will not be delivered into the hand of the king of Assyria. Surely you have heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all the other countries, devoting them to destruction. Will you then be spared? Did the gods of the nations destroyed by my fathers rescue those nations? The gods of Gozan, Haran, and Rezeph, and of the people of Eden in Telasar? Where are the kings of Hamath, Arpad, Sepharvaim, Hena, and Ivah?" So Hezekiah received the letter from the messengers, read it, and went up to the house of the Lord, and spread it out before the Lord. And Hezekiah prayed before the Lord, "O Lord God of Israel, enthroned between the cherubim, you alone are God over all the kingdoms of the earth. You made the heavens and the earth. Incline your ear, O Lord, and hear. Open your eyes, O Lord, and see. Listen to the words that Sennacherib has sent to defy the living God. Truly, O Lord, the kings of Assyria have laid waste these nations and their lands. They have cast their gods into the fire and destroyed them. For they were not gods, but only wood and stone, the work of human hands. And now, O Lord our God, please save us from his hand, so that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that you alone, O Lord, are God." Then Isaiah son of Amoz sent a message to Hezekiah. "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I have heard your prayer concerning Sennacherib, king of Assyria. This is the word that the Lord has spoken against him. The virgin daughter of Zion despises you and mocks you. The daughter of Jerusalem shakes her head behind you. Whom have you taunted and blasphemed? Against whom have you raised your voice and lifted your eyes in pride? Against the Holy One of Israel. Through your servants you have taunted the Lord, and you have said, 'With my many chariots I have ascended to the heights of the mountains, to the remote peaks of Lebanon. I have cut down its tallest cedars, the finest of its cypresses. I have reached its farthest outposts, the densest of its forests. I have dug wells and drunk foreign waters. With the soles of my feet I have dried up all the streams of Egypt. Have you not heard? Long ago I ordained it. In days of old I planned it. Now I have brought it to pass, that you should crush fortified cities into piles of rubble. Therefore their inhabitants, devoid of power, are dismayed and ashamed. They are like plants in the field, tender green shoots, grass on the rooftops, scorched before it is grown. But I know your sitting down, your going out and coming in, and your raging against me. Because your rage and arrogance against me have reached my ears, I will put my hook in your nose and my bit in your mouth. I will send you back the way you came. And this will be a sign to you, O Hezekiah. This year you will eat what grows on its own, and in the second year what springs from the same. But in the third year you will sow and reap. You will plant vineyards and eat their fruit. And the surviving remnant of the house of Judah will again take root below and bear fruit above. For a remnant will go forth from Jerusalem, and survivors from Mount Zion. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will accomplish this. So this is what the Lord says about the king of Assyria. He will not enter this city or shoot an arrow into it. He will not come before it with a shield or build up a siege ramp against it. He will go back the way he came, and he will not enter this city, declares the Lord. I will defend this city and save it for my own sake, and for the sake of my servant David. And that very night the angel of the Lord went out, and struck down 185,000 men in the camp of the Assyrians. When the people got up the next morning, there were all the dead bodies. So Sennacherib, king of Assyria, broke camp and withdrew. He returned to Nineveh and stayed there. One day, while he was worshipping in the temple of his god Nisroch, his sons Adramelech and Sharezer put him to the sword and escaped to the land of Ararat. And his son Esarhaddon reigned in his place. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. In those days Hezekiah became mortally ill. The prophet Isaiah, son of Amoz, came to him and said, "This is what the Lord says, Put your house in order, for you are about to die. You will not recover." Then Hezekiah turned his face to the wall and prayed to the Lord, saying, "Please, O Lord, remember how I have walked before you faithfully and with wholehearted devotion. I have done what is good in your sight." And Hezekiah wept bitterly. Before Isaiah had left the middle courtyard, the word of the Lord came to him, saying, "Go back and tell Hezekiah, the leader of my people, that this is what the Lord, the God of your father David, says. I have heard your prayer. I have seen your tears. I will surely heal you. On the third day from now you will go up to the house of the Lord. I will add 15 years to your life, and I will deliver you and this city from the hand of the king of Assyria. I will defend this city for my sake and for the sake of my servant David." Then Isaiah said, "Prepare a poultice of figs." So they brought it and applied it to the boil, and Hezekiah recovered. Now Hezekiah had asked Isaiah, "What will be the sign that the Lord will heal me, and that I will go up to the house of the Lord on the third day?" And Isaiah had replied, "This will be a sign to you from the Lord that he will do what he has promised. Would you like the shadow to go forward 10 steps, or back 10 steps?" "It is easy for the shadow to lengthen 10 steps," answered Hezekiah, "but not for it to go back 10 steps. So Isaiah the prophet called out to the Lord, and he brought the shadow back the 10 steps it had descended on the stairway of Ahaz. At that time Merodach-Baladan, son of Baladan, king of Babylon, sent letters and a gift to Hezekiah, for he had heard about Hezekiah's illness. And Hezekiah received the envoys, and showed them all that was in his treasure house, the silver, the gold, the spices, and the precious oil, as well as his armory, all that was found in his storehouses. There was nothing in his palace or in all his dominion that Hezekiah did not show them. Then the prophet Isaiah went to King Hezekiah and asked, "Where did those men come from, and what did they say to you?" "They came from a distant land," Hezekiah replied, "from Babylon." "What have they seen in your palace?" Isaiah asked. "They have seen everything in my palace," answered Hezekiah. "There is nothing among my treasures that I did not show them." Then Isaiah said to Hezekiah, "Hear the word of the Lord. The time will surely come when everything in your palace and all that your fathers have stored up until this day will be carried off to Babylon. Nothing will be left, says the Lord. And some of your descendants, your own flesh and blood, will be taken away to be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon." But Hezekiah said to Isaiah, "The word of the Lord that you have spoken is good." For he thought, "Will there not at least be peace and security in my lifetime?" As for the rest of the acts of Hezekiah, along with all his might and how he constructed the pool and the tunnel to bring water into the city, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And Hezekiah rested with his fathers, and his son Manasseh reigned in his place. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 55 years. His mother's name was Hephzibah, and he did evil in the sight of the Lord by following the abominations of the nations that the Lord had driven out before the Israelites. For he rebuilt the high places that his father Hezekiah had destroyed, and he raised up altars for Baal. He made an Asherah pole, as King Ahab of Israel had done, and he worshipped and served all the host of heaven. Manasseh also built altars in the house of the Lord, of which the Lord had said, "In Jerusalem I will put my name." In both courtyards of the house of the Lord he built altars to all the host of heaven. He sacrificed his own son in the fire, practiced sorcery and divination, and consulted mediums and spiritists. He did great evil in the sight of the Lord, provoking him to anger. Manasseh even took the carved Asherah pole he had made and set it up in the temple, of which the Lord had said to David and his son Solomon, "In this temple and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, I will establish my name forever. I will never again cause the feet of the Israelites to wander from the land that I gave to their fathers, if only they are careful to do all I have commanded them. the whole law that my servant Moses commanded them. But the people did not listen, and Manasseh led them astray, so that they did greater evil than the nations that the Lord had destroyed before the Israelites. And the Lord spoke through his servants the prophets, saying, Since Manasseh, king of Judah, has committed all these abominations, acting more wickedly than the Amorites who preceded him, and with his idols has caused Judah to sin, this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Behold, I am bringing such calamity upon Jerusalem and Judah that the news will reverberate in the ears of all who hear it. I will stretch out over Jerusalem the measuring line used against Samaria, and the plumb line used against the house of Ahab, and I will wipe out Jerusalem as one wipes out a bowl, wiping it and turning it upside down. So I will forsake the remnant of my inheritance, and deliver them into the hands of their enemies, and they will become plunder and spoil to all their enemies, because they have done evil in my sight, and have provoked me to anger from the day their fathers came out of Egypt until this day. Moreover, Manasseh shed so much innocent blood that he filled Jerusalem from end to end, in addition to the sin that he had caused Judah to commit, doing evil in the sight of the Lord. As for the rest of the acts of Manasseh, along with all his accomplishments and the sin that he committed, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And Manasseh rested with his fathers, and was buried in his palace garden, the garden of Uzzah, and his son Amon reigned in his place. Amon was 22 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 2 years. His mother's name was Meshullemeth, daughter of Haruz. She was from Jotbah. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, as his father Manasseh had done. He walked in all the ways of his father, and he served and worshipped the idols his father had served. He abandoned the Lord, the God of his fathers, and did not walk in the way of the Lord. Then the servants of Amon conspired against him, and killed the king in his palace. But the people of the land killed all those who had conspired against King Amon, and they made his son Josiah king in his place. As for the rest of the acts of Amon, along with his accomplishments, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And he was buried in his tomb in the garden of Uzzah, and his son Josiah reigned in his place. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. Josiah was 8 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 31 years. His mother's name was Jedidah, daughter of Adaiah. She was from Bozkath. And he did what was right in the eyes of the Lord, and walked in all the ways of his father David. He did not turn aside to the right or to the left. Now in the 18th year of his reign, King Josiah sent the scribe Shaphan, son of Azaliah, the son of Meshullam, to the house of the Lord, saying, Go up to Hilkiah the high priest, and have him count the money that has been brought into the house of the Lord, which the doorkeepers have collected from the people. and let them deliver it into the hands of the supervisors of those doing the work on the house of the Lord, who in turn are to give it to the workmen repairing the damages to the house of the Lord, to the carpenters, builders, and masons, to buy timber and dressed stone to repair the temple. But they need not account for the money put into their hands, since they work with integrity. Then Hilkiah the high priest said to Shaphan the scribe, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. And he gave it to Shaphan, who read it. And Shaphan the scribe went to the king and reported, Your servants have paid out the money that was found in the temple, and have put it into the hands of the workers and supervisors of the house of the Lord. Moreover, Shaphan the scribe told the king, Hilkiah the priest has given me a book. And Shaphan read it in the presence of the king. When the king heard the words of the book of the law, he tore his clothes, and commanded Hilkiah the priest, Ahikam, son of Shaphan, Achbor, son of Micaiah, Shaphan the scribe, and Asaiah, the servant of the king, Go and inquire of the Lord for me, for the people, and for all Judah concerning the words in this book that has been found. For great is the wrath of the Lord that burns against us, because our fathers have not obeyed the words of this book by doing all that is written about us. So Hilkiah the priest, Ahikam, Achbor, Shaphan, and Asaiah went and spoke to Huldah the prophetess, the wife of Shallum, son of Tikvah, the son of Harhas, the keeper of the wardrobe. She lived in Jerusalem, in the 2nd district. And Huldah said to them, This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Tell the man who sent you that this is what the Lord says. I am about to bring calamity on this place and on its people, according to all the words of the book that the king of Judah has read, because they have forsaken me and burned incense to other gods, that they might provoke me to anger with all the works of their hands. My wrath will be kindled against this place, and will not be quenched. But as for the king of Judah, who sent you to inquire of the Lord, tell him that this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. As for the words that you heard, because your heart was tender, and you humbled yourself before the Lord when you heard what I spoke against this place, and against its people, that they would become a desolation and a curse, and because you have torn your clothes and wept before me, I have heard you, declares the Lord. Therefore I will indeed gather you to your fathers, and you will be gathered to your grave in peace. Your eyes will not see all the calamity that I will bring on this place. So they brought her answer back to the king. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. Then the king summoned all the elders of Judah and Jerusalem, and he went up to the house of the Lord with all the people of Judah and Jerusalem, as well as the priests and the prophets, all the people small and great, and in their hearing he read all the words of the book of the covenant that had been found in the house of the Lord. So the king stood by the pillar and made a covenant before the Lord to follow the Lord and to keep his commandments, decrees, and statutes with all his heart and all his soul, and to carry out the words of the covenant that were written in this book. and all the people entered into the covenant. Then the king commanded Hilkiah the high priest, the priests second in rank, and the doorkeepers, to remove from the temple of the Lord all the articles made for Baal, Asherah, and all the host of heaven. And he burned them outside Jerusalem in the fields of Kidron, and carried their ashes to Bethel. Josiah also did away with the idolatrous priests ordained by the kings of Judah to burn incense on the high places of the cities of Judah and in the places all around Jerusalem, those who had burned incense to Baal, to the sun and moon, to the constellations, and to all the host of heaven. He brought the Asherah pole from the house of the Lord to the Kidron valley outside Jerusalem, and there he burned it, ground it to powder, and threw its dust on the graves of the common people. He also tore down the quarters of the male shrine prostitutes that were in the house of the Lord, where the women had woven tapestries for Asherah. Then Josiah brought all the priests from the cities of Judah, and desecrated the high places, from Geba to Beersheba, where the priests had burned incense. He tore down the high places of the gates at the entrance of the gate of Joshua the governor of the city, which was to the left of the city gate. Although the priests of the high places did not come up to the altar of the Lord in Jerusalem, they ate unleavened bread with their fellow priests. He also desecrated Topheth in the valley of Ben Hinnom, so that no one could sacrifice his son or daughter in the fire to Molech. And he removed from the entrance to the house of the Lord the horses that the kings of Judah had dedicated to the sun. They were in the court near the chamber of an official named Nathan-Melech, and Josiah burned up the chariots of the sun. He pulled down the altars that the kings of Judah had set up on the roof near the upper chamber of Ahaz, and the altars that Manasseh had set up in the two courtyards of the house of the Lord. The king pulverized them there and threw their dust into the Kidron valley. The king also desecrated the high places east of Jerusalem, to the south of the Mount of Corruption, which King Solomon of Israel had built for Ashtoreth, the abomination of the Sidonians, for Chemosh, the abomination of the Moabites, and for Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. He smashed the sacred pillars to pieces, cut down the Asherah poles, and covered the sites with human bones. He even pulled down the altar at Bethel, the high place set up by Jeroboam, son of Nebat, who had caused Israel to sin. Then he burned the high place, ground it to powder, and burned the Asherah pole. And as Josiah turned, he saw the tombs there on the hillside, and he sent someone to take the bones out of the tombs, and he burned them on the altar to defile it, according to the word of the Lord proclaimed by the man of God who had foretold these things. Then the king asked, "What is this monument I see?" And the men of the city replied, "It is the tomb of the man of God who came from Judah and proclaimed these things that you have done to the altar of Bethel." "Let him rest," said Josiah. "Do not let anyone disturb his bones." So they left his bones undisturbed, along with those of the prophet who had come from Samaria. Just as Josiah had done at Bethel, so also in the cities of Samaria he removed all the shrines of the high places set up by the kings of Israel, who had provoked the Lord to anger. On the altars he slaughtered all the priests of the high places, and he burned human bones on them. Then he returned to Jerusalem. The king commanded all the people, "Keep the Passover of the Lord your God, as it is written in this book of the covenant." No such Passover had been observed from the days of the judges who had governed Israel through all the days of the kings of Israel and Judah. But in the 18th year of Josiah's reign, this Passover was observed to the Lord in Jerusalem. Furthermore, Josiah removed the mediums and spiritists, the household gods and idols, and all the abominations that were seen in the land of Judah and in Jerusalem. He did this to carry out the words of the law written in the book that Hilkiah the priest had found in the house of the Lord. Neither before nor after Josiah was there any king like him, who turned to the Lord with all his heart and with all his soul and with all his strength, according to all the law of Moses. Nevertheless, the Lord did not turn away from the fury of his burning anger, which was kindled against Judah, because of all that Manasseh had done to provoke him to anger. For the Lord had said, "I will remove Judah from my sight, just as I removed Israel. I will reject this city Jerusalem, which I chose, and the temple of which I said, My name shall be there." As for the rest of the acts of Josiah and all his accomplishments, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? During Josiah's reign, Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt, marched up to help the king of Assyria at the Euphrates River. King Josiah went out to confront him, but Necho faced him and killed him at Megiddo. From Megiddo his servants carried his body in a chariot, brought him to Jerusalem, and buried him in his own tomb. Then the people of the land took Jehoahaz, son of Josiah, anointed him, and made him king in place of his father. Jehoahaz was 23 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 months. His mother's name was Hamutal, daughter of Jeremiah. She was from Libnah. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, just as his fathers had done. And Pharaoh Necho imprisoned Jehoahaz at Riblah in the land of Hamath, so that he could not reign in Jerusalem, and he imposed on Judah a levy of 100 talents of silver and a talent of gold. Then Pharaoh Necho made Eliakim, son of Josiah, king in place of his father Josiah, and he changed Eliakim's name to Jehoiakim. But Necho took Jehoahaz and carried him off to Egypt, where he died. So Jehoiakim paid the silver and gold to Pharaoh Necho, but to meet Pharaoh's demand, he taxed the land and exacted the silver and the gold from the people, each according to his wealth. Jehoiakim was 25 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 11 years. His mother's name was Zebidah, daughter of Pedaiah. She was from Rumah. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, just as his fathers had done. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. During Jehoiakim's reign, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, invaded. So Jehoiakim became his vassal for 3 years, until he turned and rebelled against Nebuchadnezzar. And the Lord sent Chaldean, Aramean, Moabite, and Ammonite raiders against Jehoiakim in order to destroy Judah, according to the word that the Lord had spoken through his servants the prophets. Surely this happened to Judah at the Lord's command, to remove them from his presence because of the sins of Manasseh and all that he had done, and also for the innocent blood he had shed. For he had filled Jerusalem with innocent blood, and the Lord was unwilling to forgive. As for the rest of the acts of Jehoiakim, along with all his accomplishments, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And Jehoiakim rested with his fathers, and his son Jehoiachin reigned in his place. Now the king of Egypt did not march out of his land again, because the king of Babylon had taken all his territory, from the brook of Egypt to the Euphrates River. Jehoiachin was 18 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 3 months. His mother's name was Nehushta, daughter of Elnathan. She was from Jerusalem. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, just as his father had done. At that time the servants of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, marched up to Jerusalem, and the city came under siege. And Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to the city while his servants were besieging it. Jehoiachin, king of Judah, his mother, his servants, his commanders, and his officials, all surrendered to the king of Babylon. So in the 8th year of his reign, the king of Babylon took him captive. As the Lord had declared, Nebuchadnezzar also carried off all the treasures from the house of the Lord and the royal palace, and he cut into pieces all the gold articles that Solomon, king of Israel, had made in the temple of the Lord. He carried into exile all Jerusalem, all the commanders and mighty men of valor, all the craftsmen and metalsmiths, 10,000 captives in all. Only the poorest people of the land remained. Nebuchadnezzar carried away Jehoiachin to Babylon, as well as the king's mother, his wives, his officials, and the leading men of the land. He took them into exile from Jerusalem to Babylon. The king of Babylon also brought into exile to Babylon all 7,000 men of valor and 1,000 craftsmen and metalsmiths, all strong and fit for battle. Then the king of Babylon made Mattaniah, Jehoiachin's uncle, king in his place, and changed his name to Zedekiah. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 11 years. His mother's name was Hamutal, daughter of Jeremiah. She was from Libnah. And Zedekiah did evil in the sight of the Lord, just as Jehoiakim had done. For because of the anger of the Lord, all this happened in Jerusalem and Judah, until he finally banished them from his presence. And Zedekiah also rebelled against the king of Babylon. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. So in the 9th year of Zedekiah's reign, On the 10th day of the 10th month, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, marched against Jerusalem with his entire army. They encamped outside the city and built a siege wall all around it, and the city was kept under siege until King Zedekiah's 11th year. By the 9th day of the 4th month, the famine in the city was so severe that the people of the land had no food. Then the city was breached, and though the Chaldeans had surrounded the city, all the men of war fled by night by way of the gate between the two walls near the king's garden. They headed toward the Arabah, but the army of the Chaldeans pursued the king and overtook him in the plains of Jericho, and his whole army deserted him. The Chaldeans seized the king and brought him up to the king of Babylon at Riblah, where they pronounced judgment on him. And they slaughtered the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes. Then they put out his eyes, bound him with bronze shackles, and took him to Babylon. On the 7th day of the 5th month, in the 19th year of Nebuchadnezzar's reign over Babylon, Nebuzaradan, captain of the guard, a servant of the king of Babylon, entered Jerusalem. He burned down the house of the Lord, the royal palace, and all the houses of Jerusalem, every significant building. And the whole army of the Chaldeans, under the captain of the guard, broke down the walls around Jerusalem. Then Nebuzaradan, captain of the guard, carried into exile the people who remained in the city, along with the deserters who had defected to the king of Babylon and the rest of the population. But the captain of the guard left behind some of the poorest of the land to tend the vineyards and fields. Moreover, the Chaldeans broke up the bronze pillars and stands, and the bronze sea in the house of the Lord, and they carried the bronze to Babylon. They also took away the pots, shovels, wick trimmers, dishes, and all the articles of bronze used in the temple service. The captain of the guard also took away the censers and sprinkling bowls, anything made of pure gold or fine silver. As for the two pillars, the sea, and the movable stands that Solomon had made for the house of the Lord, the weight of the bronze from all these articles was beyond measure. Each pillar was 18 cubits tall. The bronze capital, the top one pillar, was 3 cubits high, with a network of bronze pomegranates all around. The second pillar, with its network, was similar. The captain of the guard also took away Seraiah the chief priest, Zephaniah the priest of second rank, and the 3 doorkeepers. Of those still in the city, he took a court official who had been appointed over the men of war, as well as 5 royal advisers. He also took the scribe of the captain of the army, who had enlisted the people of the land, and 60 men who were found in the city. Nebuzaradan, captain of the guard, took them and brought them to the king of Babylon at Riblah. There at Riblah, in the land of Hamath, the king of Babylon struck them down and put them to death. So Judah was taken into exile, away from its own land. Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, appointed Gedaliah, son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, over the people he had left behind in the land of Judah. When all the commanders of the armies and their men heard that the king of Babylon had appointed Gedaliah as governor, they came to Gedaliah at Mizpah. Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, Johanan, son of Kareah, Seraiah, son of Tanhumeth the Netophathite, and Jaazaniah, son of the Maachathite, as well as their men. And Gedaliah took an oath before them and their men, assuring them, Do not be afraid of the servants of the Chaldeans. Live in the land and serve the king of Babylon, and it will be well with you. In the 7th month, however, Ishmael, son of Nethaniah, the son of Elishama, who was a member of the royal family, came with 10 men and struck down and killed Gedaliah, along with the Judeans and Chaldeans who were with him at Mizpah. Then all the people, small and great, together with the commanders of the army, arose and fled to Egypt for fear of the Chaldeans. On the 27th day of the 12th month of the 37th year of the exile of Judah's king Jehoiakim, in the year Evil-Merodach became king of Babylon, he released King Jehoiakim of Judah from prison. And he spoke kindly to Jehoiakim, and set his throne above the thrones of the other kings who were with him in Babylon. So Jehoiakim changed out of his prison clothes, and he dined regularly at the king's table for the rest of his life. And the king provided Jehoiakim a daily portion for the rest of his life. End of chapter 25. First Chronicles, chapters 1 through 10 of the Berean Standard Bible. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared, Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah. The sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tyrus. The sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, Rephath, and Togarmah. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, Tarshish, the Kittites, and the Rodanites. The sons of Ham, Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. The sons of Cush, Seba, Havilah, Zapta, Raamah, and Sabtika. The sons of Raamah, Sheba, and Dedan. Cush was the father of Nimrod, who began to be a mighty one on the earth. Mizraim was the father of the Ludites, the Anamites, the Lehabites, the Naphtuhites, the Pathrusites, the Casluhites, from whom the Philistines came, and the Caphtorites. And Canaan was the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and of the Hittites, the Jebusites, the Amorites, the Girgashites, the Hivites, the Archites, the Sinites, the Arvadites, the Zemarites, and the Hamathites. The sons of Shem, Elam, Asher, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram, Uz, Hul, Gither, and Meshech. Arphaxad was the father of Shelah, and Shelah was the father of Eber. 2 sons were born to Eber. One was named Peleg, because in his days the earth was divided, and his brother was named Joktan. And Joktan was the father of Almodad, Sheleph, Hazarmaveth, Jirah, Hadoram, Uzal, Diklah, Obal, Abimael, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab. All these were sons of Joktan. So from Shem came Arphaxad, Shelah, Eber, Peleg, Reu, Serug, Nahor, Terah, and Abram, that is, Abraham. The sons of Abraham were Isaac and Ishmael. These are their genealogies. Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael, then Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma, Duma, Massa, Hadad, Tema, Jeter, Naphish, and Kedema. These were the sons of Ishmael. The sons born to Keturah, Abraham's concubine: Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shua. The sons of Jokshan: Sheba and Dedan. The sons of Midian: Ephah, Epher, Hanoch, Abida, and Eldaah. All of these were Keturah's sons. Abraham was the father of Isaac. The sons of Isaac: Esau and Israel. The sons of Esau: Eliphaz, Reuel, Jeush, Jalam, and Korah. The sons of Eliphaz: Teman, Omar, Zipho, Gatam, and Kenaz, and by Timnah, Amalek. The sons of Reuel: Nahath, Zerah, Shammah, and Mizah. The sons of Seir: Lotan, Shobal, Zibeon, Anah, Dishon, Ezer, and Dishan. The sons of Lotan: Hori and Homam. Timnah was Lotan's sister. The sons of Shobal: Alvan, Manahath, Ebal, Shipho, and Onam. The sons of Zibeon: Aiah and Anah. The son of Anah: Dishon. The sons of Dishon: Hemdan, Eshdan, Ithran, and Kiran. The sons of Ezer: Bilhan, Zeavan, and Akan. The sons of Dishan: Uz and Aran. These are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom before any king reigned over the Israelites. Bela, son of Beor. His city was named Dinhabah. When Bela died, Jobab, son of Zerah from Bozrah, reigned in his place. When Jobab died, Husham from the land of the Temanites reigned in his place. When Husham died, Hadad, son of Bedad, who defeated Midian in the country of Moab, reigned in his place, and the name of his city was Evith. When Hadad died, Samlah from Masrekah reigned in his place. When Samlah died, Shaul from Rehoboth on the Euphrates reigned in his place. When Shaul died, Baal-Hanan, son of Achbor, reigned in his place. When Baal-Hanan died, Hadad reigned in his place. His city was named Pau, and his wife's name was Mehetabel, daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mizahab. Then Hadad died. Now the chiefs of Edom were Timnah, Alva, Jetheth, Oholabama, Elah, Pinon, Kenaz, Timan, Mibzar, Magdiel, and Iram. These were the chiefs of Edom. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. These were the sons of Israel: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Dan, Joseph, Benjamin, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. The sons of Judah: Onan, and Shelah. These three were born to him by Bathshua the Canaanite. Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, so the Lord put him to death. Tamar, Judah's daughter-in-law, bore to him Perez and Zerah. Judah had 5 sons in all. The sons of Perez: Hezron and Hamul. The sons of Zerah: Zimri, Ethan, Heman, Calcol, and Dara. 5 in all. The sons of Carmi: Acher, who brought trouble upon Israel by violating the ban on devoted things. The son of Ethan, Azariah. The sons who were born to Hezron, Jerahmeel, Ram, and Caleb. Ram was the father of Amminadab, and Amminadab was the father of Nahshon, a leader of the descendants of Judah. Nahshon was the father of Salmon, and Salmon was the father of Boaz. Boaz was the father of Obed, and Obed was the father of Jesse. Jesse was the father of Eliab, his firstborn. Abinadab was born second, Shemiah third, Nethanel fourth, Radai fifth, Ozem sixth, and David seventh. Their sisters were Zeruiah and Abigail, and the three sons of Zeruiah were Abishai, Joab, and Asahel. Abigail was the mother of Amasa, whose father was Jether the Ishmaelite. Caleb, son of Hezron, had children by his wife Azubah and by Jerioth. These were the sons of Azubah, Jesher, Shobab, and Ardon. When Azubah died, Caleb married Ephrath, who bore to him Hur. Hur was the father of Uri, and Uri was the father of Bezalel. Later, Hezron slept with the daughter of Machir, the father of Gilead. He had married her when he was 60 years old, and she bore to him Segub. Segub was the father of Jair, who had 23 cities in the land of Gilead. But Gesher and Aram captured Havoth Jair, along with Kenath and its 60 surrounding villages. All these were descendants of Machir, the father of Gilead. After Hezron died in Caleb Ephrathah, his wife Abijah bore to him Ashur, the father of Tekoa. The sons of Jerahmeel, the firstborn of Hezron, Ram, his firstborn, Bunah, Oren, Ozem, and Ahijah. Jerahmeel had another wife named Atarah, who was the mother of Onam. The sons of Ram, the firstborn of Jerahmeel, Maaz, Jamin, and Eker. The sons of Onam, Shammai and Jada. The sons of Shammai, Nadab and Abishur. Abishur's wife was named Abihail, and she bore to him Aban and Molid. The sons of Nadab, Seled and Apaim. Seled died without children. The son of Apaim, Ishai. The son of Ishai, Shishan. The son of Shishan, Alai. The sons of Jada, the brother of Shammai, Jether and Jonathan. Jether died without children. The sons of Jonathan, Peleth and Zazah. These were the descendants of Jerahmeel. Shishan had no sons, but only daughters. He also had an Egyptian servant named Jarha. Shishan gave his daughter in marriage to his servant Jarha, and she bore to him Attai. Attai was the father of Nathan. Nathan was the father of Zabad. Zabad was the father of Iphlal. Iphlal was the father of Obed. Obed was the father of Jehu. Jehu was the father of Azariah. Azariah was the father of Helez. Helez was the father of Elasa. Elasa was the father of Sismai. Sismai was the father of Shallum. Shallum was the father of Jechamiah, and Jechamiah was the father of Elishama. The sons of Caleb, the brother of Jerahmeel, Misha, his firstborn, who was the father of Ziph, and Mareshah, his second son, who was the father of Hebron. The sons of Hebron, Korah, Tappuah, Rechem, and Shema. Shema was the father of Reham, the father of Jorkiam, and Rechem was the father of Shammai. The son of Shammai was Maon, and Maon was the father of Beth-zur. Caleb's concubine Ephah was the mother of Haran, Moza, and Gaziz. Haran was the father of Gaziz. The sons of Jahdai, Regem, Jotham, Gishan, Pilet, Ephah, and Sheaph. Caleb's concubine Maacah was the mother of Sheber and Tirhana. She was also the mother of Sheaph, father of Madmenah, and of Shiva, father of Machbenah and Gibeah. Caleb's daughter was Aksah. These were the descendants of Caleb, the sons of Hur, the firstborn of Ephrathah, Shobal, the father of Kiriath-Jearim, Salma, the father of Bethlehem, and Hariph, the father of Beth-gader. These were the descendants of Shobal, the father of Kiriath-Jearim, Haroeh, half the Manahathites, and the clans of Kiriath-Jearim, the Ithrites, Prithites, Shumathites, and Mishraites. From these descended the Zorathites and Eshtaolites. The descendants of Salma, Bethlehem, the Netophathites, Atroth-Beth-Joab, half the Manahathites, the Zorites, and the clans of the scribes who lived at Jabez, the Tirathites, Shimeathites, and Sukathites. These are the Kenites who came from Hamath, the father of the house of Rechab. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. These were the sons of David who were born to him in Hebron. The firstborn was Amnon by Ahinoam of Jezreel. The second was Daniel by Abigail of Carmel. The third was Absalom, the son of Maacah, daughter of King Talmai of Geshur. The fourth was Adonijah, the son of Haggith. The fifth was Shephatiah by Abital, and the sixth was Ithream by his wife Eglah. These 6 sons were born to David in Hebron, where he reigned 7 years and 6 months. And David reigned in Jerusalem 33 years, and these sons were born to him in Jerusalem: Shemiah, Shobab, Nathan, and Solomon. These 4 were born to him by Bathsheba, daughter of Amiel. David's other sons were Ibhar, Elishua, Eliphalet, Nogah, Nepheg, Japhiah, Elishama, Eliada, and Eliphalet, 9 in all. These were all the sons of David, besides the sons by his concubines, and Tamar was their sister. Solomon's son was Rehoboam. Abijah was his son, Asa his son, Jehoshaphat his son, Joram his son, Ahaziah his son, Joash his son, Amaziah his son, Azariah his son, Jotham his son, Ahaz his son, Hezekiah his son, Manasseh his son, Amon his son, and Josiah his son. The sons of Josiah: Johanan was the firstborn, Jehoiakim the second, Zedekiah the third, and Shallum the fourth. The successors of Jehoiakim: Jeconiah his son, and Zedekiah. The descendants of Jeconiah the captive: Shealtiel his son, Malchiram, Pedaiah, Shenazar, Jechamiah, Hoshama, and Nedabiah. The sons of Pedaiah: Zerubbabel and Shimei. The children of Zerubbabel: Meshullam and Hananiah, their sister Shilomith. And 5 others: Hashubah, Othel, Berechiah, Hasadiah, and Jushab-Hesed. The descendants of Hananiah, Pelatiah, Jeshaiah, and the sons of Rephaiah, of Arnam, of Obadiah, and of Shechaniah. The 6 descendants of Shechaniah were Shemaiah, and his sons Hattush, Igal, Beriah, Neariah, and Shaphat. The sons of Neariah, Elioenai, Hizkiah, and Azrikam, 3 in all. The sons of Elioenai, Hodaviah, Eliashib, Pileah, Akub, Johanan, Delaiah, and Anani, 7 in all. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. The descendants of Judah, Perez, Hezron, Carmi, Hur, and Shobal. Reaiah, son of Shobal, was the father of Jahath, and Jahath was the father of Ahumai and Lahad. These were the clans of the Zorathites. These were the sons of Itam, Jezreel, Ishma, and Idbash, and their sister was named Hazalelponai. Penuel was the father of Gedor, and Ezer was the father of Husha. These were the descendants of Hur, the firstborn of Ephrathah, and the father of Bethlehem. Ashur, the father of Tekoa, had 2 wives, Helah and Naarah. Naarah bore to him Ahuzam, Hepher, Timni, and Haahashterai. These were the descendants of Naarah. The sons of Helah were Zereth, Zohar, Ethnan, and Koz, who was the father of Anub and Zobibah, and of the clans of Aharhel, son of Harum. Now Jabez was more honorable than his brothers. His mother had named him Jabez, saying, "Because I bore him in pain." And Jabez called out to the God of Israel, "If only you would bless me and enlarge my territory. May your hand be with me and keep me from harm, so that I will be free from pain." And God granted the request of Jabez. Kilub, the brother of Shuha, was the father of Meher, who was the father of Eshton. Eshton was the father of Bethrapha, of Paseah, and of Tehina, the father of Ir-Nahash. These were the men of Rekah. The sons of Kenaz, Othniel and Seraiah. The sons of Othniel, Hathath and Meonothai. Meonothai was the father of Ophrah, and Seraiah was the father of Joab, the father of those living in Ge-Harashim, which was given this name because its people were craftsmen. The sons of Caleb, son of Jephunneh, Eru, Elah, and Nahum. The son of Elah, Kenaz. The sons of Jehalalel, Ziph, Ziphah, Tiria, and Asarel. The sons of Izrah, Jether, Mered, Epher, and Jalon. And Mered's wife Bithiah gave birth to Miriam, Shammai, and Ishbah, the father of Eshtemoa. These were the children of Pharaoh's daughter, Bithiah. Mered also took a Judean wife, who gave birth to Jered, the father of Gedor, Heber, the father of Soko, and Jekuthiel, the father of Zanoah. The sons of Hodiah's wife, the sister of Naham, were the fathers of Keilah, the Garmite, and of Eshtemoa, the Maacathite. The sons of Shimon, Amnon, Rina, Ben-Hanan, and Telan. The descendants of Ishai, Zoheth, and Ben-Zoheth. The sons of Shelah, son of Judah, the father of Lekah, Laadah, the father of Marisha, and the clans of the linen workers at Beth Ashbea, Joachim, the men of Kozeba, and Joash and Seraph, who ruled in Moab, and Jeshubai-Lehem. These names are from ancient records. These were the potters who lived at Netaim and Gedera. They lived there in the service of the king. The descendants of Simeon, Nemuel, Jamin, Jarib, Zerah, and Shaul. The sons of Shaul, Shallum, Mibsam, and Mishma. The sons of Mishma, Hamuel, Zakur, and Shimei. Shimei had 16 sons and 6 daughters, but his brothers did not have many children, so their whole clan did not become as numerous as the sons of Judah. They lived in Beersheba, Moladah, Hazar-Shual, Bilhah, Ezem, Tolad, Bethuel, Hormah, Ziklag, Beth-Markaboth, Hazar-Susim, Beth-Biri, and Shearaim. These were their cities until the reign of David. And their villages were Etam, Ain, Rimmon, Tochen, and Ashan, 5 towns, and all their surrounding villages as far as Baal. These were their settlements, and they kept a genealogical record. Meshobab, Jamlech, Joshua, son of Amaziah, Joel, Jehu, son of Joshabiah, son of Sariah, son of Aziel, Elioenai, Jacoba, Jeshohaiah, Asahiah, Adiel, Jesemiel, Benaiah, and Ziza, son of Shiphi, son of Elon, son of Jediaiah, son of Shimri, son of Shemaiah. These men listed by name were the leaders of their clans. Their families increased greatly, and they journeyed to the entrance of Gedor, to the east side of the valley, in search of pasture for their flocks. There they found rich, good pasture, and the land was spacious, peaceful, and quiet, for some Hamites had lived there formerly. These who were noted by name came in the days of Hezekiah, king of Judah. They attacked the Hamites in their dwellings, as well as the Meunites who were there, devoting them to destruction even to this day. Then they settled in their place, because there was pasture for their flocks. And 500 of these Simeonites, led by Pelatiah, Neariah, Rephaiah, and Uziel, the sons of Ishai, went to Mount Seir, and struck down the remnant of the Amalekites who had escaped, and they have lived there to this day. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. These were the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel. Though he was the firstborn, his birthright was given to the sons of Joseph, son of Israel, because Reuben defiled his father's bed, so he is not reckoned according to birthright. And though Judah prevailed over his brothers, and a ruler came from him, the birthright belonged to Joseph. The sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, Henoch, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. The descendants of Joel, Shemaiah his son, Gog his son, Shimei his son, Micah his son, Reaiah his son, Baal his son, and Beerah his son, whom Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, carried into exile. Beerah was a leader of the Reubenites. His relatives by their clans are recorded in their genealogy. Jeiel, the chief, Zechariah, and Bela, son of Azaz, the son of Shema, the son of Joel. They settled in Aroer and as far as Nebo and Baal-meon. They also settled in the east as far as the edge of the desert that extends to the Euphrates River, because their livestock had increased in the land of Gilead. During the days of Saul, they waged war against the Hagrites, who were defeated at their hands, and they occupied the dwellings of the Hagrites throughout the region east of Gilead. The descendants of Gad lived next to the Reubenites in the land of Bashan, as far as Salekah. Joel was the chief, Shaphem the second, then Jaani, and Shaphat, who lived in Bashan. Their kinsmen by families were Michael, Meshullam, Sheba, Jorai, Jachan, Ziah, and Eber, 7 in all. These were the sons of Abihail, son of Huri, the son of Jeroah, the son of Gilead, the son of Michael, the son of Jeshishai, the son of Jahdo, the son of Buz. Ahi, son of Abdiel, the son of Gunai, was head of their family. They lived in Gilead, in Bashan and its towns, and throughout the pasture lands of Sharon. All of them were recorded in the genealogies during the reigns of Jotham, king of Judah, and Jeroboam, king of Israel. The Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh had 44,760 warriors, valiant men who carried the shield and sword, drew the bow, and were trained for battle. They waged war against the Hagrites, as well as Jeter, Naphish, and Nodab. And because they cried out to God in battle, they were helped against their enemies, and the Hagrites and all their allies were delivered into their hands. Because they put their trust in God, he answered their prayers. They seized the livestock of the Hagrites, 50,000 camels, 250,000 sheep, and 2,000 donkeys. They also took 100,000 captives, and many others fell slain, because the battle belonged to God, and they occupied the land until the exile. Now the people of the half-tribe of Manasseh were numerous. They settled in the land from Bashan to Baal-Hermon, that is, Sinai, also known as Mount Hermon. These were the heads of their families: Epher, Ishai, Eliel, Azriel, Jeremiah, Hodaviah, and Jediel. They were mighty men of valor, famous men, and heads of their families. But they were unfaithful to the God of their fathers, and they prostituted themselves with the gods of the peoples of the land, whom God had destroyed before them. So the God of Israel stirred up the spirit of Pul, king of Assyria, that is, Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, to take the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh into exile, and he brought them to Halah, Habor, Hara, and the river of Gozan, where they remain to this day. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. The sons of Levi: Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Kohath: Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uziel. The children of Amram: Aaron, Moses, and Miriam. The sons of Aaron: Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. Eleazar was the father of Phinehas. Phinehas was the father of Abishua. Abishua was the father of Bukai. Bukai was the father of Uzai. Uzai was the father of Zerahiah. Zerahiah was the father of Merioth. Merioth was the father of Amariah. Amariah was the father of Ahitub. Ahitub was the father of Zadok. Zadok was the father of Ahimaaz. Ahimaaz was the father of Azariah. Azariah was the father of Johanan. Johanan was the father of Azariah, who served as priest in the temple that Solomon built in Jerusalem. Azariah was the father of Amariah. Amariah was the father of Ahitub. Ahitub was the father of Zadok. Zadok was the father of Shallum. Shallum was the father of Hilkiah. Hilkiah was the father of Azariah. Azariah was the father of Seraiah, and Seraiah was the father of Jehozadak. Jehozadak went into captivity when the Lord sent Judah and Jerusalem into exile by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar. The sons of Levi: Gershom, Kohath, and Merari. These are the names of the sons of Gershom: Libni and Shimei. The sons of Kohath: Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uziel. The sons of Merari: Malai and Mushai. These are the clans of the Levites listed according to their fathers. Of Gershom: Libni his son, Jehath his son, Zima his son, Joah his son, Iddo his son, Zerah his son, and Jeatheriah his son. The descendants of Kohath: Aminadab his son, Korah his son, Asir his son, Elkanah his son, Ebiasaph his son, Asir his son, Kehath his son, Uriel his son, Uzziah his son, and Shaul his son. The descendants of Elkanah: Amasai, Ahimoth, Elkanah his son, Sophai his son, Nahath his son, Eliab his son, Jeroham his son, and Elkanah his son. The sons of Samuel: Joel his firstborn, and Abijah his second son. The descendants of Merari: Malai, Libni his son, Shimei his son, Uzzah his son, Shemiah his son, Haggiah his son, and Asaiah his son. These are the men David put in charge of the music in the house of the Lord after the ark rested there. They ministered with song before the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, until Solomon built the house of the Lord in Jerusalem, and they performed their duties according to the regulations given them. These are the men who served together with their sons. From the Kohathites: Heman the singer, the son of Joel, the son of Samuel, the son of Elkanah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Eliel, the son of Toah, the son of Zuph, the son of Elkanah, the son of Mahath, the son of Amasai, the son of Elkanah, the son of Joel, the son of Azariah, the son of Zephaniah, the son of Tahath, the son of Asir, the son of Ebiasaph, the son of Korah, the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, the son of Israel. Heman's kinsman was Asaph, who served at his right hand. Asaph, the son of Berechiah, the son of Shemiah, the son of Michael, the son of Baaseiah, the son of Malchijah, the son of Ethni, the son of Zerah, the son of Adaiah, the son of Ethan, the son of Zimmah, the son of Shimei, the son of Jahath, the son of Gershom, the son of Levi. On the left were their kinsmen, the sons of Merari: Ethan, the son of Kishai, the son of Abdi, the son of Maluk, the son of Hashabiah, the son of Amaziah, the son of Hilkiah, the son of Amzai, the son of Beni, the son of Shimer, the son of Malai, the son of Mushai, the son of Merari, the son of Levi. Their fellow Levites were assigned to every kind of service in the tabernacle, the house of God. But Aaron and his sons did all the work of the most holy place. They presented the offerings on the altar of burnt offering and on the altar of incense to make atonement for Israel, according to all that Moses, the servant of God, had commanded. These were the descendants of Aaron: Eleazar, his son; Phinehas, his son; Abishua, his son; Bukai, his son; Uzai, his son; Zerahiah, his son; Merioth, his son; Amariah, his son; Ahitub, his son; Zadok, his son; and Ahimaaz, his son. Now these were the territories assigned to the descendants of Aaron from the Kohathite clan for their settlements, because the first lot fell to them. They were given Hebron and the land of Judah and its surrounding pasture lands. But the fields and villages around the city were given to Caleb, son of Jephunneh. So the descendants of Aaron were given Hebron, a city of refuge, Libnah, Jeter, Eshtemoa, Hilen, Dibur, Ashan, Juttah, and Beth-Shemesh, together with their pasture lands. And from the tribe of Benjamin they were given Gibeon, Geba, Alimeth, and Anathoth, together with their pasture lands. So they had 13 cities in all among their families. To the rest of the Kohathites, 10 cities were allotted from the half-tribe of Manasseh. The Gershomites, according to their clans, were allotted 13 cities from the tribes of Issachar, Asher, Naphtali, and Manasseh in Bashan. The Merarites, according to their clans, were allotted 12 cities from the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and Zebulun. So the Israelites gave to the Levites these cities and their pasture lands. They assigned by lot the cities named above from the tribes of Judah, Simeon, and Benjamin. And some of the clans of the Kohathites were given cities from the tribe of Ephraim for their territory. They were given Shechem, a city of refuge, with its pasture lands in the hill country of Ephraim, and Gezer, Jokmeam, Beth-horon, Aijalon, and Gath-rimon, together with their pasture lands. And from the half-tribe of Manasseh, the rest of the clans of the Kohathites were given Aner and Bileam, together with their pasture lands. The Gershomites received the following: from the clan of the half-tribe of Manasseh, they were given Golan in Bashan, and also Ashtaroth, together with their pasture lands. From the tribe of Issachar, they were given Kedesh, Debereth, Ramoth, and Anim, together with their pasture lands. From the tribe of Asher, they were given Meshal, Abdon, Hukok, and Rehob, together with their pasture lands. And from the tribe of Naphtali, they were given Kedesh in Galilee, Hamon, and Kiriathaim, together with their pasture lands. The Merarites, the rest of the Levites, received the following: from the tribe of Zebulun they were given Rimono and Tabor, together with their pasture lands. From the tribe of Reuben, east of the Jordan, opposite Jericho, they were given Bezer in the wilderness, Jazza, Kedemoth, and Mephaath, together with their pasture lands. And from the tribe of Gad, they were given Ramoth in Gilead, Mahanaim, Heshbon, and Jazer, together with their pasture lands. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. The sons of Issachar, Tola, Puah, Jashub, and Shimron, 4 in all. The sons of Tola, Uzai, Rephaiah, Jeriel, Shammai, Ibsam, and Shemuel, the heads of their families. In the days of David, 22,600 descendants of Tola were numbered in their genealogies as mighty men of valor. The son of Uzai, Izrahiah. The sons of Izrahiah, Michael, Obadiah, Joel, and Ishiah. All 5 of them were chiefs. In addition to them, according to their genealogy, they had 36,000 troops for battle, for they had many wives and children. Their kinsmen belonging to all the families of Issachar, who were mighty men of valor, totaled 87,000, as listed in their genealogies. The 3 sons of Benjamin, Bela, Becher, and Jediel. The sons of Bela, Ezbon, Uzai, Uziel, Jeremoth, and Iri, heads of their families, 5 in all. There were 22,034 mighty men of valor listed in their genealogies. The sons of Becher, Zemira, Joash, Eliezer, Elioenai, Omri, Jeremoth, Abijah, Anathoth, and Alemeth. All these were Becher's sons. Their genealogies were recorded according to the heads of their families, 20,200 mighty men of valor. The son of Jediel, Bilhan. The sons of Bilhan, Jeush, Benjamin, Ehud, Kenaiah, Zethan, Tarshish, and Ahishahar. All these sons of Jediel were heads of their families, mighty men of valor. There were 17,200 fit for battle. The Shuppites and Huppites were descendants of Ir, and the Hushites were descendants of Aher. The sons of Naphtali, Jeziel, Gunai, Jezer, and Shallum, the descendants of Bilhah. The descendants of Manasseh, Azrael, through his Aramean concubine. She also gave birth to Machir, the father of Gilead. Machir took a wife from among the Huppites and Shuppites. The name of his sister was Maacah. Another descendant was named Zelophehad, who had only daughters. Machir's wife Maacah gave birth to a son, and she named him Peresh. His brother was named Sheresh, and his sons were Ulam and Rechem. The son of Ulam, Bedan. These were the sons of Gilead, son of Machir, the son of Manasseh. His sister Hammoleketh gave birth to Ishad, Abiezer, and Malah. And these were the sons of Shemida, Ahian, Shechem, Lechi, and Aniam. The descendants of Ephraim, Shuthelah, Bered his son, Tahath his son, Eliadah his son, Tahath his son, Zebad his son, and Shuthelah his son. Ezer and Eliad were killed by the natives of Gath, because they went down to steal their livestock. Their father Ephraim mourned for many days, and his relatives came to comfort him. And again he slept with his wife, and she conceived and gave birth to a son. So he named him Beriah, because tragedy had come upon his house. His daughter was Sheerah, who built Lower and Upper Beth-horon, as well as Uzen Sheerah. Additionally, Rephah was his son, Resheph his son, Telah his son, Tehan his son, Ladan his son, Ammihud his son, Elishama his son, Nun his son, and Joshua his son. Their holdings and settlements included Bethel and its villages, Naaran to the east, Gezer and its villages to the west, and Shechem and its villages as far as Ayyah and its villages. And along the borders of Manasseh were Beth-shean, Taanach, Megiddo, and Dor, together with their villages. The descendants of Joseph, son of Israel, lived in these towns. The children of Asher, Imnah, Ishva, Ishvi, Beriah, and their sister Serah. The sons of Beriah, Heber, as well as Malchiel, who was the father of Birzaith. Heber was the father of Japhlet, Shomer, and Hotham, and of their sister Shua. The sons of Japhlet, Pesach, Bimhal, and Ashvath. These were Japhlet's sons. The sons of Shemer, Ehi, Roga, Hubah, and Aram. The sons of his brother Helem, Zophah, Imnah, Shilesh, and Emal. The sons of Zophah, Shua, Harnefer, Shual, Beri, Imrah, Bezer, Hod, Shema, Shilshah, Ithran, and Beerah. The sons of Jether, Shephunnah, Pispa, and Arah. The sons of Ulah, Arah, Haniel, and Reziah. All these were the descendants of Asher, heads of their families, choice and mighty men of valor, and chiefs among the leaders. The number of men fit for battle recorded in their genealogies was 26,000. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. Benjamin was the father of Bela, his firstborn, Ashbel the second, Ahara the third, Noha the fourth, and Repha the fifth. The sons of Bela, Adar, Gera, Abihud, Abishua, Naaman, Ahoah, Gera, Shephuphan, and Huram. These were the descendants of Ehud, who were the heads of the families living in Geba and were exiled to Manasseh. Naaman, Ahijah, and Gera, who carried them into exile, and who was the father of Uzzah and Ahihud. Shaharaim had sons in the country of Moab after he had divorced his wives, Hushim and Beerah. His sons by his wife Hodesh, Jobab, Zebiah, Misha, Malcham, Jeuz, Sechiah, and Mirmah. These were his sons, heads of families. He also had sons by Hushim, Abitub, and Elpaal. The sons of Elpaal, Eber, Misham, Shemed, who built Ono and Lod with its villages, and Beriah and Shema, who were the heads of families living in Aijalon and who drove out the inhabitants of Gath. Ahio, Sheshach, Jeremoth, Zebediah, Arad, Eder, Michael, Ishpa, and Joha were the sons of Beriah. Zebediah, Meshullam, Hizki, Heber, Ishmerai, Isliah, and Jobab were the sons of Elpaal. Jachim, Zichri, Zabdi, Elinai, Zelithai, Eliel, Adaiah, Bereah, and Shimrath were the sons of Shimei. Ishpan, Eber, Eliel, Abdon, Zichri, Hanan, Hananiah, Elam, and Thothijah, Ifdeiah, and Penuel were the sons of Sheshach. Shamshirai, Shehariah, Athaliah, Jearishiah, Elijah, and Zichri were the sons of Jehoram. All these were the heads of families, the chiefs according to their genealogies, and they lived in Jerusalem. Jeiel, the father of Gibeon, lived in Gibeon. His wife's name was Maacah, and Abdon was his firstborn son. Then Zur, Kish, Baal, Nadab, Gedor, Ahio, Zikr, and Mikloth, who was the father of Shemaiah. They too lived alongside their relatives in Jerusalem. Ner was the father of Kish. Kish was the father of Saul, and Saul was the father of Jonathan, Malchishua, Abinadab, and Eshbaal. The son of Jonathan, Merib-Baal, and Merib-Baal was the father of Micah. The sons of Micah, Pithon, Melech, Tariah, and Ahaz. Ahaz was the father of Jehoiada. Jehoiada was the father of Alemeth, Asmaveth, and Zimri. And Zimri was the father of Moza. Moza was the father of Beniah. Rapha was his son, Eliasah his son, and Azel his son. Azel had 6 sons, and these were their names: Azrikam, Bokeru, Ishmael, Sheariah, Obadiah, and Hanan. All these were the sons of Azel. The sons of his brother Eshek: Ulam was his firstborn, Jeush second, and Eliphalet third. The sons of Ulam were mighty men of valor, archers, and they had many sons and grandsons, 150 in all. All these were the descendants of Benjamin. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. So all Israel was recorded in the genealogies written in the book of the kings of Israel. But Judah was exiled to Babylon because of their unfaithfulness. Now the first to resettle their own property in their cities were Israelites, priests, Levites, and temple servants. Some of the descendants of Judah, Benjamin, Ephraim, and Manasseh lived in Jerusalem. Uthai, son of Ammihud, the son of Omri, the son of Imri, the son of Bani, a descendant of Perez, son of Judah. From the Shilonites, Asaiah, the firstborn, and his sons. From the Zerahites, Jeuel, and 690 relatives. From the Benjamites, Salu, son of Meshullam, the son of Hodaviah, the son of Hasanua. Ibneiah, son of Jeroham. Elah, son of Uzai, the son of Michri. Meshullam, son of Shephatiah, the son of Reuel, the son of Ibnijah. And 956 of their relatives according to their genealogy. All these men were heads of their families. From the priests, Jedaiah, Jehoiarib, and Jachin. Azariah, son of Hilkiah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Zadok, the son of Merioth, the son of Ahitub, the chief official of God's temple. Adaiah, son of Jeroham, the son of Pashur, the son of Malchijah. Maasai, son of Adiel, the son of Jazerah, the son of Meshullam, the son of Meshillemith, the son of Immer, and 1,760 of their relatives, the heads of their families, able men for the work of the service of the house of God. From the Levites, Shemaiah, son of Hashub, the son of Azrikam, the son of Hashabiah, a descendant of Merari. Bakbakar, Heresh, Galal, and Mattaniah, son of Micah, the son of Zichri, the son of Asaph. Obadiah, son of Shemaiah, the son of Galal, the son of Jeduthun, and Berechiah, son of Asa, the son of Elkanah, who lived in the villages of the Netophathites. These were the gatekeepers: Shallum, Akub, Talmon, Ahiman, and their relatives. Shallum was their chief. He was previously stationed at the king's gate on the east side. These were the gatekeepers from the camp of the Levites. Shallum, son of Kori, the son of Abiasaph, the son of Korah, and his relatives from the Korahites were assigned to guard the thresholds of the tent, just as their fathers had been assigned to guard the entrance to the dwelling of the Lord. In earlier times, Phinehas, son of Eleazar, had been in charge of the gatekeepers, and the Lord was with him. Zechariah, son of Meshelemiah, was the gatekeeper at the entrance to the tent of meeting. The number of those chosen to be gatekeepers at the thresholds was 212. They were registered by genealogy and their villages. David and Samuel the seer had appointed them to their positions of trust. So they and their descendants were assigned to guard the gates of the house of the Lord, the house called the tent. The gatekeepers were stationed on the four sides, east, west, north, and south. Their relatives came from their villages at fixed times to serve with them for 7-day periods. But the four chief gatekeepers, who were Levites, were entrusted with the rooms and the treasuries of the house of God. They would spend the night stationed around the house of God because they were responsible for guarding it and opening it every morning. Some of them were in charge of the articles used in worship, to count them whenever they were brought in or taken out. Others were put in charge of the furnishings and other articles of the sanctuary, as well as the fine flour, wine, oil, frankincense, and spices. And some of the sons of the priests mixed the spices. A Levite named Mattathiah, the firstborn son of Shallum the Korahite, was entrusted with baking the bread. Some of their Kohathite relatives were responsible for preparing the rows of the showbread every Sabbath. Those who were musicians, the heads of Levite families, stayed in the temple chambers and were exempt from other duties because they were on duty day and night. All these were heads of Levite families, chiefs according to their genealogies, and they lived in Jerusalem. Jeiel, the father of Gibeon, lived in Gibeon. His wife's name was Maacah. Abdon was his firstborn son, then Zur, Kish, Baal, Ner, Nadab, Gedor, Ahio, Zechariah, and Mikloth. Mikloth was the father of Shemeam. They too lived alongside their relatives in Jerusalem. Ner was the father of Kish. Kish was the father of Saul, and Saul was the father of Jonathan, Malchishua, Abinadab, and Eshbaal. The son of Jonathan, Merib-Baal, who was the father of Micah. The sons of Micah, Pithon, Melech, Tariah, and Ahaz. Ahaz was the father of Jerah. Jerah was the father of Alemeth, Asmaveth, and Zimri. And Zimri was the father of Moza. Moza was the father of Beniah. Rephaiah was his son, Elasa his son, and Azel his son. And Azel had 6 sons, and these were their names: Azrikam, Bokiru, Ishmael, Sheariah, Obadiah, and Hanan. These were the sons of Azel. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. Now the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled before them, and many fell slain on Mount Gilboa. The Philistines followed hard after Saul and his sons, and they killed Saul's sons Jonathan, Abinadab, and Malchishua. When the battle intensified against Saul, the archers overtook him and wounded him. Then Saul said to his armor-bearer, "Draw your sword and run me through with it, or these uncircumcised men will come and torture me." But his armor-bearer was terrified and refused to do it. So Saul took his own sword and fell on it. When his armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he too fell on his own sword and died. So Saul died together with his 3 sons and all his house. When all the Israelites in the valley saw that the army had fled, and that Saul and his sons had died, they abandoned their cities and ran away. So the Philistines came and occupied their cities. The next day, when the Philistines came to strip the dead, they found Saul and his sons fallen on Mount Gilboa. They stripped Saul, cut off his head, took his armor, and sent messengers throughout the land of the Philistines to proclaim the news in the temple of their idols and among their people. They put his armor in the temple of their gods and hung his head in the temple of Dagon. When all the people of Jabesh-Gilead heard about everything the Philistines had done to Saul, all their men of valor set out and retrieved the bodies of Saul and his sons and brought them to Jabesh. And they buried their bones under the oak in Jabesh and fasted 7 days. So Saul died for his unfaithfulness to the Lord, because he did not keep the word of the Lord, and even consulted a medium for guidance, and he failed to inquire of the Lord. So the Lord put him to death and turned the kingdom over to David, son of Jesse. End of chapter 10. First Chronicles, chapters 11 through 19 of the Berean Standard Bible. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Then all Israel came together to David at Hebron and said, "Here we are, your own flesh and blood. Even in times past, while Saul was king, you were the one who led Israel out and brought them back. And the Lord your God said, 'You will shepherd my people Israel, and you will be ruler over them.'" So all the elders of Israel came to the king at Hebron, where David made a covenant with them before the Lord. And they anointed him king over Israel, according to the word of the Lord through Samuel. Then David and all the Israelites marched to Jerusalem, that is, Jebus, where the Jebusites inhabited the land. The people of Jebus said to David, "You will never get in here." Nevertheless, David captured the fortress of Zion, that is, the city of David. Now David had said, "Whoever is the first to strike down a Jebusite will become chief commander." And Joab, son of Zeruiah, went up first, and he became the chief. So David took up residence in the fortress. That is why it was called the City of David. He built up the city around it, from the supporting terraces to the surrounding wall, while Joab restored the rest of the city. And David became greater and greater, for the Lord of hosts was with him. Now these were the chiefs of David's mighty men, who, together with all Israel, bolstered and strengthened his kingdom, according to the word of the Lord concerning Israel. This is the list of David's mighty men. Jashobeam, son of Hachmoni, was chief of the officers. He wielded his spear against 300 men, whom he killed at one time. Next in command was Eleazar, son of Dodo the Ahohite, one of the 3 mighty men. He was with David at Pas-Dammim, when the Philistines gathered there for battle. At a place with a field full of barley, the troops fled from the Philistines. But Eleazar and David stationed themselves in the middle of the field and defended it. They struck down the Philistines, and the Lord brought about a great victory. 3 of the 30 chief men went down to David to the rock at the cave of Adullam, while a company of Philistines was encamped in the valley of Rephaim. At that time David was in the stronghold, and the garrison of the Philistines was at Bethlehem. David longed for water and said, "Oh, that someone would get me a drink of water from the well near the gate of Bethlehem." So the 3 broke through the Philistine camp, drew water from the well at the gate of Bethlehem, and brought it back to David. But he refused to drink it. Instead, he poured it out to the Lord, saying, "Far be it from me, my God, to do this. How can I drink the blood of these men who risked their lives?" Because they had brought it back at the risk of their lives, David refused to drink it. Such were the exploits of the 3 mighty men. Now Abishai, the brother of Joab, was chief of the 3, and he wielded his spear against 300 men, killed them, and won a name along with the 3. He was doubly honored above the 3, and he became their commander, even though he was not included among the 3. And Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was a man of valor from Kabzeel, a man of many exploits. He struck down 2 champions of Moab, and on a snowy day he went down into a pit and killed a lion. He also struck down an Egyptian, a huge man 5 cubits tall. Although the Egyptian had a spear like a weaver's beam in his hand, Benaiah went against him with a club, snatched the spear from his hand, and killed the Egyptian with his own spear. These were the exploits of Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, who won a name along with the 3 mighty men. He was most honored among the 30, but he did not become one of the 3. And David appointed him over his guard. Now these were the mighty men: Asahel, the brother of Joab, Elhanan, son of Dodo of Bethlehem, Shemoth, the Harawite, Helez, the Pelonite, Ira, son of Ikish, the Tekoite, Abiezer, the Anathothite, Sibekai, the Hushathite, Eli, the Ahohite, Maharai, the Netophathite, Heled, son of Baanah, the Netophathite, Ithai, son of Ribai, from Gibeah of the Benjamites, Benaiah, the Pirathonite, Hurai, from the brooks of Gaash, Abiel, the Arbathite, Azmaveth, the Baharumite, Eliabah, the Shaalbanite, the sons of Heshem, the Gizonite, Jonathan, son of Shagi, the Herarite, Ahiam, son of Shachar, the Herahite, Eliphal, son of Ur, Hepher the Machirathite, Ahijah the Pelonite, Hezro the Carmelite, Nearai, son of Izbai, Joel the brother of Nathan, Mibhar, son of Hagri, Zelek the Ammonite, Naharai the Beerothite, the armor-bearer of Joab, son of Zeruiah, Ira the Ithrite, Gareb the Ithrite, Uriah the Hittite, Zabad, son of Alai, Adinah, son of Shiza, the Reubenite, chief of the Reubenites, and the 30 with him, Hanan, son of Maacah, Joshaphat, the Methnite, Uzziah, the Ashterathite, Shammah, and Jeiel, the sons of Hotham, the Arorite, Jediel, son of Shimri, and his brother Joha, the Tizite, Eliel, the Mahavite, Jerubai, and Joshaviah, the sons of Elnaam, Ithma the Moabite, Eliel, Obed, and Jaasiel the Mezobaite. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Now these were the men who came to David at Ziklag, while he was still banished from the presence of Saul, son of Kish. They were among the mighty men who helped him in battle. They were archers, using both the right and left hands to sling stones and shoot arrows, and they were Saul's kinsmen from Benjamin, Ahiezer their chief, and Joash, who were the sons of Shemaiah the Gibeathite, Jeziel and Pilet, the sons of Azmaveth, Berekah, Jehu the Anathothite, Ishmaiah the Gibeonite, a mighty man among the 30 and a leader over the 30, Jeremiah, Jahaziel, Johanan, and Jozabad the Gederathite, Eluzai, Jeremoth, Bealiah, Shemariah, and Shephatiah the Haruphite, Elkanah, Ishiah, Azarel, Joezer, and Jashobeam, who were Korahites, and Joelah, and Zebediah, the sons of Jeroham, from Gedor. Some Gadites defected to David at his stronghold in the wilderness. They were mighty men of valor, trained for battle, experts with the shield and spear, whose faces were like the faces of lions, and who were as swift as gazelles on the mountains. Ezer the chief, Obadiah the second in command, Eliab the third, Mishmannah the fourth, Jeremiah the fifth, Attai the sixth, Eliel the seventh, Johanan the eighth, Elzabad the ninth, Jeremiah the 10th, and Machbanai the 11th. These Gadites were army commanders, the least of whom was a match for 100, and the greatest for 1,000. These are the ones who crossed the Jordan in the first month when it was overflowing all its banks, and they put to flight all those in the valleys, both to the east and to the west. Other Benjamites and some men from Judah also came to David in his stronghold, and David went out to meet them, saying, "If you have come to me in peace to help me, my heart will be united with you. But if you have come to betray me to my enemies, when my hands are free of violence, may the God of our fathers see it and judge you." Then the Spirit came upon Amasai, the chief of the 30, and he said, "We are yours, O David. We are with you, O son of Jesse. Peace, peace to you, and peace to your helpers, for your God helps you." So David received them and made them leaders of his troops. Some from Manasseh defected to David when he went with the Philistines to fight against Saul. They did not help the Philistines, because the Philistine rulers consulted and sent David away, saying, "It will cost us our heads if he defects to his master Saul." When David went to Ziklag, these men of Manasseh defected to him: Abna, Jozabad, Jediel, Michael, Jozabad, Elihu, and Zilithai, chiefs of thousands in Manasseh. They helped David against the raiders, for they were all mighty men of valor and commanders in the army. For at that time men came to David day after day to help him, until he had a great army, like the army of God. Now these are the numbers of men armed for battle, who came to David at Hebron to turn Saul's kingdom over to him, in accordance with the word of the Lord. From Judah, 6,800 armed troops bearing shields and spears. From Simeon, 7,100 mighty men of valor ready for battle. From Levi, 4,600, including Jehoiada, leader of the house of Aaron, with 3,700 men, and Zadok, a mighty young man of valor, with 22 commanders from his own family. From Benjamin, the kinsman of Saul, 3,000, most of whom had remained loyal to the house of Saul up to that time. From Ephraim, 20,800 mighty men of valor, famous among their own clans. From the half-tribe of Manasseh, 18,000, designated by name to come and make David king. From Issachar, men who understood the times and knew what Israel should do, 200 chiefs, with all their kinsmen at their command. From Zebulun, 50,000 fit for service, trained for battle with all kinds of weapons of war, who with one purpose were devoted to David. From Naphtali, 1,000 commanders, accompanied by 37,000 men with shield and spear. From Dan, 28,600, prepared for battle. From Asher, 40,000, fit for service, prepared for battle. And from east of the Jordan, from Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh there, 120,000 armed with every kind of weapon of war. All these men of war, arrayed for battle, came to Hebron fully determined to make David king over all Israel, and all the rest of the Israelites were of one mind to make David king. They spent 3 days there, eating and drinking with David, for their relatives had provided for them, and their neighbors from as far away as Issachar, Zebulun, and Naphtali came bringing food on donkeys, camels, mules, and oxen, abundant supplies of flour, fig cakes, and raisin cakes, wine and oil, oxen and sheep. Indeed, there was joy in Israel. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. Then David conferred with all his leaders, the commanders of thousands and of hundreds. And he said to the whole assembly of Israel, "If it seems good to you, and if this is of the Lord our God, let us send word far and wide to the rest of our brothers in all the land of Israel, and also to the priests and Levites in their cities and pasture lands, so that they may join us. Then let us bring back the ark of our God, for we did not inquire of him in the days of Saul." And because this proposal seemed right to all the people, the whole assembly agreed to it. So David assembled all Israel from the river Shihor in Egypt to Lebo-hamath to bring the ark of God from Kiriath Jearim. David and all Israel went up to Baalah of Judah, that is, Kiriath Jearim, to bring up from there the ark of God, the Lord, who is enthroned between the cherubim, the ark that is called by the name. So they carried the ark of God from the house of Abinadab on a new cart, with Uzzah and Ahio guiding the cart. David and all the Israelites were celebrating before God with all their might, with songs and on harps and lyres, with tambourines, cymbals, and trumpets. When they came to the threshing floor of Kidon, Uzzah reached out and took hold of the ark, because the oxen had stumbled. And the anger of the Lord burned against Uzzah, and he struck him down, because he had put his hand on the ark. So he died there before God. Then David became angry, because the Lord had burst forth against Uzzah. So he named that place Perez Uzzah, as it is called to this day. That day David feared God and asked, "How can I ever bring the ark of God to me?" So he did not move the ark with him to the city of David. Instead, he took it aside to the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. Thus the ark of God remained with the family of Obed-Edom in his house for 3 months, and the Lord blessed his household and everything he owned. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. Now Hiram, king of Tyre, sent envoys to David, along with cedar logs, stonemasons, and carpenters, to build a palace for him. And David realized that the Lord had established him as king over Israel, and had highly exalted his kingdom for the sake of his people Israel. And David took more wives in Jerusalem, and became the father of more sons and daughters. These are the names of the children born to him in Jerusalem: Shammua, Shobab, Nathan, Solomon, Ibhar, Elishua, Elpalet, Noga, Nepheg, Japhiah, Elishama, Beeliada, and Eliphalet. When the Philistines heard that David had been anointed king over all Israel, they all went in search of him. But David learned of this and went out to face them. Now the Philistines had come and raided the valley of Rephaim. So David inquired of God, "Should I go up against the Philistines? Will you deliver them into my hand?" "Go," replied the Lord, "for I will deliver them into your hand." So David and his men went up to Baal-perazim, where he defeated the Philistines, and said, "Like a bursting flood, God has burst out against my enemies by my hand." So they called that place Baal-perazim. There the Philistines abandoned their gods, and David ordered that they be burned in the fire. Once again the Philistines raided the valley. So David again inquired of God, who answered him, "Do not march up after them, but circle around them and attack them in front of the balsam trees. As soon as you hear the sound of marching in the tops of the balsam trees, move out to battle, because this will mean that God has gone out before you to strike the camp of the Philistines." So David did as God had commanded him, and they struck down the army of the Philistines all the way from Gibeon to Gezer. And David's fame went out into every land, and the Lord caused all nations to fear him. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. David constructed buildings for himself in the city of David, and he prepared a place for the ark of God, and pitched a tent for it. Then David said, "No one but the Levites may carry the ark of God, because the Lord has chosen them to carry the ark of the Lord and to minister before him forever." And David assembled all Israel in Jerusalem to bring up the ark of the Lord to the place he had prepared for it. Then he gathered together the descendants of Aaron and the Levites. From the Kohathites, Uriel the chief and 120 of his relatives. From the Merarites, Azariah the chief and 220 of his relatives. From the Gershomites, Joel the chief and 130 of his relatives. From the Elizaphanites, Shemaiah the chief and 200 of his relatives. From the Hebronites, Eliel the chief and 80 of his relatives. And from the Uzzielites, Aminadab the chief and 112 of his relatives. David summoned the priests Zadok and Abiathar, and the Levites Uriel, Azariah, Joel, Shemaiah, Eliel, and Aminadab. And he said to them, "You are the heads of the Levitical families. You and your relatives must consecrate yourselves, so that you may bring the ark of the Lord, the God of Israel, to the place I have prepared for it. It was because you Levites were not with us the first time that the Lord our God burst forth in anger against us, for we did not consult him about the proper order." So the priests and Levites consecrated themselves to bring up the ark of the Lord, the God of Israel. And the Levites carried the ark of God on their shoulders with the poles, as Moses had commanded in accordance with the word of the Lord. David also told the leaders of the Levites to appoint their relatives as singers to lift up their voices with joy, accompanied by musical instruments, harps, lyres, and cymbals. So the Levites appointed Heman, son of Joel, from his brothers Asaph, son of Berechiah, from their brothers the Merarites, Ethan, son of Cushaiah, and with them their brothers next in rank, Zechariah, Jaaziel, Shemiramoth, Jehiel, Unni, Eliab, Benaiah, Maaseiah, Mattathiah, Eliphelehu, Micneiah, and the gatekeepers Obed-Edom and Jeiel. The musicians Heman, Asaph, and Ethan were to sound the bronze cymbals. Zechariah, Aziel, Shemiramoth, Jehiel, Unni, Eliab, Maaseiah, and Benaiah were to play the harps according to Alamoth. And Mattathiah, Eliphelehu, Micneiah, Obed-Edom, Jeiel, and Azaziah were to lead the music with lyres according to Sheminith. Kenaniah, the head Levite, was the director of the music because he was highly skilled. Berechiah and Elkanah were to be guardians of the ark. Shebaniah, Joshaphat, Nathanael, Amasai, Zechariah, Benaiah, and Eleazar, the priests, were to blow the trumpets before the ark of God. Obed-Edom and Jehiah were also to be guardians of the ark. So David, the elders of Israel, and the commanders of thousands went with rejoicing to bring the ark of the covenant of the Lord from the house of Obed-Edom. And because God helped the Levites who were carrying the ark of the covenant of the Lord, they sacrificed 7 bulls and 7 rams. Now David was dressed in a robe of fine linen, as were all the Levites who were carrying the ark, as well as the singers and Kenaniah, the director of music for the singers. David also wore a linen ephod. So all Israel brought up the ark of the covenant of the Lord with shouting, with the sounding of rams' horns and trumpets, and with cymbals and the music of harps and lyres. As the ark of the covenant of the Lord was entering the city of David, Saul's daughter Michal looked down from a window and saw King David dancing and celebrating, and she despised him in her heart. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. So they brought the ark of God and placed it inside the tent that David had pitched for it. And they presented burnt offerings and peace offerings before God. When David had finished sacrificing the burnt offerings and peace offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord. Then he distributed to every man and woman of Israel a loaf of bread, a date cake, and a raisin cake. David appointed some of the Levites to minister before the ark of the Lord, to celebrate, to give thanks, and to praise the Lord, the God of Israel. Asaph was the chief, Zechariah was second, then Jeiel, Shemiramoth, Jehiel, Mattathiah, Eliab, Benaiah, Obed-Edom, and Jeiel. They were to play the harps and lyres, while Asaph sounded the cymbals, and the priests Benaiah and Jahaziel blew the trumpets regularly before the ark of the covenant of God. On that day David first committed to Asaph and his associates this song of thanksgiving to the Lord. Give thanks to the Lord, call upon his name, make known his deeds among the nations. Sing to him, sing praises to him, tell of all his wonders. Glory in his holy name. Let the hearts of those who seek the Lord rejoice. Seek out the Lord and his strength. Seek his face always. Remember the wonders he has done, his marvels, and the judgments he has pronounced. O offspring of his servant Israel, O sons of Jacob, his chosen ones. He is the Lord our God. His judgments carry throughout the earth. Remember his covenant forever, the word he ordained for 1,000 generations, the covenant he made with Abraham, and the oath he swore to Isaac. He confirmed it to Jacob as a decree, to Israel as an everlasting covenant. I will give you the land of Canaan as the portion of your inheritance. When they were few in number, few indeed, and strangers in the land, they wandered from nation to nation, from one kingdom to another. He let no man oppress them. He rebuked kings on their behalf. Do not touch my anointed ones. Do no harm to my prophets. Sing to the Lord, all the earth. Proclaim his salvation day after day. Declare his glory among the nations, his wonders among all peoples. For great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols, but it is the Lord who made the heavens. Splendor and majesty are before him. strength and joy fill his dwelling. Ascribe to the Lord, O families of the nations. Ascribe to the Lord glory and strength. Ascribe to the Lord the glory due his name. Bring an offering and come before him. Worship the Lord in the splendor of his holiness. Tremble before him, all the earth. The world is firmly established. It cannot be moved. Let the heavens be glad, and the earth rejoice. Let them say among the nations, the Lord reigns. Let the sea resound, and all that fills it. Let the fields exult, and all that is in them. Then the trees of the forest will sing for joy before the Lord, for he is coming to judge the earth. Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His loving devotion endures forever. Then cry out, Save us, O God of our salvation. Gather and deliver us from the nations, that we may give thanks to your holy name, that we may glory in your praise. Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, from everlasting to everlasting. Then all the people said, Amen, and praise the Lord. So David left Asaph and his associates there before the ark of the covenant of the Lord, to minister there regularly according to the daily requirements, along with Obed-Edom and his 68 relatives. Obed-Edom, son of Jeduthun, and also Hosah were to be gatekeepers. And David left Zadok the priest and his fellow priests before the tabernacle of the Lord at the high place in Gibeon to regularly present burnt offerings to the Lord on the altar of burnt offerings, morning and evening, according to all that was written in the law of the Lord, which he had commanded Israel to keep. With them were Heman, Jeduthun, and the rest of those chosen and designated by name to give thanks to the Lord, for his loving devotion endures forever. Heman and Jeduthun had with them trumpets and cymbals for the music, and instruments for the songs of God, and the sons of Jeduthun were stationed at the gate. Then all the people departed for their homes, and David returned home to bless his household. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. After David had settled into his palace, he said to Nathan the prophet, Here I am living in a house of cedar, while the ark of the covenant of the Lord is under a tent. And Nathan replied to David, Do all that is in your heart, for God is with you. But that night the word of God came to Nathan, saying, Go and tell my servant David that this is what the Lord says. You are not the one to build me a house in which to dwell. For I have not dwelt in a house from the day I brought Israel up out of Egypt until this day, but I have moved from tent to tent and dwelling to dwelling. In all my journeys with all the Israelites have I ever asked any of the leaders I appointed to shepherd my people, Why haven't you built me a house of cedar? Now then, you are to tell my servant David that this is what the Lord of hosts says. I took you from the pasture, from following the flock, to be the ruler over my people Israel. I have been with you wherever you have gone, and I have cut off all your enemies from before you. Now I will make for you a name like that of the greatest in the land. And I will provide a place for my people Israel, and will plant them so that they may dwell in a place of their own and be disturbed no more. No longer will the sons of wickedness oppress them as they did at the beginning, and have done since the day I appointed judges over my people Israel. And I will subdue all your enemies. Moreover, I declare to you that the Lord will build a house for you. And when your days are fulfilled, and you go to be with your fathers, I will raise up your descendant after you, one of your own sons, and I will establish his kingdom. He will build a house for me, and I will establish his throne forever. I will be his father, and he will be my son, and I will never remove my loving devotion from him as I removed it from your predecessor. But I will set him over my house and my kingdom forever, and his throne will be established forever. So Nathan relayed to David all the words of this entire revelation. Then King David went in, sat before the Lord, and said, Who am I, O Lord God, and what is my house, that you have brought me this far? And as if this was a small thing in your eyes, O God, you have spoken about the future of the house of your servant, and have regarded me as a man of great distinction, O Lord God. What more can David say to you for honoring your servant? For you know your servant, O Lord. For the sake of your servant, and according to your own heart, you have accomplished this great thing, and made known all these great promises. O Lord, there is none like you, and there is no God but you, according to everything we have heard with our own ears. And who is like your people Israel, the one nation on earth, whom God went out to redeem as a people for himself? You made a name for yourself through great and awesome wonders, by driving out nations from before your people, whom you redeemed from Egypt. For you have made your people Israel your very own forever, and you, O Lord, have become their God. And now, O Lord, let the word you have spoken concerning your servant and his house be established forever. Do as you have promised, so that your name will be established and magnified forever, when it is said, The Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, is God over Israel. And may the house of your servant David be established before you. For you, my God, have revealed to your servant that you will build a house for him. Therefore your servant has found the courage to pray before you. And now, O Lord, you are God, and you have promised this goodness to your servant. So now you have been pleased to bless the house of your servant, that it may continue forever before you. For you, O Lord, have blessed it, and it will be blessed forever. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. Some time later, David defeated the Philistines, subdued them, and took Gath and its villages from the hand of the Philistines. David also defeated the Moabites, and they became subject to David and brought him tribute. As far as Hamath, David also defeated King Hadadezer of Zobah, who had marched out to establish his dominion along the Euphrates River. David captured from him 1,000 chariots, 7,000 charioteers, and 20,000 foot soldiers, and he hamstrung all the horses except 100 he kept for the chariots. When the Arameans of Damascus came to help King Hadadezer of Zobah, David struck down 22,000 of their men. Then he placed garrisons in Aram of Damascus, and the Arameans became subject to David and brought him tribute. So the Lord made David victorious wherever he went. And David took the gold shields that belonged to the officers of Hadadezer and brought them to Jerusalem. And from Tibhath and Kun, cities of Hadadezer, David took a large amount of bronze, with which Solomon made the bronze sea, the pillars, and various bronze articles. When King Tou of Hamath heard that David had defeated the entire army of Hadadezer, king of Zobah, he sent his son Hadoram to greet King David and bless him for fighting and defeating Hadadezer, who had been at war with Tou. Hadoram brought all kinds of articles of gold and silver and bronze, and King David dedicated these to the Lord, along with the silver and gold he had carried off from all these nations, from Edom and Moab, and from the Ammonites, Philistines, and Amalekites. Moreover, Abishai, son of Zeruiah, struck down 18,000 Edomites in the valley of Salt. He placed garrisons in Edom, and all the Edomites were subject to David. So the Lord made David victorious wherever he went. Thus David reigned over all Israel, and administered justice and righteousness for all his people. Joab, son of Zeruiah, was over the army. Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was the recorder. Zadok, son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, son of Abiathar, were priests. Shavsha was the scribe. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was over the Kerethites and Pelethites. And David's sons were chief officials at the king's side. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. Some time later, Nahash, king of the Ammonites, died and was succeeded by his son. And David said, I will show kindness to Hanun, son of Nahash, because his father showed kindness to me. So David sent messengers to console Hanun concerning his father. But when David's servants arrived in the land of the Ammonites to console him, the princes of the Ammonites said to Hanun, Just because David has sent you comforters, do you really believe he is showing respect for your father? Have not his servants come to you to explore the land, spy it out, and overthrow it? So Hanun took David's servants, shaved their beards, cut off their garments at the hips, and sent them away. When someone came and told David about his men, he sent messengers to meet them, since the men had been thoroughly humiliated. The king told them, Stay in Jericho until your beards have grown back, and then return. When the Ammonites realized that they had become a stench to David, Hanun and the Ammonites sent 1,000 talents of silver to hire for themselves chariots and horsemen from Aram-Naharaim, Aram-Maacah, and Zobah. So they hired for themselves 32,000 chariots, as well as the king of Maacah with his troops, who came and camped near Medeba, while the Ammonites were mustered from their cities and marched out for battle. On hearing this, David sent Joab and the entire army of mighty men. The Ammonites marched out and arrayed themselves for battle at the entrance to the city, while the kings who had come stayed by themselves in the open country. When Joab saw the battle lines before him and behind him, he selected some of the best men of Israel and arrayed them against the Arameans. And he placed the rest of the troops under the command of his brother Abishai, who arrayed them against the Ammonites. "If the Arameans are too strong for me," said Joab, "then you will come to my rescue, and if the Ammonites are too strong for you, then I will come to your rescue. Be strong, and let us fight bravely for our people and for the cities of our God. May the Lord do what is good in his sight." So Joab and his troops advanced to fight the Arameans who fled before him. When the Ammonites saw that the Arameans had fled, they too fled before Joab's brother Abishai, and they entered the city. So Joab went back to Jerusalem. When the Arameans saw that they had been defeated by Israel, they sent messengers to bring more Arameans from beyond the Euphrates, with Shophak, the commander of Hadadezer's army, leading them. When this was reported to David, he gathered all Israel, crossed the Jordan, advanced toward the Arameans, and arrayed for battle against them. When David lined up to engage them in battle, they fought against him. But the Arameans fled before Israel, and David killed 7,000 of their charioteers and 40,000 foot soldiers. He also killed Shophak, the commander of their army. When Hadadezer's subjects saw that they had been defeated by Israel, they made peace with David and became subject to him. So the Arameans were unwilling to help the Ammonites any more. End of chapter 19. First Chronicles, chapters 20 through 29 of the Berean Standard Bible. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. In the spring, at the time when kings march out to war, Joab led out the army and ravaged the land of the Ammonites. He came to Rabbah and besieged it, but David remained in Jerusalem. And Joab attacked Rabbah and demolished it. Then David took the crown from the head of their king. It was found to weigh a talent of gold, and was set with precious stones, and it was placed on David's head. And David took a great amount of plunder from the city. David brought out the people who were there, and put them to work with saws, iron picks, and axes, and he did the same to all the Ammonite cities. Then David and all his troops returned to Jerusalem. Some time later, war broke out with the Philistines at Gezer. At that time, Sibbecai the Hushathite killed Sippai, a descendant of the Rephaim, and the Philistines were subdued. Once again there was a battle with the Philistines, and Elhanan, son of Jair, killed Lamai, the brother of Goliath the Gittite, the shaft of whose spear was like a weaver's beam. And there was also a battle at Gath, where there was a man of great stature, with 6 fingers on each hand, and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in all. He too was descended from Rapha. And when he taunted Israel, Jonathan, the son of David's brother Shimei, killed him. So these descendants of Rapha in Gath fell at the hands of David and his servants. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. Then Satan rose up against Israel, and incited David to take a census of Israel. So David said to Joab and the commanders of the troops, "Go and count the Israelites from Beersheba to Dan, and bring me a report, so that I may know their number." But Joab replied, "May the Lord multiply his troops 100 times over. My lord the king, are they not all servants of my lord? Why does my lord want to do this? Why should he bring guilt on Israel?" Nevertheless, the king's word prevailed against Joab. So Joab departed and traveled throughout Israel, and then he returned to Jerusalem. And Joab reported to David the total number of the troops. In all Israel there were 1,100,000 men who drew the sword, including 470,000 in Judah. But Joab did not include Levi and Benjamin in the count, because the king's command was detestable to him. This command was also evil in the sight of God, so he struck Israel. Then David said to God, "I have sinned greatly because I have done this thing. Now I beg you to take away the iniquity of your servant, for I have acted very foolishly." And the Lord instructed Gad, David's seer, "Go and tell David that this is what the Lord says. I am offering you 3 options. Choose one of them, and I will carry it out against you." So Gad went and said to David, "This is what the Lord says. You must choose between 3 years of famine, 3 months of being swept away before your enemies and overtaken by their swords, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, days of plague upon the land, with the angel of the Lord ravaging every part of Israel. Now then, decide how I should reply to him who sent me." David answered Gad, "I am deeply distressed. Please let me fall into the hand of the Lord, for his mercies are very great. But do not let me fall into the hands of men." So the Lord sent a plague upon Israel, and 70,000 men of Israel fell dead. Then God sent an angel to destroy Jerusalem. But as the angel was doing so, the Lord saw it and relented from the calamity. And he said to the angel who was destroying the people, "Enough! Withdraw your hand now." At that time the angel of the Lord was standing by the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. When David lifted up his eyes and saw the angel of the Lord standing between heaven and earth, with a drawn sword in his hand, stretched out over Jerusalem, David and the elders, clothed in sackcloth, fell face down. And David said to God, "Was it not I who gave the order to count the people? I am the one who has sinned and acted wickedly. But these sheep, what have they done? O Lord my God, please let your hand fall upon me and my father's house. But do not let this plague remain upon your people." Then the angel of the Lord ordered Gad to tell David to go up and build an altar to the Lord on the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite. So David went up at the word that Gad had spoken in the name of the Lord. Now Ornan was threshing wheat when he turned and saw the angel, and his 4 sons who were with him hid themselves. David came to Ornan, and when Ornan looked out and saw David, he left the threshing floor and bowed face down before David. Then David said to Ornan, "Grant me the sight of this threshing floor, that I may build an altar to the Lord. Sell it to me for the full price, so that the plague upon the people may be halted." Ornan said to David, "Take it. May my lord the king do whatever seems good to him. Look, I will give the oxen for the burnt offerings, the threshing sledges for the wood, and the wheat for the grain offering. I will give it all." "No," replied King David, "I insist on paying the full price, for I will not take for the Lord what belongs to you, nor will I offer burnt offerings that cost me nothing." So David paid Ornan 600 shekels of gold for the site. And there he built an altar to the Lord, and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings. He called upon the Lord, who answered him with fire from heaven on the altar of burnt offering. Then the Lord spoke to the angel, who put his sword back into its sheath. At that time, when David saw that the Lord had answered him at the threshing floor of Ornan the Jebusite, he offered sacrifices there. For the tabernacle of the Lord that Moses had made in the wilderness, and the altar of burnt offering, were presently at the high place in Gibeon. But David could not go before it to inquire of God, because he was afraid of the sword of the angel of the Lord. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. Then David said, "Here shall be the house of the Lord God, as well as the altar of burnt offering for Israel." So David gave orders to gather the foreigners in the land of Israel, from whom he appointed stone cutters to prepare finished stones for building the house of God. David provided a large quantity of iron to make the nails for the doors of the gateways and for the fittings, together with more bronze than could be weighed and more cedar logs than could be counted. For the Sidonians and Tyrians had brought a large quantity of cedar logs to David. And David said, "My son Solomon is young and inexperienced, and the house to be built for the Lord must be exceedingly magnificent, famous and glorious throughout all lands. Therefore I must make preparations for it." So David made lavish preparations before his death. Then David called for his son Solomon, and instructed him to build a house for the Lord, the God of Israel. "My son," said David to Solomon, "it was in my heart to build a house for the name of the Lord my God. But this word of the Lord came to me: You have shed much blood and waged great wars. You are not to build a house for my name, because you have shed so much blood on the ground before me. But a son will be born to you, who will be a man of rest. I will give him rest from all his enemies on every side. For his name will be Solomon, and I will grant to Israel peace and quiet during his reign. He is the one who will build a house for my name. He will be my son, and I will be his father, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom over Israel forever. Now, my son, may the Lord be with you, and may you succeed in building the house of the Lord your God, as he said you would. Above all, may the Lord give you insight and understanding when he puts you in command over Israel, so that you may keep the law of the Lord your God. Then you will succeed if you carefully follow the statutes and ordinances that the Lord commanded Moses for Israel. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or discouraged. Now behold, I have taken great pains to provide for the house of the Lord 100,000 talents of gold, 1,000,000 talents of silver, and bronze and iron too great to be weighed. I have also provided timber and stone, and you may add to them. You also have many workers, stone cutters, masons, carpenters, and men skilled in every kind of work, in gold and silver, bronze and iron, craftsmen beyond number. Now begin the work, and may the Lord be with you." Then David ordered all the leaders of Israel to help his son Solomon. "Is not the Lord your God with you, and has he not granted you rest on every side? For he has given the inhabitants of the land into my hand, and the land has been subdued before the Lord and his people. Now set your heart and soul to seek the Lord your God. Begin building the sanctuary of the Lord God, so that you may bring the ark of the covenant of the Lord and the holy articles of God into the temple that will be built for the name of the Lord." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. When David was old and full of years, he installed his son Solomon as king over Israel. Then he gathered all the leaders of Israel, as well as the priests and Levites. The Levites 30 years of age or older were counted, and the total number of men was 38,000. "Of these," said David, 24,000 are to oversee the work of the house of the Lord, 6,000 are to be officers and judges, 4,000 are to be gatekeepers, and 4,000 are to praise the Lord with the instruments I have made for giving praise." Then David divided the Levites into divisions according to the sons of Levi: Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The Gershonites, Ladan and Shimei. The sons of Ladan, Jehiel the first, Jitham, and Joel, 3 in all. The sons of Shimei, Shilemoth, Haziel, and Haran, 3 in all. These were the heads of the families of Ladan. And the sons of Shimei, Jahath, Zizah, Jeush, and Beriah. These were the sons of Shimei, 4 in all. Jahath was the first, and Zizah was the second, but Jeush and Beriah did not have many sons, so they were counted as one family, and received a single assignment. The sons of Kohath, Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uziel, 4 in all. The sons of Amram, Aaron and Moses. Aaron and his descendants were set apart forever to consecrate the most holy things, to burn incense before the Lord, to minister before him, and to pronounce blessings in his name forever. As for Moses, the man of God, his sons were named among the tribe of Levi. The sons of Moses, Gershom and Eleazar. The descendants of Gershom, Shebuel was the first. The descendants of Eleazar, Rehabiah was the first. Eleazar did not have any other sons, but the sons of Rehabiah were very numerous. The sons of Izhar, Shilomith was the first. The sons of Hebron, Jeriah was the first, Amariah the second, Jahaziel the third, and Jekameam the fourth. The sons of Uziel, Micah was the first, and Ishiah the second. The sons of Merari, Malai and Mushai. The sons of Malai, Eleazar and Kish. Eleazar died without having any sons. He had only daughters. Their cousins, the sons of Kish, married them. The sons of Mushai, Malai, Eder, and Jeremoth, 3 in all. These were the descendants of Levi by their families, the heads of families registered individually by name, those 20 years of age or older who worked in the service of the house of the Lord. For David had said, "The Lord, the God of Israel, has given rest to his people, and has come to dwell in Jerusalem forever." So now the Levites no longer need to carry the tabernacle or any of the articles for its service. For according to the final instructions of David, the Levites 20 years of age or older were counted, but their duty was to assist the descendants of Aaron with the service of the house of the Lord, being responsible for the courts and chambers, the purification of all the holy things, and the work of the service of the house of God, as well as for the rows of the showbread, the fine flour for the grain offering, the wafers of unleavened bread, the baking, the mixing, and all measurements of quantity and size. They were also to stand every morning to give thanks and praise to the Lord, and likewise in the evening. Whenever burnt offerings were presented to the Lord on the Sabbaths, new moons, and appointed feasts, they were to serve regularly before the Lord in the numbers prescribed for them. So the Levites were to carry out the responsibilities for the tent of meeting and the holy place, and under their brothers, the descendants of Aaron, the service of the house of the Lord. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. These were the divisions of the descendants of Aaron. The sons of Aaron were Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. But Nadab and Abihu died before their father did, and they had no sons. So Eleazar and Ithamar served as priests. With the help of Eleazar's descendant Zadok and Ithamar's descendant Ahimelech, David divided them according to the offices of their service. Since more leaders were found among Eleazar's descendants than those of Ithamar, they were divided accordingly. There were 16 heads of families from the descendants of Eleazar, and 8 from the descendants of Ithamar. Thus they were divided by lot, for there were officers of the sanctuary and officers of God among both Eleazar's and Ithamar's descendants. The scribe Shemaiah, son of Nethanel, a Levite, recorded their names in the presence of the king and of the officers. Zadok the priest, Ahimelech, son of Abiathar, and the heads of families of the priests and the Levites, one family being taken from Eleazar, and then one from Ithamar. The first lot fell to Jehoiarib, the second to Jedaiah, the third to Harim, the fourth to Seorim, the fifth to Malchijah, the sixth to Mijamin, the seventh to Hakoz, the eighth to Abijah, the ninth to Jeshua, the 10th to Shechaniah, the 11th to Elishib, the 12th to Joachim, the 13th to Huppah, the 14th to Jeshibeab, the 15th to Bilgah, the 16th to Immer, the 17th to Hezer, the 18th to Hapizez, the 19th to Pethahiah, the 20th to Jehezkel, the 21st to Jachin, the 22nd to Gamul, the 23rd to Delaiah, and the 24th to Maaziah. This was their appointed order for service when they entered the house of the Lord, according to the regulations prescribed for them by their forefather Aaron as the Lord, the God of Israel, had commanded him. Now these were the rest of the descendants of Levi. From the sons of Amram, Shubael; from the sons of Shubael, Jediaiah. As for Rehabiah, from his sons, the first was Ishiah. From the Isharites, Shelomoth; from the sons of Shelomoth, Jahath. From the sons of Hebron, Jeriah was the first, Amariah the second, Jahaziel the third, and Jekameam the fourth. From the sons of Uzziel, Micah; from the sons of Micah, Shamir. The brother of Micah, Ishiah; from the sons of Ishiah, Zechariah. The sons of Merari, Malai and Mushai. The son of Jaaziah, Beno. The descendants of Merari from Jaaziah, Beno, Shoham, Zakur, and Ibri. From Malai, Eleazar, who had no sons. From Kish, Jeremiel, the son of Kish. And the sons of Mushai, Malai, Eder, and Jeremoth. These were the sons of the Levites according to their families. As their brothers, the descendants of Aaron, did, they also cast lots in the presence of King David and of Zadok, Ahimelech, and the heads of the families of the priests and Levites, the family heads and their younger brothers alike. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. Additionally, David and the commanders of the army set apart some of the sons of Asaph, Heman, and Jeduthun, to prophesy with the accompaniment of lyres, harps, and cymbals. The following is the list of the men who performed this service. From the sons of Asaph, Zakur, Joseph, Nethaniah, and Azariah. These sons of Asaph were under the direction of Asaph, who prophesied under the direction of the king. From the sons of Jeduthun, Gedaliah, Zeri, Jeshaiah, Shimei, Hashabiah, and Mattathiah, 6 in all, under the direction of their father Jeduthun, who prophesied with the harp, giving thanks and praise to the Lord. From the sons of Heman, Bukiah, Mattaniah, Uzziel, Shebuel, Jeremoth, Hananiah, Hanani, Eliathah, Gedaltai, Romamtiezer, Joshbekashah, Malathi, Hothir, and Mahazioth. All these sons of Heman, the king's seer, were given him through the promises of God to exalt him, for God had given Heman 14 sons and 3 daughters. All these were under the direction of their fathers for the music of the house of the Lord, with cymbals, harps, and lyres, for the service of the house of God. Asaph, Jeduthun, and Heman were under the direction of the king. Together with their relatives, who were all trained and skillful in the songs of the Lord, they numbered 288. They cast lots for their duties, young and old alike, teacher as well as pupil. The first lot, which was for Asaph, fell to Joseph, his sons, and his brothers, 12 in all. The second to Gedaliah, his sons, and his brothers, 12 in all. The third to Zakur, his sons, and his brothers, 12 in all. The fourth to Izri, his sons, and his brothers, 12 in all. The fifth to Nethaniah, his sons, and his brothers, 12 in all. The sixth to Bukiah, his sons, and his brothers, 12 in all. The seventh to Jezreelah, his sons, and his brothers, 12 in all. The eighth to Jeshaiah, his sons, and his brothers, 12 in all. The ninth to Mattaniah, his sons, and his brothers, 12 in all. The 10th to Shimei, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. The 11th to Azarel, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. The 12th to Hashabiah, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. The 13th to Shubael, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. The 14th to Mattathiah, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. The 15th to Jeremoth, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. The 16th to Hananiah, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. The 17th to Joshbekasha, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. The 18th to Hanani, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. The 19th to Malachi, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. The 20th to Eliathah, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. The 21st to Hothir, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. The 22nd to Gedalti, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. The 23rd to Mahazioth, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. And the 24th to Romantiezer, his sons and his brothers, 12 in all. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. These were the divisions of the gatekeepers. From the Korahites, Meshelemiah, son of Kori, one of the sons of Asaph. Meshelemiah had sons, Zechariah the firstborn, Jediel the second, Zebediah the third, Jethniel the fourth, Elam the fifth, Jehohanan the sixth, and Eliohenai the seventh. And Obed-Edom also had sons, Shemaiah the firstborn, Jehozabad the second, Joah the third, Sechar the fourth, Nethanel the fifth, Amiel the sixth, Issachar the seventh, and Peulethai the eighth, for God had blessed Obed-Edom. Also to his son Shemaiah were born sons who ruled over their families because they were strong, capable men. Shemaiah's sons were Othni, Raphael, Obed, and Elzabad. His brothers were Elihu and Shemachiah, also capable men. All these were descendants of Obed-Edom. They and their sons and brothers were capable men with strength to do the work, 62 in all from Obed-Edom. Meshelemiah also had sons and brothers who were capable men, 18 in all. Hosah the Merarite also had sons, Shimri the first. Although he was not the firstborn, his father had appointed him as the first. Hilkiah the second, Tibaliah the third, and Zechariah the fourth. The sons and brothers of Hosah numbered 13 in all. These divisions of the gatekeepers, through their chief men, had duties for ministering in the house of the Lord, just as their relatives did. They cast lots for each gate, according to their families, young and old alike. The lot for the east gate fell to Shelemiah. Then lots were cast for his son Zechariah, a wise counselor, and the lot for the north gate fell to him. The lot for the south gate fell to Obed-Edom, and the lot for the storehouses to his sons. The lots for the west gate and the Sheliketh gate on the ascending highway fell to Shuppim and Hosah. There were guards stationed at every watch. Each day there were 6 Levites on the east, 4 on the north, 4 on the south, and 2 pairs at the storehouse. As for the court on the west, there were 4 at the highway and 2 at the court. These were the divisions of the gatekeepers, who were descendants of Korah and Merari. Now their fellow Levites were in charge of the treasuries of the house of God and the treasuries of the dedicated things. From the descendants of Ladan, who were Gershonites through Ladan, and heads of the families of Ladan the Gershonite, were Jehieli. The sons of Jehieli, Zetham and his brother Joel. They were in charge of the treasuries of the house of the Lord. From the Amramites, the Izharites, the Hebronites, and the Uzzielites, Shebuel, a descendant of Gershom, son of Moses, was the officer in charge of the treasuries. His relatives through Eleazar included Rehabiah, his son, Jeshiah, his son, Joram, his son, Zichri, his son, and Shilomith, his son. This Shilomith and his brothers were in charge of all the treasuries for the things dedicated by King David, by the heads of families, who were the commanders of thousands and of hundreds, and by the army commanders. They had dedicated some of the plunder from their battles to the repair of the house of the Lord. Everything that had been dedicated by Samuel the seer, Saul, son of Kish, Abner, son of Ner, and Joab, son of Zeruiah, along with everything else that was dedicated, was under the care of Shilomith and his brothers. From the Izharites, Kenaniah and his sons had the outside duties as officers and judges over Israel. From the Hebronites, Hashabiah and his relatives, 1,700 capable men, had charge of the affairs of Israel west of the Jordan for all the work of the Lord and for the service of the king. As for the Hebronites, Jerijah was the chief of the Hebronites, according to the genealogies of his ancestors. In the 40th year of David's reign, the records were searched, and strong, capable men were found among the Hebronites at Jazer in Gilead. Among Jerijah's relatives, there were 2,700 capable men who were heads of families. King David appointed them over the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, for every matter pertaining to God and for the affairs of the king. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. This is the list of the Israelites, the heads of families, the commanders of thousands and of hundreds, and their officers who served the king in every matter concerning the divisions on rotating military duty each month throughout the year. There were 24,000 men in each division. Jashobeam, son of Zabdiel, was in charge of the first division, which was assigned the first month. There were 24,000 men in his division. He was a descendant of Perez and chief of all the army commanders for the first month. Dodai, the Ahohite, was in charge of the division for the second month, and Mikloth was the leader. There were 24,000 men in his division. The third army commander, as chief for the third month, was Benaiah, son of Jehoiada the priest. There were 24,000 men in his division. This Benaiah was mighty among the 30, and was over the 30, and his son Ammizabad was in charge of his division. The fourth, for the fourth month, was Joab's brother Asahel, and his son Zebediah was commander after him. There were 24,000 men in his division. The fifth, for the fifth month, was the commander Shamhuth the Izrahite. There were 24,000 men in his division. The sixth, for the 6th month was Ira, son of Ikesh, the Tekoite. There were 24,000 men in his division. The 7th for the 7th month was Helez the Pelonite, an Ephraimite. There were 24,000 men in his division. The 8th for the 8th month was Sibbecai the Hushathite, a Zerahite. There were 24,000 men in his division. The 9th for the 9th month was Abiezer the Anathothite, a Benjamite. There were 24,000 men in his division. The 10th for the 10th month was Maharai the Netophathite, a Zerahite. There were 24,000 men in his division. The 11th for the 11th month was Benaiah the Pirathonite, an Ephraimite. There were 24,000 men in his division. The 12th for the 12th month was Heldai the Netophathite from the family of Othniel. There were 24,000 men in his division. These officers were in charge of the tribes of Israel. Over the Reubenites was Eliezer, son of Zichri. Over the Simeonites was Shephatiah, son of Maacah. Over Levi was Hashabiah, son of Kemuel. Over Aaron was Zadok. Over Judah was Elihu, one of David's brothers. Over Issachar was Omri, son of Michal. Over Zebulun was Ishmael, son of Obadiah. Over Naphtali was Jeremoth, son of Azriel. Over the Ephraimites was Hoshea, son of Azaziah. Over one of the half-tribes of Manasseh was Joel, son of Pedaiah. Over the half-tribe of Manasseh in Gilead was Iddo, son of Zechariah. Over Benjamin was Jaasiel, son of Abner. And over Dan was Azarel, son of Jeroham. These were the leaders of the tribes of Israel. David did not count the men aged 20 or under, because the Lord had said that he would make Israel as numerous as the stars of the sky. Joab, son of Zeruiah, began to count the men, but did not finish. For because of this census, wrath came upon Israel, and the number was not entered in the book of the Chronicles of King David. Asmaveth, son of Adiel, was in charge of the royal storehouses. Jonathan, son of Uzziah, was in charge of the storehouses in the country, in the cities, in the villages, and in the fortresses. Ezri, son of Kilub, was in charge of the workers in the fields who tilled the soil. Shimei the Ramathite was in charge of the vineyards. Zabdi the Shiphmite was in charge of the produce of the vineyards for the wine vats. Baal-Hanan the Gederite was in charge of the olive and sycamore trees in the foothills. Joash was in charge of the stores of olive oil. Shitrai the Sharonite was in charge of the herds grazing in Sharon. Shaphat, son of Adlai, was in charge of the herds in the valleys. Obil the Ishmaelite was in charge of the camels. Jediah the Meronothite was in charge of the donkeys. Jaziz the Hagrite was in charge of the flocks. All these officials were in charge of King David's property. David's uncle Jonathan was a counselor. He was a man of insight and a scribe. Jehiel, son of Hachmoni, attended to the sons of the king. Ahithophel was the king's counselor. Hushai, the Archite, was the king's friend. Ahithophel was succeeded by Jehoiada, son of Benaiah, then by Abiathar. Joab was the commander of the king's army. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. Now David summoned all the leaders of Israel to Jerusalem, the leaders of the tribes, the leaders of the divisions in the king's service, the commanders of thousands and of hundreds, and the officials in charge of all the property and cattle of the king and his sons, along with the court officials and mighty men, every mighty man of valor. Then King David rose to his feet and said, "Listen to me, my brothers and my people. It was in my heart to build a house as a resting place for the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and as a footstool for our God. I had made preparations to build it, but God said to me, 'You are not to build a house for my name, because you are a man of war who has shed blood.' Yet the Lord, the God of Israel, chose me out of all my father's house to be king over Israel forever. For he chose Judah as leader, and from the house of Judah he chose my father's household, and from my father's sons he was pleased to make me king over all Israel. And of all my sons, for the Lord has given me many sons, he has chosen Solomon, my son, to sit on the throne of the kingdom of the Lord over Israel. And he said to me, 'Solomon, your son, is the one who will build my house and my courts, for I have chosen him as my son, and I will be his father. I will establish his kingdom forever, if he resolutely carries out my commandments and ordinances, as is being done this day.' So now, in the sight of all Israel, the assembly of the Lord, and in the hearing of our God, keep and seek out all the commandments of the Lord your God, so that you may possess this good land, and leave it as an inheritance to your descendants forever. As for you, Solomon, my son, know the God of your father, and serve him wholeheartedly, and with a willing mind. For the Lord searches every heart, and understands the intent of every thought. If you seek him, he will be found by you, but if you forsake him, he will reject you forever. Consider now that the Lord has chosen you to build a house for the sanctuary. Be strong and do it." Then David gave his son Solomon the plans for the portico of the temple, its buildings, storehouses, upper rooms, inner rooms, and the room for the mercy seat. The plans contained everything David had in mind for the courts of the house of the Lord, for all the surrounding rooms, for the treasuries of the house of God, and of the dedicated things, for the divisions of the priests and Levites, for all the work of service in the house of the Lord, and for all the articles of service in the house of the Lord. The weight of all the gold articles for every kind of service, the weight of all the silver articles for every kind of service, the weight of the gold lampstands and their lamps, including the weight of each lampstand and its lamps, the weight of each silver lampstand and its lamps, according to the use of each lampstand, the weight of gold for each table of showbread, and of silver for the silver tables, the weight of the pure gold for the forks, sprinkling bowls, and pitchers, the weight of each gold dish, the weight of each silver bowl, the weight of the refined gold for the altar of incense, and the plans for the chariot of the gold cherubim that spread their wings and overshadowed the ark of the covenant of the Lord. "All this," said David, "all the details of this plan the Lord has made clear to me in writing by his hand upon me. David also said to Solomon his son, Be strong and courageous, and do it. Do not be afraid or discouraged, for the Lord God, my God, is with you. He will neither fail you nor forsake you before all the work of the service of the house of the Lord is finished. The divisions of the priests and Levites are ready for all the service of the house of God, and every willing man of every skill will be at your disposal for the work. The officials and all the people are fully at your command. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. Then King David said to the whole assembly, My son Solomon, the one whom God has chosen, is young and inexperienced. The task is great because this palace is not for man, but for the Lord God. Now with all my ability, I have made provision for the house of my God, gold for the gold articles, silver for the silver, bronze for the bronze, iron for the iron, and wood for the wood, as well as onyx for the settings, turquoise, stones of various colors, all kinds of precious stones, and slabs of marble, all in abundance. Moreover, because of my delight in the house of my God, I now give for it my personal treasures of gold and silver, over and above all that I have provided for this holy temple. 3,000 talents of gold, the gold of Ophir, and 7,000 talents of refined silver, to overlay the walls of the buildings. For the gold work and the silver work, and for all the work to be done by the craftsmen. Now, who is willing to consecrate himself to the Lord today? Then the leaders of the families, the officers of the tribes of Israel, the commanders of thousands and of hundreds, and the officials in charge of the king's work gave willingly. Toward the service of God's house they gave 5,000 talents, and 10,000 derricks of gold, 10,000 talents of silver, 18,000 talents of bronze, and 100,000 talents of iron. Whoever had precious stones gave them to the treasury of the house of the Lord, under the care of Jehiel the Gershonite. And the people rejoiced at the willing response of their leaders, for they had given to the Lord freely and wholeheartedly. And King David also rejoiced greatly. Then David blessed the Lord in the sight of all the assembly, and said, May you be blessed, O Lord, God of our father Israel, from everlasting to everlasting. Yours, O Lord, is the greatness and the power and the glory and the splendor and the majesty. For everything in heaven and on earth belongs to you. Yours, O Lord, is the kingdom, and you are exalted as head over all. Both riches and honor come from you, and you are the ruler over all. In your hands are power and might to exalt and give strength to all. Now therefore, our God, we give you thanks, and we praise your glorious name. But who am I, and who are my people, that we should be able to give as generously as this? For everything comes from you, and from your own hand we have given to you. For we are foreigners and strangers in your presence, as were all our forefathers. Our days on earth are like a shadow, without hope. O Lord our God, From your hand comes all this abundance that we have provided to build you a house for your holy name, and all of it belongs to you. I know, my God, that you test the heart and delight in uprightness. All these things I have given willingly and with an upright heart, and now I have seen your people who are present here, giving joyfully and willingly to you. O Lord God of our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, keep this desire forever in the intentions of the hearts of your people, and direct their hearts toward you, and give my son Solomon a whole heart to keep and carry out all your commandments, decrees, and statutes, and to build your palace, for which I have made provision. Then David said to the whole assembly, Bless the Lord your God. So the whole assembly blessed the Lord, the God of their fathers. They bowed down and paid homage to the Lord and to the king. The next day they offered sacrifices and presented burnt offerings to the Lord, 1,000 bulls, 1,000 rams, and 1,000 lambs, along with their drink offerings and other sacrifices in abundance for all Israel. That day they ate and drank with great joy in the presence of the Lord. Then for a second time they designated David's son Solomon as king, anointing him before the Lord as ruler, and Zadok as the priest. So Solomon sat on the throne of the Lord as king in place of his father David. He prospered, and all Israel obeyed him. All the officials and mighty men, as well as all of King David's sons, pledged their allegiance to King Solomon. The Lord highly exalted Solomon in the sight of all Israel, and bestowed on him royal majesty, such as had not been bestowed on any king in Israel before him. David, son of Jesse, was king over all Israel. The length of David's reign over Israel was 40 years, 7 years in Hebron, and 33 years in Jerusalem. He died at a ripe old age, full of years, riches, and honor, and his son Solomon reigned in his place. Now the acts of King David, from first to last, are indeed written in the Chronicles of Samuel the seer, the Chronicles of Nathan the prophet, and the Chronicles of Gad the seer, together with all the details of his reign, his might, and the circumstances that came upon him and Israel, and all the kingdoms of the lands. End of chapter 29.